And we're live. Now let's see if we can get this working today also. Hello everyone. Hello to Breeze. What's up? Oh, hey, champion. Nice seeing you today, too. The speed of doom. How fast is the speed of doom anyways? Are you thinking of reacting to the rest of Goldie's retrospective in the foreseeable future? It has been funny seeing you react to his first video. Yeah. I am going to basically reacting to the first two, like Ratchet and Clank 1 and 2. Basically just warm up, because my goal here is to watch the third video, or like the videos on the third game. Come on, everyone knows speed of doom is 1,000 times faster than the speed of dark, which is 500 times faster than the speed of light. Apparently not everyone, because I didn't know that. But thank you for enlightening me. But yeah, this is basically just warm up. Also, I just kind of want to try out this streaming thing. And we'll probably get to it next time. Probably not next weekend because I'll be out traveling. But 2 weeks from now, I think we'll cover the Ratchet and Clank 3 videos. Now I'm planning on watching the Golden Bolts. Some call me Johnnies, and Joystick Drummers. His retrospective on the third game without spoiling much will definitely give a whole lot of info, stuff not many of us would have known if not for him. Oh, really? Well, yeah, see, that's why I kind of want to watch these videos. Just because of that. And also it's fun to discuss it with people, right? And I also find that it's much easier to retain information when you're actually talking about it while you're watching it. But hopefully I won't go and just plagiarize his entire his entire video. Hello, Kif Man. Okay, I think my PS4, my friend is about to die if I don't clean him and has a seizure 7 times and spit out the disc 7 times. Already? Oh wait, the PS4, yeah. I should probably clean my PS4. It's been in like storage for 2 years at this point. And I will have to dig it out to do the eventual slaughter that is going to be the Ratchet and Clank 2016 video. But that's still a ways ahead. Anyways, I've had it since 2014, and that's actually pretty good. I bought the Pro way back when, because basically... okay, so I basically bought the PlayStation 4 to play Ratchet and Clank 2016. And, well... Bro, look bro, slaughter is the wrong word. It's a good game. Yeah, you are entitled to your own opinion. But we're not here to talk about the future games, or well, the games further in the future. We're here to talk about Ratchet and Clank 2, for the most part. Anyways, let's start the video. This is Golden Bolt's Ratchet and Clank Going Commando retrospective and development deep dive.
Ratchet and Clank Going Commando is an almost unheard of success, a sequel whose development was greenlit 5 months before the original game even released thanks to overwhelmingly positive feedback. A sequel that surgically pinpointed its precursor's flaws and addressed each of...
Apparently it's one of the worst remakes of all time. Tell me why. Answer me! Okay, I'll break it down in simple terms. It butchers the story. Like, my main criticisms are about the story and the way they handled it. Like, it butchers the story. The gameplay is fine, I guess. But it's like just an overall annoying game. And it's like completely took the wind out of my sails when I first started it up and saw Drek as a bumbling buffoon. And then I saw Dr. Nefarious in his biological form, which doesn't really make sense because he was already a robot by then, and well, you know. Anyways, story, you care a bit too much about it. Stop caring about it. There, problem solved. Yeah, why didn't I think of that?
Each of them one by one, and a title that in doing so completely upturned so much of what made the first game so promising without completely falling apart in the process. Going Commando is full stop a perfect sequel to...
I'm sorry. Going Commando is full stop a perfect sequel? Oh my god. No. Okay, I'm legitimately interested in what he has to say. But, I don't know, this isn't too promising. Well,
to this day, it's considered one of the top 2 or 3 games in the franchise and one of the best games on the PlayStation 2. And this game came together in 10 months.
I actually watched the intro,
10 months for Ratchet and Clank
and it's like you say, Tabriz, perfect sequel doesn't equal to a perfect game. And to his credit, he does say that. But I still think there are problems with Ratchet and Clank 2 that just doesn't it doesn't build that much on the first game, or rather there are problems in Ratchet and Clank that aren't fixed in Ratchet and Clank 2. There are problems that are basically getting worse, like all the unlocking gadgets and stuff.
Commando to set the groundwork from which this series has barely strayed in the 18 years since. It's, again, unheard of. But being a perfect sequel doesn't make Going Commando a perfect game.
You said it.
When you're flying this close to the sun, working on that tight of a timeline, a few feathers are sure to fall off. This is an incredible adventure, one of my all-time favorite games, and it's time to lock and load and break it apart, to let those pieces fall where they may, and put it all back together again. This is Ratchet and Clank Going Commando.
Everything in moderation. Yep. You have to care at least a little bit.
June 2002. Ratchet and Clank's 4 separate rounds of playtesting score top marks. Sony sees the clear potential for this nascent franchise, and the developers at Insomniac Games already have a laundry list of fundamental improvements that they have no way of implementing into this first title, seeing as it's already well into its beta stage. With the wind at its back and at Sony's request, Insomniac begins pre-production on a Ratchet and Clank sequel, a title for which they would quickly need to staff up. Over the next year, this studio that was working with just a few dozen people quickly balloons to double its size, ending up around 80 strong by the time Ratchet and Clank 2 goes gold.
Ha! Like, genuinely, if you hate the story so much to the point where it ruins the entire thing for you, you're putting too much thought into it. It just... Stop caring about the story. Well, yes and no. It doesn't quite work like that. At least not for me. Because, like, the story is kind of supposed to be the driving force behind your motivations in the game. And especially in something like Ratchet and Clank, right? Like, if it's Mario, then who gives a fuck? But when there is a story behind everything, when stuff happens for a reason, and you need to go fix something because stuff happens, then I'd rather prefer that to be at least somewhat enjoyable. Yeah, you shouldn't have to turn your brain off in order to enjoy something. That's fair, yeah. Also, hello, Javon.
Growing that rapidly is usually a recipe for disaster, especially for an independent studio. But when you've hit pay dirt, you know to keep digging. Wins in this industry are rare, especially wins that break 2 million worldwide sales more or less overnight. So it's full steam ahead, and by the time Ratchet and Clank is preparing for release in November, Going Commando has entered full development. Over the next 10 months, as the
game with good gameplay is pretty much an empty experience without a story to keep you interested. Yeah, that's like kind of how I've progressed throughout the years, is I become more and more engaged in the story and rely on it to keep me playing. Unless the gameplay is like really, really good.
Game progressed from concept to finished beta, the Insomniac team prioritized a number of key goals. 1. Ramp up the intensity with bigger, more immersive worlds, crazier weapons, and more ways to use those weapons. 2. Improve the game's rewarding feedback loop by optimizing where the first game left off, giving you more bolts, more ways to earn bolts, adding role-playing elements such as experience progression, and never keeping the player more than a few minutes away from the core gameplay. And 3, what former Insomniac designer Mike Stout once described as rescuing Ratchet, adjusting our hero by giving him an outlet, a purpose almost, so that his temper only flared up when protecting his robotic buddy rather than aiming any anger at Clank.
But this is such a shallow fix. They're literally just stripping away his personality in this game, and that's kind of the big problem I have with Ratchet and Clank 2. And the next games in the series, to be honest. It just turns more and more shallow. Like during 3, he's more of a husk than anything. Also, for some reason, this video and his crack in time vid are the only 2 vids in the retrospective without any timestamps. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, you're right. It doesn't have any.
This is a through line buried deep into this game's plot, with a number of moments that almost act as do-overs for the studio's own perceived shortcomings with Ratchet in the first game. This third goal happens to be the first one that players will notice because in Going Commando, Ratchet's got a new voice. The team chose to move on from original voice actor Mikey Kelly in pursuit of this soft reset for Ratchet and brought in James Arnold Taylor to help mellow the character out a bit and perhaps provide a bit more range when needed. Jat's held onto the role ever since, even onto the silver screen, so that...
Ratchet is a nice guy. That's it? No, it's more like he was more rounded. Like he mentioned, the only time Ratchet will actually get like mad is when someone says something mean to Clank into, which is like, I don't know. It doesn't feel genuine.
That was a good call in hindsight. Throughout the intro to Going Commando, you'll catch that boredom is starting to creep in for our heroes. It's been about a year after all. Ratchet and Clank are still sitting in the very same recliners that they were lounging in at the end of their first adventure, and their 15 minutes of fame is finally starting to run dry. Completionists or those that watched my Ratchet 1 retrospective will remember the bonus epilogue.
Ratchet, I'd say, ain't so bad in this game, although later on in the series he does become less like Ratchet. Yeah, and that's what I mean. It starts in 2, because they way overshot when fixing his personality. And like eventually he starts out being kind of a bro, right? And then eventually, and you know, he calls Clank a nerd and and all that, and doesn't really get all these fancy this fancy terminology relating to computers and all that. And then eventually he just like kind of becomes a nerd himself. It's relatable, I guess. Ratchet becomes more of a caricature, or however you write it. He had less traits and becomes a one-track character. Yeah, exactly. Side note, I'm worried that whenever I get to the future series, I won't be able to fully enjoy the plots of those games because of the Lombax plot hole situation. What do you mean, Lombax plot hole situation? Ratchet is the only Lombax in the entire universe. Everyone knows that. This is reminding me of a memory where I tried so hard to watch someone stream, but in the end, my internet just sucks. Ah, man. I have that memory sometimes, too. Man, I love that. What Linkin Park song? Don't really get, however, why that fix necessitated getting a new voice actor altogether instead of just getting Mickey back to portray a more mature version of Ratchet at the very least. Yeah, I don't know. Are there any sources out there that specify why they did that? Because I don't think it's just because they wanted to change his character. I mean, I like both of them, really.
A series of magazine covers that gave us a glimpse at what life was like for the galaxy in the wake of Drek's defeat. Well, that time is long gone now. The most the duo gets at this point are invitations to the grand opening of a local groovy lube and an interview for a made-for-TV Behind the Hero documentary. The galaxy's moved on, but Ratchet especially is clinging onto that feeling of being a hero. Even the game's title screen underscores this boredom, with Ratchet playing video games while Clank reads a book. That's their life now, and Ratchet once again
Ratchet is playing his own video game.
More.
I guess no one needs a hero right
That's
now.
so funny.
And Ratchet's about to find exactly what he's looking for, because this documentary is, for some reason, being shot live on location, and the signal is instantly picked up light years away.
Yeah, I get it. Just get to the point, dude.
In the distant Bogon galaxy, a, let's call him quirky gentleman, catches the interview clip and teleports Ratchet and Clank onto one of his ships.
Welcome! What the?
Introducing himself as Abercrombie Fizz.
This is actually really boring to watch.
To be the only company in the galaxy, Megacorp, the man enlists Ratchet to recapture a stolen top-secret experiment. It's a Furby. Megacorp was just trying to revive the Furby fad, apparently. In exchange for his help, Ratchet will...
What's even more jarring is that they did bring Mickey back to voice a random AI on board the Star Phoenix 2 in Q-Force. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's kind of funny. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind.
Will receive full Commando training, a perfect off-screen way to polish any pointy edges to his character as he's run through...
Wait, hang on, what? That was like 2 weeks of training.
And
what kind of polishing did they do in that time?
Clank with a lucrative gig as Megacorp's lead accountant. With this setup, Ratchet is locked and loaded. Yes, I said it again, deal with it. And he heads to the last reported location of the experiment, and it's...
Games are husks without good story. Doom 1993 is literally about running around and killing demons, and that's really fun and engaging. And it can be. It can be fun and engaging and be worth playing without a good story. It's just like, you have games that rely on it a bit more than others, right?
Thief. Immediately, this first level is one of the best openings that you could ask for, showcasing both everything that the team had learned while developing the first Ratchet and Clank, and all of the improvements that this sequel would bring. Thanks to the short intro cinematic, the fighter jets surrounding the thief's airship, and the long elevator ride up into the ship proper, the stakes feel higher, an actual mission for an actual commando, not...
Well, yes, but this isn't very much in the spirit of the first game, right? I mean, I'm all for changes, but I don't know. This is kind of where it started deviating, and it's like from the first level too. It's just kind of it deviates. That's what it does, or it's continuing the story. I don't know. We'll get to that.
Not just some guy running through the galaxy.
Games do not require story to be extremely enjoyable, but yes, I can agree a good story goes a long way. Yeah.
The soundtrack hits you from both sides, in full stereo this time, unlike the first game's mono output, thanks to immensely improved compression techniques and engine optimization. And once you start encountering the robot sentries, the combat enhancements are leaps beyond the original here.
Oh, yes, look at that thrilling combat.
Unlike the first game's mono output, thanks to immensely improved
just
compression
take it in,
techniques
everyone.
and engine optimization.
Just take in
And
the
once you
thrilling
start
combat
encountering
he's
the
showing
robot
us right now.
sentries, the combat enhancements are leaps beyond the original here. Not necessarily perfect, but a perfect improvement. The first couple rooms are narrow hallways to ease you into the game's new strafing mechanic by pressing either shoulder button. That elevator ride...
First game was mono, and yet those songs were still great. Yeah, I mean, you don't really notice it, especially not when you're playing it on a newer, like, sound system or whatever, because it outputs in both channels anyway. Yeah, there is good strafing, but the clip you showed isn't actually very extreme.
It functions as a way for the help desk to inform newcomers and remind returning players about the quick select menu, which, thank God, now pauses the game when activated so that you're not being attacked while changing weapons. The auto-aim for weapons has been polished immensely so that it feels that much more reliable, often locking onto the most directly threatening enemy just as you would want them to, giving...
Wait, huh? Really? Because I think it's the closest one.
you a bit more confidence in your...
If it's not the closest one, then something's wrong with the lock-on system.
Arsenal. And as a bonus, weapons like the Lancer laser pistol tend to prioritize airborne enemies as a little under-the-hood trick to keep your experience as fun and flowing as possible. Especially with going Commando onward, Ratchet and Clank is overstuffed with these sorts of little tricks that you would never notice, but serve to improve your playtime and keep you hooked in that flow state. But before I get ahead of myself, this ship level is packed full of more overt pushes towards immersion too. Those little secrets can wait till later. If you knock an enemy close enough to the windows, they'll fly out when defeated and be blown away. As you walk out onto an exterior platform, the blasting of the ship's turbines overpowers the game's soundtrack and deafens down the sounds of combat as if you were actually right there outside. When you're fighting on the wings of the ship, enemy parts will be sucked away as they're destroyed. The game throws everything it has right in your face to make sure that you know just how big a deal going Commando is.
Actually, I'm gonna have to deduct 4 entire score points for going Commando for making easily the worst weapon in all of existence, the Clank Sapper. Oh. Yeah, that's... I don't know. Off the top of my head, I can't really come up with a worse one. Maybe the Glove of Doom.
And it'll come as no surprise that this level 0 was designed by the one and only Mark Cerny. And to hammer home just how much of a leap forward Ratchet 2 was aiming to be, this short intro level, no more than 10 minutes long, even for a first...
Yeah, but like, the Clank Sapper is probably, like, super bugged too. Like, during my playthrough, I had so many cases where it just wouldn't fire at all. And, like, it's impossible to know if it's even on.
And player contains 4 cinematics.
You know... If the Snow Beast level isn't in this game, Champion, I would agree with you. Oh, the entire gaming space and all of existence. Well...
Two of these cutscenes, of course, act as bookends for the level itself, with Ratchet breaking into and then escaping from the thief's ship, and these have just the right amount of seasoning of his new Commando training to remind you that Ratchet is a Lombax that knows what he's doing now, not just the same plucky adventurer from the last game that
Again, he had 2 weeks of training.
Stumbled into superstardom. And then there are two cutscenes in the middle of the level that
Yeah, the
establish
Clank
what look
Zapper
to
is
be
absolutely
our two
horrible.
main antagonists
It's like,
in this
it's
game.
so bad.
The sinister but clumsy thief who flees with the experiment just as Ratchet is about to complete his mission, and shortly afterwards, Thugs for Less, a now fan-favorite group of mercenaries that the thief hires right after fleeing. There's even a fifth cutscene right as we get back into space, where Ratchet reports to Fizzwidget and receives updated intel about the thief's last known whereabouts, the toxic, swampy planet of Uzla. With two Thugs for Less goons in tow, the thief had stolen a galactic map from a local Megacorp salesman and thrown him into the giant red button on the wall that deactivates the store's
Oh
security.
my god,
barrier,
yes, we
because,
get it.
you know,
I
that's
have
where you
actually
put
watched
that.
this cutscene
Much
before.
like with Ratchet
So,
1 before it, all of what I've described in Going Commando's intro only takes maybe 10 minutes tops, and that first impression provides just an excellent setup for the coming adventure.
Name one weapon
Maybe
worse
not
than the Clank
surpassing
Zapper.
first
You
game's
can't.
intro in terms
Impossible
of
challenge.
evocation, but easily exceeding it both mechanically and as a tutorial. It gives us a solid reintroduction to our heroes, or at least to Ratchet, because Clank's just kinda gone for a little while. And while the thief is certainly no Drek, we've got at least a couple reasons to already hate our villain, especially when we land on Uzla and
it's a shame we're not given any reason not to hate him afterwards.
find that very same Megacorp outpost
Go ahead.
now
I'll wait.
completely
Name
devastated
one.
by the harsh environment.
The suck cannon? Like, specifically the suck cannon from 1?
Thanks to the disabled security barrier. Yeah, apparently that giant red security button was just a one-way switch, which, you know what, now that I think about it, that definitely checks out for a bloated monopoly. I'm sure you'd have to send like 80 plus emails to corporate just to schedule a Zoom meeting about possibly considering a real meeting to change work conditions, so yeah, okay. In terms of tone, Uzla is a bit out there for your normal level 1. Usually you'd expect a relatively safe first area, a brighter atmosphere that wouldn't risk turning players off, but no, not here. This is a gloomy, rainy hellscape with little pieces of terrain peppered across vast, swampy lakes, ready to drown you if you're not careful with your jumps.
To be fair, the Clank Zapper actually does deal damage. It's just negligible.
With a thunderous score that feels like it's mimicking the stormy skies booming overhead.
No, if I said the Rhino 2, that would have been the worst answer I could have given.
And grotesque mutant swamp creatures adapted to this harsh environment. Now, that's not to say that Uzla is difficult, of course. It's a very manageable and balanced first level that ends up being far simpler than that threatening aura might indicate. Ratchet 1's trademark circular level design wraps you right back around to your ship when you finish each of the two branching paths. The terrain does a great job of easing you more into Ratchet's movement and the game's platforming. It gives you some reps with your weapons, and the swamp monster boss fight with its tentacle slam attack is designed to force you to strafe and drive that concept home if you weren't on board already. Really, the only place a new player might struggle is with these Loch Ness Monster-styled creatures that will cross water channels when stepped on, since the game quickly throws you in front of a lake that has, count 'em, 7 of them, all with their own swerving, meandering paths. And speaking of, this has to be just about the only first level in gaming history with platforms that scream
Yeah, rubber hammer.
when you step on them.
Probably.
Again, very subversive here. Let's see the plumber try that. At the end of the main pathway through the swamp, Ratchet finds the Megacorp store that he saw the thief ransack earlier, now overcrowded with mutants and with Megacorp staff nowhere to be found. But all's not lost, as he obtains Going Commando's first new gadget, the Dynamo.
Oh,
a tool
God.
That it presses buttons. It doesn't really do much more than that. You just press circle and it hits these switches, which will either open a door or activate some temporary platforms. Cool. Ratchet also...
Like, if the Zapper was a weapon, that would have been worse. But it's a gadget, so it doesn't count.
receives a new transmission from Fizzwidget, where the CEO reveals that the thief was just seen at the Maktar Resort Casino, home of Megacorp's Galactic Gladiator Arena broadcast, a broadcast now being blocked by a Thugs for Less jamming array. No broadcast means a lot of lost money for Megacorp, so that's where we're gonna head next. Well, before we head there actually, we do have a second path to cover, and this will act as your reminder that Ratchet 2 is a very different game from the first game. Although they share the same level design DNA, Ratchet 1's multiple pathways were often mechanically distinct. You would have one combat section and a separate platforming or puzzle section that rarely had enemies or combat of its own. Here on Uzla, at the Maktar Resort, and in most of Going Commando's levels, both paths will share relatively evenly distributed chunks of combat and platforming. That first combat path earlier had more enemies in a boss fight, sure, but it also had the Dynamo platforming section sprinkled in between fights. Likewise, this route, which I would call the more platforming-focused section, is home to a good number of fights of its own. Remember, one of this game's chief goals was to never keep you more than a few minutes away from the core gameplay, and in Going Commando onward, that core gameplay is combat. This is why, unlike its predecessor, Going Commando isn't afraid to throw multiple weapons in the vendor at once, giving you the choice between two weapons from the very moment you land on Uzla. Funnily enough, two weapons that you probably can't afford until you finish one of the paths. By keeping you perennially on the edge of combat,
Keep in mind the ice planet you hate was made in 3 days. 3 days, 72 hours, most definitely a lot less. Yeah, but that really isn't an excuse. They should have just cut it.
Insomniac could ensure that you're always earning bolts and engaging with the most satisfying of Ratchet.
Yeah, well, I'm not hard on it because it's bad. I'm hard on it because it was included.
Its countless reward loops, and that 47 allows me to introduce the new reward loop in this game, your experience system. As you defeat enemies, they'll dissolve into nanotech, the same stuff as those blue health crates, except this nanotech will earn you two concurrent types of experience. One, taking a page from the Cancelled Girl with a Stick, is XP that will level up and transform your weapons, and the other is for Ratchet himself. When the meter underneath your health bar fills up, you'll gain an extra hit point in an explosive, screen-clearing white flash that wipes out most surrounding enemies.
New employees the year after this game definitely blamed Tony for that level and gave him the Snow Beast award for it. Yeah, I listened to the podcast that Tony and the other guy have on YouTube. It's a pretty good listen, and they talked about the Snow Beast award. And yeah, that's pretty funny. I'm super curious if that's still a thing in Insomniac. Cut it, ain't gonna let that hard work go to waste. Every game has cut content plans that don't go through, so I'm happy it was finished in the time it was given. Yeah, but I also hate playing through it.
This will be your saving grace countless times, and you won't forget those moments when you're one hit from death and then you get a new lease on life thanks to a refilled health bar and fewer enemies surrounding you. And I'm not
well, the experience upgrade, I don't think it should be relied on like that, and I really don't think that was the purpose for it. But yeah, it's neat, I guess. From what I've heard, the last thing to receive the award was Screwball from Spider-Man PS4. I wish I knew what Screwball was. I should probably play that Spider-Man game.
Just talking about in Going Commando either. This
got a problem with it? Easy, use the helipack. Problem solved. I always use the helipack.
Has held strong in almost every subsequent Ratchet game to this day. You'll be hearing that a lot today. One trend that didn't extend past Ratchet 2, though, is Ratchet 1 and 2's penchant for charging you bolts at the end of...
I'm surprised he didn't go into how much of an ingenious move giving your weapons the ability to level up, and also Ratchet himself, the ability to level up. Because when you die in the middle of a level, because it's too hard, you keep the experience for your weapons and yourself, so the next time you go through, it's automatically easier.
Of a level to progress, as if we didn't just complete the challenges prior. This usually felt like a bit of a gyp, so I'm glad it's gone. We first run into this at the end of this second path upon...
Wait, hang on. What did he say?
You'll be hearing that a lot today. One trend that didn't extend past Ratchet 2, though, is Ratchet 1 and 2's penchant for charging you bolts at the end of the level to progress, as if we didn't just complete the challenges prior. This usually felt like a bit of a gyp, so I'm glad it's gone.
No, but he's completely misunderstanding the purpose of the bolts, or being charged. Like, it's supposed to be a it's supposed to be a satire, or like a, it's supposed to be making fun of greed, like corporate greed, right? And it works, although in 2 they probably charge you a bit too much at certain places. Yeah, it's part of the overall theme of consumerism. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you, Tabriz. So just saying that, like, not mentioning that seems very weird to me, because it's such a huge part of the first 2 games, like the themes of them.
We first run into this at the end of this second path upon meeting the final surviving Megacorp employee on the planet.
If everyone could take their seats, we can proceed with today's demonstration.
Survived in body, at least. Maybe not in spirit. I think the trauma of watching...
And he does touch on that a few of his later videos, finally giving his whole stance on it in his Rift Apart video. Yeah, but he didn't say anything about it in the Ratchet and Clank in the Ratchet and Clank 1 video either. So that's why I'm kind of right. 1, 2, and 4 is satire and consumerism. Blah blah blah. We heard a million times before. We get it now. Move on. I am trying to, but it's still weird.
Watching all of his friends get eaten by swamp monsters.
Like, he's calling it the ultimate. No, actually, he didn't call this the ultimate retrospective, did he? Maybe it's in the thumbnail.
Drove him just a wee smidge insane.
I think he does
Whatever,
in this
not
video,
our problem.
but I can't
For
remember.
1,000
We'll see.
bolts, he sells Ratchet the tractor beam gadget, which lets Ratchet drag specially marked objects around with ease. And we're gonna need that where we're going, because we're going to Vegas. Space Vegas. Yeah, in the original outline for Going Commando, Mactar Resort was straight up named Space Vegas before Insomniac learned that the city of Las Vegas is actually a trademarked brand, which is somehow incredibly fitting given Going Commando's heavy commentary on
he
capitalism.
actually mentions
Thankfully,
it
this
there,
would be
but
the closest
not in the
series has
context
ever
of the
come
bolts
to violating
or
copyright law.
the way you charge for everything.
On the way to Ratchet's bender at Mactar, though, he's intercepted by Thugs for Less ships in the Whoopash Nebula, introducing us to Going Commando's fully realized space combat. Remember, goal number 1, make this game bigger and better, and dogfighting through space stations, barrel rolling to dodge past moving asteroids and avoid enemy fire with full control and rotation along your X, Y, and Z axes.
That's something that was cut from 3, and I'm glad it was, because it's not especially good or fun.
That's more than bigger and better. That's just absurd. This maxi game, as Insomniac called it, like a few other modes throughout Going Commando, effectively ended up being an entirely separate, albeit smaller, game to design and implement, meaning that it required a dedicated effort.
Imagine if they had dogfights in Ratchet and Clank 3. Like, that game wouldn't even have any normal levels at that point.
Into development, the designers and programmers responsible moved exclusively onto space combat. The work of orienting the player and enemy ships in open space, of pulling the enemies in front of the player so that you could get a good shot at them, and of making a relatively small combat area feel wide and unrestricting was a daunting task that, again, took months in itself. And making all of that fun and rewarding, it's an incredible feat,
but they
especially when you
didn't make
consider
it fun
that
and
this
rewarding.
appears before level 2, not 25 minutes into the
You know what we call that? We call that a lack of focus.
game. You know what I did 25 minutes into Ratchet and Clank 1?
Geronimo!
Did he just slide down a sewer pipe?
This galaxy does blow.
But because Going Commando just heaves every innovation at your face right front and center, once Ratchet lands at Mactar Resort, we've actually got 2 more of those maxi games that took a gargantuan effort to create back to back right after the space combat. If we take the combat-heavy left path, we'll fight our way through the Thugs for Less invaders assaulting the casino, maybe play the slot machines a couple times along the way, and culminate by taking part in the first combat arena in the Ratchet and Clank franchise. The combat arena has become a series staple that's returned
Sadly.
in just about every game since, including, somehow, the Java phone side-scroller Ratchet and Clank Going Mobile. If you didn't know that game existed, by the way, it does, and I already have a full retrospective on that one that you can check out here after you're done with Going Commando, that is. Please. This is all I have. Going Commando's 2 arenas are packed with over 24 wave-based combat challenges with different parameters, rebuilt enemy AI, and a whole bunch of bolts as a reward. You only have to complete a couple of them to progress the story, but I don't think I've ever met a Ratchet and Clank player that didn't enjoy the arenas, so you're almost definitely going to go through most of these challenges.
Damn, bro. I can't believe you exploded from frustration. Rest in peace.
From missions that force you to use a certain weapon, to time-sensitive sprints through 100 enemies, to fights against these awesome gargantuan bosses oozing with character like Chainblade, and the B2 Brawler, to endurance missions where you have to win without taking a hit, these all push you to play the game in distinct ways, to round out your playstyle and to hone your skills. This in turn challenges your mastery and
I don't know, you usually don't want to get hits to begin with. I don't know how that changes your playstyle, but maybe it does a little.
makes the main gameplay more rewarding when you're going through levels. The reason these arenas took so much effort to put together, beyond, the obvious time it would take to put together the different challenges, ensure that the enemy pods actually came out at the right time, and all of that fun stuff, was mainly because the enemy pathfinder...
Nah, bro, but nah, for real, that's bogus. You can't trademark a city, man. Tell that to corporate America.
system from Ratchet 1 had to be reworked so that enemies would push towards and chase Ratchet at all times, rather than just when they saw him. And actually, this system was already being reworked in Going Commando to begin with, in response to criticism leveled at the first game's enemies. In Ratchet 1, foes only existed in 2 states, which I'll call Alerted and Idle. Once you crossed an invisible line or entered combat with them, they would enter the alert state and try to fight you, but if you stepped back beyond that invisible line or hide for a bit, they would immediately walk back to their initial positions and stand there idle. Remember, in most video games, the enemy AI is really, really stupid. The trick is the illusion of intelligence. In Going Commando, though, a third search state was added in for previously alerted enemies, where they would pretend to look for you for a little bit once you got far enough away, before going back to their base idle state when you moved even further back. Now again, they're not actually searching for you, that just wasn't possible on PS2 hardware, it's the illusion that matters here. In the arena, however, even the alerted state just wasn't enough, because too many enemies would try to fight you from a distance, so a separate 4th arena state was implemented. Like with the search state, enemies aren't actually seeing anything, they're just trained to walk in a beeline towards the player, sometimes taking a slightly arched path to avoid colliding with other enemies,
big booms
but
cause big boy
usually
damage,
just rushing
and
you
it's
head-on.
free. Yeah,
That's
you
why
have it
you'll
on the
often
start
see
of the
them
game.
running into the spinning
It's a
fan
pretty good
blades or
weapon.
other hazards because they actually don't know they're there.
Much better
In
than
addition
the
to being
Lancer,
a
that's for
great
sure.
way to farm bolts for the game's weapons, the arenas are a fantastic way to experiment with, and more importantly, level up the weapons that you have. By the time that you even get to Maktar's arena, at least if you're like me, you'll already have leveled up 2 of your weapons. In Going Commando, once a weapon earns enough experience, it'll upgrade into a completely different weapon with enhanced effects, more ammo, a higher fire rate, and, of course, it'll pack a much bigger punch. Using Going Commando's starting weapons as an example, the Lancer pistol will morph when upgraded into the Heavy Lancer, a much faster machine gun with an extra 100 shots. Likewise, the Gravity Bomb will become the much stronger mini-nuke, featuring a mushroom cloud explosion. However, there is one key part of this level-up system that's one of Going Commando's rare downsides, a downside that's ameliorated in subsequent games, and that is that an evolved weapon no longer earns experience because in Going Commando, weapons only level up once. As the
Well, you
difficulty
still
gradually
have-
progresses over the
okay,
course of
well.
the game, your earlier weapons will become less and less useful, somewhat limiting your later combat options. After all, when it takes all 300 Heavy Lancer shots to take down a single enemy, yeah, that gun's kinda useless now. This
And when you
phenomenon
level
is
up the
sometimes
shock
referred to
cannon
as
or whatever
Lancer
it's
syndrome
called,
by
it's
fans
automatically
because of just
very
how bad it
useless.
can get with that gun in particular. But contrary to popular belief among Ratchet fans, this wasn't any sort of design oversight in Going Commando. This was intentional. During Going Commando's focus test, one of the most difficult hurdles for playtesters to climb over was using more than just their favorite weapon. Players younger and older alike would pick one gun and stick with it, even in scenarios where other weapons had a clear combat advantage.
I don't get why that's a problem. If you really like a gun, why not let the player stick with it? I mean, I get it, you want to showcase everything, but it kind of feels kind of unfair to force you to use weapons you're not comfortable with, because that happens. That actually happens. What do you mean it was impossible for enemies to track you on PS2 hardware? I don't know.
Keep in mind, these user tests were often conducted on unfinished builds of the game, sometimes in untextured test areas, well before the designers had included help desk indicators to guide players. Many of the help desk pop-ups that probably helped you out once or twice when you were playing were included as a response to these player tests, and these tests helped enforce to the Insomniac designers that sometimes a little nudge was necessary to teach people to keep switching weapons and leveling all of them up as they go, instead of hoarding just their favorite. The way to do that in Going
I mean, don't we all have favorite weapons? Yes, we sure do. I really like the shotgun, until it levels up. I also really like the lava gun until it levels up. So
Commando was to ensure that eventually earlier weapons would be made obsolete, and once you noticed your old weapons were starting to struggle, you would hopefully quickly switch to the shiny new weapon and feel that dopamine hit once again as that new weapon's XP meter grew and grew and grew and eventually maxed out. Lather, rinse,
Long ninjas.
these focus tests actually did a number on the other Maktar Resort path too, an over-designed introduction to the tractor beam that we bought on Uzla. Described by this area's designer Mike Stout as the section that broke him as a game designer into designing for the player rather than for himself,
I feel like I'm coming off as passive-aggressive. That is my intention. I'm just sharing my views. Well, I don't think you're passive-aggressive.
this area, which only takes a player like me 2 to 3 minutes, asks you to first move a tractor beam platform out of the way, then grab this inspector bot with a tractor beam and drag him to the footpad to open a door, then grab a tractor beamable bomb down a hallway to blow up a door, then find the inspector bot again and shoot him from a slingshot onto an elevated footpad to open another door,
Nah,
then
I don't think
sprint with
so.
a bomb across moving
Champion.
platforms to blow up another door, and then shoot 4 bombs with this slingshot at these floating generators to open the gate. To an adult, it's simple. To the game's targeted kid audience, because yes, these games were rated T, but they were always targeted towards children, not so much. And it doesn't exactly let you feel out each of these gimmicks before sprinting along to the next. According to Stout, the pre-focus tested version of this section didn't even have the foot indicator for the inspector bot, or the little guiding lines for players to know how far back to pull the weird tractor slingshot bomb part. I actually remember even when I was younger thinking that this section just threw everything it could at you, including the kitchen sink, which has always been funny to me because this is the only mandatory tractor beam section in all of Going Commando. The only other times that you can use this item are in an optional path and to grab a couple hidden platinum bolts, this game's replacement for gold bolts. Essentially, the entire function and gimmick of the tractor beam was blown on just its introduction, which is oddly enough a recurring theme with many of the Ratchet and Clank franchise's lesser gadgets. It's the jamming array mission after this tractor beam puzzle that introduces another one of those game-defining creations, the spherical world, where Ratchet and Clank would move, platform, and fight enemies along an actual micro globe.
You
with our
game-defying,
heroes,
that's
enemies,
like,
and
that happens
even bullets
once, right?
following the curvature of the world thanks to 50,000 lines of custom code that modified the base game's gravity.
I mean,
Playing
there
on these
are
worlds
much
in
more of them in the
2003
third game, but
genuinely
in the
mind-blowing
second
and set
there's
the
only
scale of my
this one.
imagination into the stratosphere. If
Yeah, a
they
lot
could
of
make
gadgets in
completely
in
traversable planet as
especially
small as it might
in
be,
this game, it's
they
like
could
used
do
once or twice.
anything.
And they're not even
Replacing
good
the usual
gadgets.
select button map for these
It's
worlds
dumb.
is a zoomed out shot of the planet, paused in real time for you to scroll around and find your objective. In this case,
Like there's a
these
recurring
shining
thing
beacons
where
of light that shot out
where
of the
it's
jamming
they're
towers.
only used like a
Once
couple
you
of times,
unpause,
or
the
they're
game
just
will pull
not very
directly
good.
back to you before zooming in, so that you don't get disoriented about where you have to go. It's just pure genius, an innovation that beats Super Mario Galaxy's gravity-focused gameplay by 4 full years. Now, don't get all excited or anything. That's not to say that Ratchet and Clank inspired Mario Galaxy, as our favorite insulated bubble boy Shigeru Miyamoto had no idea what a Clank even was when asked years later. And you know what? Knowing what we know about him, that checks out, although by now he should know that Clank's a robot, and that's pretty cool. And to put those 50,000 lines of code into context, the first
Good example, the teleportation device in Ouya. It's literally only used once in the Ice Planet, and you can completely skip that with a speedrun trick. So it's essentially a pointless implement. Not if you don't know the speedrun trick.
PS3 Ratchet game, Tools of Destruction, ran on just over 980,000 lines of code in total. So just this game's spherical worlds alone represented 5% of the programming work of a much more advanced game worked on by significantly more people half a decade later, despite being on much more limited hardware. Tools of Destruction
Yeah,
incidentally
Miyamoto is
came
just
out the same year
an
as Mario
undying
Galaxy.
vampire.
Also, spherical worlds, fun fact, were originally put together as a concept for the first Ratchet and Clank game, wherein Ratchet would be shot out of Iridia's giant cannon onto a spherical hoverboard course. That was quickly deemed far too ambitious for the first game and pocketed for later, and the giant cannon now instead shoots out T-posing robots disguised as missiles. Yeah. This marks 3 heavily taxing gameplay additions to the Ratchet franchise just on the way to and through Level 2, with a 4th on the way very soon. And I haven't even talked about the small stuff, like this area's wonderful atmosphere.
I think he's trying to frame this as a positive thing, but I'm not sure I agree. Like I said, it's like there's a certain lack of focus with 2. It's not as bad as 3, but I don't know. There are too many things happening in between.
Perfectly capturing that up-all-night city aesthetic with dozens of blinding spotlights rotating through the sky.
Yeah,
Or the
Miyamoto
even
is just
smaller
doesn't
touches, like
age.
how the Thugs for Less enemies are assigned left
I'm inclined
and
to say it's
right-handedness
because
so
he's
that they don't
Japanese,
all
but
look
that's
like
slightly
just the same
racist.
enemy model thrown at you a bunch of times in a row. Or how in the arenas, Ratchet's just referred to as
This guy!
because while he and Clank may have been household names in the Solana Galaxy for a couple weeks, here in Bogon, he's just as much of a nobody as he already was by now on the Solana Galaxy. And I haven't even brought up the cutscenes that introduce us to our next 2 levels. After destroying the jamming array, Ratchet receives new intel from Fizzwidget providing him a chance to infiltrate Thugs for Less during their favorite pastime, hoverbike racing.
Yeah, I'm just here for the bake sales.
Oh, right. The
Oh, yeah,
hoverbike
yeah. I
races.
also make these cute gloves for all the guys.
Real badasses there. And after he wins a gadget in the arena
That
called
is
the
such
Electrolyzer,
a
we come back to one of
good
Insomniac's
observation, dude.
3 big goals with going Commando. On his way back to the ship, Ratchet receives a hacked transmission from the thief, who has kidnapped Clank and electrocuted him as a warning to Ratchet. Back off or you and your friends will pay. Ratchet's temper
No, I don't
instantly
think it
flares
is.
up
I
as
think
he
he just
speeds
found
to
Falcon of
Megacorp's
Youth
bustling
and
corporate
hasn't
city of
aged a
Megapolis
single
to
day
save
since
his
the
buddy.
80s.
Since one of the chief focuses of this story was
Maybe.
to rehab Ratchet a bit, we'll pretty much only ever see the Lombax angry in this game when Clank is in danger, a brotherly instinct of sorts. He's still got his edgy daredevil attitude, as we see when he receives the hoverbike intel.
Is it dangerous?
No. Actually, yes, it is.
Good.
But it's focused far more often in the right place this time, because as will be a running theme throughout the entirety of Ratchet and Clank, say it with me, Clank is always right. Again, nobody said it with me. You guys have to get better at this. Come on. Now, if its name didn't make this clear, Megapolis functions as an attempt to capture that same bustling energy
Yeah,
that
it's
the first
probably
game's Metropolis
Queen
had,
Elizabeth
but
probably
with a
shared with
perfectly
Miyamoto,
Megacorp
but
twist. This
was like,
cityscape
enough
is
is enough.
eerily sanitized, both directly thanks to the janitor robots that appear whenever somebody litters or, say, vandalizes several trash cans, and indirectly with its more modern color palette choice. In Metropolis, the buildings looked more worn, with slightly dirtier and rusted shades for these mile-high skyscrapers. Meanwhile, with this city, Megacorp has ensured that the entire city is this sea of buildings with little individuality, where nothing stands out from the black, white, and gray shades ordered in the company's style guide. Even when you view the planet from space, you can see the company's meticulous control and planning in effect. I mean, look at those big circles carving into the planet. Those are part of the city plan. When you consider the Ratchet and Clank franchise's penchant for heavy corporate criticism and satire, a penchant that's laid on even thicker here in Going Commando, Megapolis' design achieves its goal of making you feel a little bit uneasy in this galaxy. By the time you reach Megapolis, you'll likely already have
uneasy?
4 weapons,
I don't know.
with 2 new
It's
ones
the
for you to
city.
choose from. On top of the Lancer and Gravity Bomb starter weapons, we've already got the Chopper, which is an arm-mounted Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual Disc that instead of pulling tons of tail, shoots out stars that ricochet and circle back to hit enemies multiple times in a row. And we've got the Blitz Gun, a simple
The
but
worst
wonderfully
gun in the game.
satisfying shotgun that's
Well,
probably
when it's
a bit
upgraded.
more powerful than it should be at medium range. Although, to be fair, most of this game's guns are a bit more powerful than they probably should be at many ranges. And, fittingly, our new store entries fit that bill pretty well. These are the Mini Turret Glove and the Pulse Rifle. The former allows you to throw down a few turrets that fire at enemies autonomously, and the latter is the series' first
Whoa,
sniper
what
rifle.
happened there?
Now, pretty justifiably, you might not think that a weapon like a sniper rifle is incredibly useful in a Ratchet and Clank game, since stopping and aiming isn't exactly conducive to this game's faster pace. But since this thing is incredibly powerful, like rocket launcher powerful, if you use it while strafing and flipping back and forth like you would with any other gun, you're in for a great time.
No,
It's worth noting that neither
you
of these
really aren't, because it doesn't have a reticle. So you don't actually know what you're aiming at until you shoot. I don't know. What he says at the start there about it being bad for the pacing is true. It has some niche uses later on, but I don't know. Never liked the snipers. In 3 too, it's just a hassle to upgrade if you want to go for 100%.
are really weapons designed specifically for this level.
It's very odd that Ratchet and Clank had no shotgun. I still to this day find that odd, but it does. It has the shock blaster. Oh, Ratchet and Clank 1.
Something that Ratchet
True.
1 excelled at, but that's not a big
Man, how did this go from reacting to Ratchet and Clank 2 reviews to talking about the creator of Mario's secret to look the exact same for over 40 years? I don't know. Just tend to go places, I guess.
deal at all. The name of the game here is bigger, better, and more. And
Would you
giving
have it
more
on any other
choices
way,
and
though?
A full choice earlier on makes more sense than drip feeding 1 or 2 best guns for each area. Putting strategy in the hands of the player rather than the designer and
But like what he's saying here about drip feed, it doesn't make sense when you take into consideration that the developers on purpose made the guns like they made them bad later in the game.
ends up being pretty freeing for both, realistically. As usual, we've got 2 paths to choose from here. If Ratchet first goes left after
The
landing,
Blitz
he'll
gun,
get to
that's
use
what it's
that
called.
electrolyzer that he just received to hack open a few doors and take control of indoor construction cranes, and even to jolt Clank back awake. This gadget, more than any other, embodies Going Commando's
I guess not.
mentality
It's a pleasure
of keeping
talking,
the
man.
player
Yeah, it's
moving
fun.
forward towards the main gameplay, with a hacking minigame that never stretches beyond 30 seconds. All you do here is press a button to flip the circuit board's connectors so that the electric currents can pass through all of them successfully. With a few exceptions for optional hidden collectibles and all that fun stuff, these puzzles are incredibly simple, but they don't overstay their welcome whatsoever. If anything,
What? Now there are a few that are kind of too much. I mean, there are too many of them. Just basically.
they're probably so short that they just weren't worth the hours.
They're
of
short,
difficulty
and they
tuning
can be
and
fun,
hand
but
adjustments that had to be made behind the
they're
scenes
a
each
bit
time
much
one of
sometimes.
these needed fixing. especially since somebody else on the team designed a second hacking tool that we get to use
And that's
later
part of the
on,
problem,
and that
the
mostly replaces
second
all the times
hacking
that we would
tool.
have used this one. Anyway, I don't really know why we needed 2 different hack.
And Rack 1 had a sniper, just not a rifle. Too bad it's just garbage in 2. Yeah, it's dumb. In fact, another 2 points deducted for going Commando for bringing back the Rack 1 weapons and making them all crap. Yeah, it's really not looking good for 2. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. It's just, hey, you played the first game, have some of the first game's weapons for free. Because why not? And then you can't upgrade them, so there's really not any incentive for you to use them, and they suck.
Hacking tools, they could have just been 1, and the game actually does this with another gadget 2, where we get 2 that could have just been 1. But you know what? At least in this case, we don't have to equip these like a weapon before using them like we did in Ratchet 1. They're just a button prompt this time, so you know what? That small victories, I guess. After making his way through this chunk of the city, Ratchet is reunited with Clank. These guys saved the galaxy, folks. Now that both of them are trapped, Clank ventures off on his own through an air vent to find a way to escape the room, which means the unceremonious return to Clank gameplay.
Yeah, the strafing
The
saves it.
Insomniac designers weren't exactly
The strafing
sure
makes
what
up
to do
for
with
most of
Clank
it,
gameplay
to be
for
honest.
the longest time. They've admitted that themselves. So, in this case, if you enjoyed the Gadgebots from Ratchet and Clank 1, these store-brand great-value microbots are identical for a cheaper price. You don't have to pay anything. That's it's just a bad joke. And in lieu of a more interesting concept, instead here we have 3 new types of microbots that each have exactly 1 use. There's the hammer bot, which breaks things with its hammer. There's the bridge bot, which is a bridge. And there's the lifter bot, which, you guessed it, lifts things.
Once.
They can't even attack. These 3 only serve that one respective purpose each. And the lifter bot only appears during this tutorial section, by the way. He never comes back again because the only other time he was going to be used was cut from the game.
Not saying the final digit of
lack of
pi.
time.
Cutting off sentences,
Yeah.
a pet peeve of mine, 1 point
The couple
deducted.
times Going Commando has this regular
being
Clank
kinda harsh.
gameplay are still inoffensive. Don't get me wrong, they're not actively bad or horrendous or anything, and thankfully these go by a bit more quickly than in the first game, since the microbots, when defeated, will now start running back towards you instead of making you
Yeah,
mosey
thank
all
God
the
for
way back
that.
to their spawn points and reactivate them.
At least they
Still,
learned
these sections
something
are
from
best described as
the
just kind of
Clank
weird.
sections in the first
Once
game.
Clank breaks Ratchet out of this trap room, our heroes are reunited in full, and Clank joins Ratchet on
Yeah,
his
they're
back for
really
the rest of
dull,
this adventure.
and they just-
First things first, though, they make their way
it's just
through
turn
the
off
other
your
side of the
brain
city to
and
Clank's
progress,
apartment, along the way
basically.
littering and destroying the city's cleaning bots because they're secretly a menace to society, or something like that. This planet's cleaning bot gimmick is actually a personal favorite of mine, forcing the player to interact with the environment directly to progress, however small that interaction may be.
But
A
it's
great way to
literally
bring
just
you
a
into the
switch
world
to unlock a
more
door, right?
actively, to inject just that little bit of extra flavor. I also love the frequent appearances of the Thugs for Less leader down this path, as he flies by in a helicopter and talks smack before culminating in a boss fight against him. We even get to see the inside of Clank's fancy
Yeah, see, that's how you end up using the sniper.
of the Thugs for Less leader
Just
down
jumping
this
and
path,
no-scoping.
as he
It's
flies by in a
not
helicopter
fun at
and talks
all.
smack before culminating in a boss fight against him. We even get to see the inside of Clank's fancy apartment afterwards, which we previously only got
Cutting
to see in
boredom,
a
plus 4
cutscene.
points.
And this leads to the funniest way you get an item in this series' history.
Hey, my old swing shot and grind boots.
Yeah, they just give them to you, no pomp
What? Hang on.
to see in a cutscene. And this leads to the funniest way you get an item in this series' history.
Hey,
No, it's
my old
not.
swing shot
I can already think of at least one that's funnier.
and grind boots.
And
Yeah,
I can
they just
guarantee
give
you
them
that
to
it's
you,
going to
no
be
pomp
like
or anything.
right
I'm
around
not
the
even
corner
sure why
too.
you didn't have them to begin with. Oh, also,
And Thanks for Less, okay, I like that name. Yeah, that's a pretty great name.
2 dudes are just kind of eyeballing us on Clank's wall? Who? Before we leave this planet, though, we can actually make use of that swing shot and grind boots combo to reach an illegal arms dealer named Slim Cognito.
Put it in the slot.
In exchange for the platinum bolts you'll find hidden throughout the game, Slim will add pre-selected attachments to certain weapons, such as a shock mod that arcs a bolt of electricity between enemies to deal some slight area of effect damage, an acid mod that deals poison damage to one single enemy, or actually any enemies you hit, and most importantly, a lock-on mod. With this equipped, you can hold down L2 and R2 together to lock on to one specific enemy and see that enemy's remaining health. This is an excellent addition, one that I'm always bummed only works on the guns chosen to have this mod. Sometimes, as improved as it is, the game's auto lock-on feature is still just a little bit finicky, and that can lead to you taking unnecessary damage, and in a game that still doesn't like checkpoints all that much, starting an entire level over because of something that didn't feel like your fault always sucks. Thankfully, lock-on became a standard mechanic in the next game. Checkpoints, not
Yeah,
so much.
the lock-on thing
you're
isn't
wondering why this
actually
game has platinum
required
bolts instead of
at
gold
all,
bolts,
because,
no, it's not because
well, you have the
cease and
strafing.
desist letter, but instead because regular bolts from this point onward in the series carry this golden sheen to make them easier to see and more enticing and satisfying to collect. To avoid unnecessary confusion, and since this is another galaxy from the first game anyway, it just kinda made sense to change the secret collectible bolts to something else. The next planet, Barlow, shares a lot of this excellent atmosphere work as well, only
12 out
from
of
the opposite side of the coin.
out of 10.
Right
really?
after this shining testament to Megacorp's galaxy-wide
I don't know,
success,
something about pie.
Ratchet and Clank land
think
on
it
a
was.
dusty, deserted, decrepit Gadgetron planet, the company that you'll remember as the weapons company from the first game that's nowhere else to be found in this galaxy. This was their base of operations here in Bogon before Megacorp forced them out and started locking down their monopoly. I mean, that opening camera shot alone with that destroyed Gadgetron sign says volumes about this planet, and that's before you run into the crazed raiders.
Again, it's just, that's how you use the sniper. It's not fun.
That have taken over the facility, or Gadgetron's adorable but deadly failed pet experiment that now tries to kill everything. No, the Gadgetron one, not that one. Yeah, there we go. Down the main path here on Barlow, we'll fight our way through those Gadgetron Hounds of Cuddly Death, yes, that's their actual name, and the Raider tribes so that we can reach the Thugs for Less hoverbike races that await us at the end. These tribesmen are actually pretty smart too for Ratchet enemies, trying to rush Ratchet in a group while using a giant bridge as a choke point, running for cover when attacked from above.
Yeah, I really
and
like
even trapping
I
him
really
in a
like the
small
enemies
arena
in this
to
level.
surround and decimate him. I mean, obviously it doesn't work.
It's a
they're
shame
not
that
smart,
didn't
but it's more strategy than Ratchet's run
continue
into in
on.
most of
Like,
his
it's like
adventures
in
so
this
far,
level and one
I
more, I
appreciate
think. It all depends on
Barlow is also home to one of my
who
favorite weapons in Going
programmed
Commando,
it,
the Seeker Gun, which, as the name
which is a
implies,
shame.
fires out a Seeker missile that travels straight ahead until it detects a nearby enemy, at which point it makes an immediate beeline towards the baddie. Once we meet up with the hoverbike gang, we find that they more than live up to their introduction earlier. This crew of gruff and tough dudes on the surface that are revealed to be the wimpiest folks imaginable when remotely challenged.
Get lost before I flatten your robot into a hubcap.
Touch him, and it's Plasma City!
Oh, gosh.
Oh wow, that's the most emotion Ratchet's portrayed in the entire game so far. It's a shame though that he can't actually portray an emotion unless Clank's life is being directly threatened.
You didn't have to yell. Why did he have to yell?
Aw, I know Ratchet's protective of Clank now, but man, poor biker guy. These hoverbike races are the final maxi game introduced in Going Commando, featuring 2 full race courses, one here and one later, each featuring
I
a
always just
handful
look
of
at the
progressively
Iraq One
more
weapons
challenging race stipulations.
as a
And
nice nostalgia
really,
nod,
they start out
even
pretty
though
challenging
the
to
game is
begin
like,
with. It'll sometimes take
they're like
me
2
a
years
couple
apart or
tries if I
something.
miss a boost pad or two, even after dozens of playthroughs with this game. Like
I don't
with
actually
arenas,
use
you
them.
only
Maybe the
need to
bomb
complete
glove.
one mission here to progress, and every race afterwards across both courses is an optional way to earn extra bolts. The coolest thing about these races, though, is buried below the surface, as much like Ratchet and Clank 1's hoverboard races, these tracks are hidden in the main level as a way to speed up the game's loading. See, part of Sony's style guide during the early PS2 days required its own...
You gotta love how the coolest thing about something isn't actually a part of the level itself. It's like something outside of it.
franchises to mask or avoid loading screens wherever possible as a way to showcase the improved power of the PS2 and DVDs compared
Yeah,
to the
at least they're
original
free.
PlayStation's notorious CD
Like,
load
if they
times.
weren't free, I would
This is
never
exactly
buy them.
why games like the Jack and Daxter series masked their loading times with either elevators or doors that opened really slowly but still allowed you to move around in real time. It's why we watch Ratchet and Clank fly through space on their way to each planet, and it's why the hoverboard races in Ratchet 1 and Going Commando's arenas, hoverbike races, and even the electrolyzer puzzle boards are physically part of the same level every level they appear. They're just tucked away somewhere either in the sky or off to the side to be accessed instantly when needed. In fact, the PS2's memory limitations mean that these hoverbike courses, all of the racer models and assets, and even the model for Ratchet himself are smaller and less detailed than the regular game's assets. This is part of why the camera is zoomed out a little bit during these races so that you hopefully won't notice. And all of this work again amounted to these races, like the other Maxi games, needing a dedicated effort to design and polish, effectively the work of its own video game at points. Even if it's just a side mode that some players are only going to see for maybe 5 minutes, racing is going to be compared to a full-budget racing project like Mario Kart.
You can upgrade them, actually. You just can't level them up if you can buy upgraded versions.
Star Fox or something like Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3, which came out not a month prior on the GameCube. The amount of effort that went into all of these secondary modes is just incredible.
Yes, it's incredible, but it's also a giant waste of time. I mean, they could have spent that time to polish up the main game, because it's in serious lack. Like, it's in serious need of some polishing, because not only is the weapons are badly balanced, the gameplay itself and the game just has a few bugs here and there that's kind of weird.
Considering that the main game is already so fleshed out and improved.
Yeah, the Ratchet and Clank 1 weapons, just there's no incentive to use them at all, because they can't be upgraded by leveling them up.
Jumping back for a moment, right before we meet the hoverbiker, we also run into one of the last surviving Gadgetron employees on planet Barlow, this help desk robot who offers to sell you a handful of the very same weapons that you could get in Ratchet and Clank 1.
Excuse me. I think I just blew another vacuum tube.
Should I have a look?
My word! You young people are so fresh these days.
If you've got a Ratchet and Clank save file, you can actually get each of these weapons for free if you bought it in the first game. It's an awesome little callback and an amazing bonus for returning players, you know, if Gadgetron weapons were really all that useful.
And only one of the gold
However,
versions
since
is
they can't
good,
be
even
upgraded,
amazing.
their
The rest is just
usefulness
butt.
already
Yeah,
limited.
pretty much.
Anytime you're defeating enemies with a Gadgetron gun, you're wasting experience that could go towards one of your Megacorp guns after all. Not that you're really going to be able to kill many enemies with these things, because the Gadgetron guns are also woefully underpowered compared to Going Commando's updated arsenal. Even the Tesla...
I actually kind of like how they are underpowered. It just further symbolizes the gap in quality between Megacorp and Gadgetron. So, like, I like to think of it as part of the lore. It's just Megacorp is just above and beyond Gadgetron at every single point.
Or Visibomb, two of Ratchet 1's most powerful weapons, deal piddly damage in this game. It makes me question why they would even bring the Visibomb back to begin with, considering that the fully controllable missile was one of the most difficult things to design levels around. I guess it was just a flex? I'm not really sure. And these are not really worth buying if you don't have a Ratchet 1 save file, but for free they're a cool novelty, and the help desk lady also has the new Rhino 2 available for a whopping 1 million bolts, so, you know, make sure to start saving up. And before we move on, the secondary path here on Barlow is a fun but short swing shot based platforming section with a little bit of combat, of course, and this leads us to the other surviving
I
Gadgetron
love the
employee,
swing
a
shot
scientist
sections.
who's been frozen in ice thanks to his cutting edge gadget, the Terminator. Once Ratchet breaks this scientist out of the ice with his wrench, naturally the scientist thanks you by making you pay for this new item, because of course he does. And the item allows you to freeze and thaw bodies of water for
Yes,
some
it's a
specific puzzles
commentary
both here
on,
and later on. It's a really cool idea for a
consumerism,
gadget,
after all.
especially since Insomniac made sure that every body of water interacts with it, except of course for the giant oceans of death that are on some planets. The Terminator is actually required for arguably the best Platinum Bolt hiding spot.
No, it's not, because of lore reasons. Megacorp never come back outside of small mentions and returning weapons, and Gadgetron made OP weapons afterwards. Yeah, I know. I mean, obviously the Rhino 2 is a Gadgetron weapon. The Rhino 2 is okay. It's just a rapid-fire rocket launcher. It doesn't have any character behind it like the Rhino 1 did. And the Zodiac sucks. Yeah, this is like, it doesn't have any ammunition capacity at all. 4 shots and it's done. You can't even find ammo in the wild, I believe. But yeah, it's not because of lore, but I like to think of it as lore. It's obviously just badly designed weapons, or like badly programmed weapons.
In the entire game, a water fountain whose stream becomes a grind rail track when frozen. It's just a shame that, like many of Going Commando's gadgets, we don't really get to see this item used to its full potential, since it only gets a couple major reps throughout the entire game. And while Going Commando is going to keep throwing those new gadgets, gimmicks, and of course weapons at us throughout the rest of this adventure,
oh, it does come in
the meat
ammo
of what
crates.
Ratchet 2 introduces has
Right,
happened
yeah,
in these
yeah.
first 4 planets,
I was
between
confusing
the
it with
space
something
missions,
else
the
then.
arena, spherical worlds, and now the races. And this is a good thing because there really hasn't been a ton of direct story here.
No, it's a bad thing because that's because it hasn't been any direct story. It's just filler. It's a lack of focus. And I'll keep repeating that, I guess.
For the entire adventure so far, Ratchet and now Clank have been playing catch-up, trying to track the thief from planet to planet, but always being just a few moments too late every single time. This wild goose chase even gets to the point that on the next planet Notak, Ratchet and Clank call it out directly and blame you, the player, for screwing around with all of the side missions the game's introduced instead of focusing on the main objective. And this is one of the few issues that I have with Going Commando. The story seems to struggle to find itself, to justify each new planet or gimmick, and it just moves on before we can really absorb any of it. And to be fair, there are a few reasons for this, not the least of which was that the story went through a couple significant alterations multiple times during development, and even then was written in the first place by Going Commando's lead animator, Oliver Wade.
Yeah, like...
writer. Outside of the
Ratchet and Clank 1 has a better story than 2. Like, by far.
Kind of meanders from point to point, and it plays pretty loose with its act structure, hoping that the incredibly funny humor and all of the gags keep you satiated until the game is ready to unravel its secrets. And to be fair, unless you're analyzing this game critically as I am today, that totally works. You won't notice the plot's issues mounting because the humor absolutely
well,
sticks
you're just
to
not
landing
paying
most of the
attention.
time.
That's
I
the
love
difference.
Thugs for Less, especially as they rapidly become the same endearing but deadly wimps as their hoverbike click suggests.
First of all, whatever.
Genuinely, the weapons are radically imbalanced. I feel like the shotgun takes too long to upgrade, and it's a bit underpowered, and the bouncer is just cracked. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather a shotgun didn't upgrade because the shots are too random. Like, the way it works, like the shotgun, with like, ooh, that got big all of a sudden. The shotgun is like boom, 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 right? And then the upgrade, it goes like this. And then it's randomized every single time. So none of the shots are the same. So you can stand in one place and shoot 5 shots and none of them will hit the enemy, especially if it's a small enemy. And then the 6th shot will hit it. And it's just bad. It's like the worst. It is the worst weapon in the game, except for the Clank Sapper. But okay, the bouncer is like a mid-game weapon. The shotgun is an early game weapon. So better example, the rocket launcher, another mid-game weapon, is nothing compared to the bouncer. Seriously, it's so good. Yeah, I mean, sure. It's not bad.
All the choochie bars in the break room. Better quit stuffing his face. Around. Hey, turn those lights off.
It was actually a pre-order bonus for the
The interactions
2016
between the
Ratchet
thief
and
and the
Clank, I
thug leader
believe.
are to die for.
Idiot.
Uh-oh.
I'm paying top dollar for your protection, and your moron employees are off at some picnic.
Hey, that was a bonding exercise.
Fizzwidget's quirky habit of using either the complete wrong word for the context or just making up a new word entirely is always enough for a little chuckle, and Going Commando loves to break up the action sometimes with some mid-flight entertainment, like new editions of Behind the Hero focusing on the rise and fall of Captain Quark in the wake of the first game's events.
What a nut. I almost miss that guy sometimes. Almost.
Even when the overall plot
Oh,
may
I know,
fall
I'm
short,
extremely
the jokes
angry
almost
about
never
it.
miss.
That's committed.
After another
What
space
decision?
battle where Ratchet and Clank rudely break up the Thugs for Less picnic, I'm not kidding, they just barely missed the thief on Notak. Here we can buy the Synthanoids, a weapon that summons 4 small floating robots that hover around Ratchet and open fire on nearby enemies. A perfect set and forget weapon that you can throw out at any time and any situation to complement your current strategy. They're really chatty though. I wish they would just shut up for like 1 second sometimes. Technically, this planet follows the trend of having 2 different paths, although the left path is now completely optional. Originally during development, this fight through the city's promenade area would have
Oh, the
rewarded you
pre-order
with an
exclusive.
upgraded
Yeah,
version
that's
of Clank's
so
hyper
fucking
that would have
dumb.
allowed you to shoot enemies underwater.
I pre-ordered
This
it
gadget and the
just
accompanying
to get that
auto-scrolling
weapon.
underwater segments ended up being
And then I ended up hating the
honestly,
game.
based on the
So
phrase
I guess it
auto-scrolling,
worked.
I don't think that's a huge loss. Now for your trouble, once you reach the end, you'll only receive a nanotech hit point, and more importantly, on the way to that ending, you get to see a bunch of Thugs for Less grunts pretending that they're mannequins because this game's humor is just amazing. They find ways to inject character into
yeah, unless
every
you
single,
run straight into it
well,
and interrupt
character, even more
reposing,
so
I
than the
guess.
first game a lot of the time. Arguably, Notak's main path might be the single longest route in any of the PS2 Ratchet games in any level, because it's effectively both a combat section and a separate puzzle section smushed together. There's even a clear breaking point when the duo receives coordinates.
Dude, I would say that the Thugs for Less leader boss is probably one of the worst bosses in video game history.
To Slim Cognito's Ship Shack, a separate level where you can buy weapon and health upgrades for your ship, as well as different ship cosmetics. This is just kinda shoehorned into this planet, I'm not gonna lie. But you know what? More Slim Cognito is always cool with me, so I'll take it. The puzzle section after this makes heavy use of the Terminator as you freeze and unfreeze the chemical plant's water pools to work your way towards the exit. I really like the concept of the Terminator, but this section is just not that good. It might be my least favorite section in the entirety of the game, save for one more that we'll get to later. This section starts out fine, but midway through you're asked to freeze rising and falling pools of water with frankly unreasonable amounts of precision. You have to freeze it just low enough that you can fit through these tunnels, but high enough that you can still jump up and climb out
Yeah,
of
it
the
was
tub
supposed
on
to have
the
more
other
HP,
side.
and that
If you
blows
freeze just
my
a
mind.
second too early or a second too late, you have to thaw it out.
Oh,
and then
come
freeze it
on,
again
it's
and hope
not
this
that
time you
hard.
got the timing right. It's a bit of an unfair ask because there are just too many variables between the water itself rising and falling and
It is,
the
but you just have
Terminator's
to
two
pay
different
attention, right?
projectiles, one for thawing and one for freezing, each with its own different rate
Oh,
of fire.
come on. No,
Timing your
it's not
shots
that
so
hard.
the very last one hits the water at just the right moment. Yeah, that's just not fun.
It's not fun, but
And
it's not
as one
as hard
final
as it's
kick in the
making it
pants,
out to be
at
in the
very
video.
end, after going through this section, you have to pay money to a group of nerd robots to unlock the next planet.
Hey, what? What?
Oh, nothing. Just some robot humor.
I am so glad they got rid of this paying to progress thing in future games because, oh my god. Thankfully, this next level, the Thief's icy base on planet Siberius, is finally where our story starts to advance a bit. And it took long enough because this is right about where Act 1 ends. It's also one of the most impressive levels, not just in the Ratchet and Clank franchise, but in my book, across any game on the
You know what the worst part about that boss is? If you die against it at any point, you have to start all the way from the beginning. Like, in New Game Plus, you can literally just shoot it down with your weapons and it'll go faster than actually using the turrets.
PlayStation 2. But first, this opening view is a new favorite of mine, and I just have to draw attention to it for a moment. It took me 19 years to...
Oh hey, look, it's A
Catch that
mountain.
mountain off in the distance, because every time I play these games, I just start moving immediately and I miss the hook. But that mountain with its ominous ring of clouds appears, at least to me, to be a little nod to The Legend of Zelda's Death Mountain, a game that's often cited as an immense inspiration on the early Ratchet games. I don't know, as a Zelda guy and a Ratchet guy, I just find that really cool. Once Ratchet fights through the thief's upgraded defense bots, he and Clank board the thief's convoy of massive trucks, and what ensues is a high-octane fight spanning across several of these trucks, as the trucks are actually moving in real time. Think the groundbreaking train section in Uncharted 2, except 6 years earlier.
I'm sorry, but that doesn't even compare at all.
And you can tell this was a taxing effort because many projectiles and particle effects react oddly to the constant forward momentum. Most of the time they do keep up, but it's just enough that if you're paying close attention you'll catch it. Apparently this section was such a pain to design for that internally team members joke in the future that no matter how outlandish a level idea might be, it could never be as ridiculous as the idea of fighting on an actually moving train. As I've said a few times already, and as I'm gonna say again a few more times to come, it's just incredible how far above and beyond this game goes.
Headshot.
Bigger and better is one thing, but this game was just an absolute moonshot.
But actually, there's one good thing about that boss. That is the only redeeming factor about that boss. Which is that,
It's just unfathomable. And we're not even done yet with this level. We've still got our big showdown.
No, I don't know.
A boss fight
I actually
with
can't
Thief
think of
as
a
Ratchet and
single
Clank
thing about
finally
that boss
stop
that's
that
good.
thief from strapping the Furby experiment onto a rocket and blowing it up. Well, okay, the boss fight is kind of...
Oh, it was censored? Really? Alright, wait, hang on. I don't know why that happens, but... You can make him amputate his nuts. What? Oh, hello, Schulte. Buenos dias, indeed. Yeah, the Seeker gun, like, I think you get it around this time, don't you? And it's just, like, super OP. Like, the weapons are so imbalanced, it's hilarious.
Yeah, that's why I love the Seeker gun. With the experiment finally recaptured, Ratchet and Clank are instructed to meet up.
Basically, you get him stuck and shoot lasers at its nuts, which does a lot of damage to him. That almost sounds like a design decision based on just how fucking damage spongy he is. Like they kind of programmed in a weak spot or something. I also like that you can just shoot in the center where Angelica is captured, and it doesn't. You just damage him normally. Are you excited for that new Sonic game I know practically nothing about? I don't know. It's starting to look better. I mean, I'm not sold on the whole. I think I wrote this to you on. Was it you? On Discord? I'm not completely. What's it called? I don't believe in the open world aspect yet, but yeah. And the shotgun costs 3 times as much as a Seeker gun. Such imbalance. Yeah, it's just weird. And the shotgun is like available much earlier too. Oh, he shoots himself there. So weird. I've never heard about that.
Meet up with Fizzwidget on planet Tabora. Things go pretty smoothly from there.
How about a little flying music?
He did that on purpose.
This planet unlocks 2 new weapons for you to purchase in the vendor, and these are actually 2 fan favorites. First, we have the lava gun, which spews out a
I
continuous
love the
stream of
lava
lava.
gun
It
until
even
it's
trickles
upgraded.
out a little bit after you stop firing, which makes it the most relatable weapon in the entire series. When upgraded, though, the lava gun no longer acts as a fan favorite and instead becomes one of the most controversial weapons in the entire franchise, as the original function of the weapon completely changes.
The only good thing about that
evolved
boss,
meteor
everything
gun
else
no
about it is
longer
abysmal.
acts as
I
a
agree.
great area of effect weapon like the lava gun originally did, instead shooting out fiery chunks of magma projectiles. Once the lava gun is upgraded, there's really no other weapon that can take its place either, unless you count the puny Tesla Claw. This became a very important learning
To be fair to the magma gun or whatever, if you have having the lock-on mod and locking onto enemies, for some reason just changes the entire weapon. Like it suddenly not only shoots faster, but also shoots further. And it's actually good. But it's basically just another heavy lancer type. So it's that change in utility that I can't fucking stand. And it's so unbelievable that they actually did that.
for Insomniac,
Because it's
as
such a
player
fun
feedback
weapon to
after
use
release
before it
taught them to
upgrades,
never
and then it
modify
just
the core function of a weapon when it's upgraded. Leveling up should only enhance a weapon's effects or add secondary effects. It's to the point that some players will only use the lava gun to this day to deal damage, but never kill enemies.
The
because
problem with that
experience
is
in
that
playing
the
Commando
lava gun is so
only
good
doled
against
out for the weapon that
the
deals
small,
final
weak
blow.
enemies that
This way,
die
they
instantly.
Can avoid evolving the weapon entirely. They
And are
hate
really
the
good
meteor
for the
gun
larger
that
ones.
much. The other new weapon acts as a sort of replacement for the mini nuke, as by this point in the
Yeah, the
game,
lava
that
gun
gun's
function
starting
over
to
the meteor
become
gun,
obsolete, and
definitely.
that is the bouncer. Every shot of this gun fires a bouncing homing bomb that explodes into smaller bouncing homing bombs.
Oh, hey, look,
and
it's
between the
Champion's
satisfying
favorite
thwomp
weapon.
sound as the shots leave the chamber, the homing mini bombs, and the massive explosive damage it causes, it's just the best. The bouncing homing mini bombs became such a popular and satisfying weapon effect that many future weapons throughout this series would adopt them when leveled up, including other rocket launchers and other sorts of bomb weapons. Incredibly, though,
I think it does in 3. Yeah, it definitely does in 3. Although, I think it maybe does in 2 as well, only it doesn't give you relative to how much damage you've dealt with it. It is a really good weapon.
was a
Yeah,
late
the
addition
bouncer.
to this game, as another weapon was cut due to being problematic. A polished up version of that cut weapon, the black hole firing rift inducer, would later appear in Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal the following year. 3 other weapons were actually cut from this game earlier on as well, one of which never made it past the pitch, and 2 that are still in the game's files. The former is the Rainbow Afrolyzer, a weapon that would spawn a rainbow afro on every nearby enemy and force them to dance uncontrollably to disco music. I know that one sounds pretty familiar. At the time, this was deemed far too time-consuming though, and it was shelved for another day.
Oh, a fun weapon deemed far too time-consuming, but gotta have all the arenas and the dogfight sections and the hacker.
That same sort of save-it-for-later mentality is also true for the prototyped laser mines, which you can still find and use if you access it in the game's files. These would allow you to string together an electrically charged line between 2 or more placed mines, but given how enemies operated in this game, it wasn't all that useful in going commando, so it was brought back and included 7 years later on more advanced hardware in Ratchet and Clank Future: A Crack in Time as the Tesla mines, where it's still not useful. The final
that's
cut
such a
weapon that we
horrible
had
weapon.
access to was a weird pair of boots that would draw a trail of fire behind Ratchet.
Yeah, it's a
Again,
Groovytron.
not super useful, and unlike many early Ratchet ideas, this one hasn't come back yet. After you work your way through a volcanic cavern that, I swear, repurposed some of its design from an optional cavern in the first game, speak of the devil there with reused ideas, you'll run into the thief once again, and the thief's clumsiness once again shows through.
You have 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3.
Whoa, he's she.
This changes nothing.
I'm gonna go ahead and reveal her name now. The thief is actually a Lombax named Angela Cross, and since she's pretty much gone for the next couple hours of gameplay after this, I'll go ahead and also reveal
And then
that
gone
she's
from the
a
entire
former
series
Megacorp
afterwards.
employee. She quit and blew the whistle when she found out that Fizzwidget.
Does Ratchet and Clank do what Doom Eternal does with its weapons and encourage you to actually use your more powerful weapons? Ratchet and Clank 2... Oh, well, Doom Eternal... what Ratchet and Clank will typically do is create situations where one weapon trumps other weapons. So you might have places where you want to use the rocket launcher, or you might have places where you want to use a more close combat weapon, or yeah. That's, for the most part, what they do to make you use different weapons. There's also the level up aspect of it, where the weapons will gain experience and upgrade themselves. But also in 2, they started nerfing, or, well, they didn't nerf the weapons, but enemies get progressively more HP the further into the game you get. Which means that the early weapons will be outclassed by the later weapons. So you'll have weapons that serve the same purpose, but they're just kind of stronger, if that makes sense.
Against her recommendations, was preparing to clone and sell this Furby as a pet, despite the Furby having a known tendency to eat people. Going Commando decides to take its sweet time revealing any of that to you, though. All she says for now is this big warning to watch this conveniently placed TV in the desert, which plays an infomercial for Megacorp's testing facility that answers exactly 0 of Ratchet & Clank's questions about why the Furby is so dangerous. It also doesn't answer why Angela was willing to feed her former co-workers to oozless swamp monsters. She's...
Oh, don't worry. That question just doesn't get answered at all. Don't think about it.
Great person. Those guys probably earned minimum wage. They didn't deserve that. After this bunch of non-answers, and with their ship destroyed, Ratchet and Clank are forced to comb through a massive desert and find 10 of these mystical
What? Where I don't know. Maybe you can, if you're wondering what I was saying, you could, just go back, I think.
Desert crystals. Without them, this mystic hippie won't fix the ship. There are actually 100 of these crystals in total across this massive sandbox area, and the hippie will happily pay you some good money for the other 90. It's actually kind of poetic that Act 2 begins with a bunch of aimless meandering through the desert, because the plot feels exactly like that. For actually all of Act 2, and pretty much the entire rest of the game, really. Take our next level, for example, that Megacorp testing facility that Angela showed us. You would think that we'd have contact with her at some point here, but no, I wasn't kidding. She's actually gone for the next 4 full levels.
Busy
on the main progression path, Ratchet and Clank goes through a sort of stealth section deep inside Megacorp's facilities. They find the research logs showing the experiment's violent tendencies, and they arrange a meeting with Fizzwidget at a disposal facility to destroy the experiment. Except he gives them the wrong password, and they have to dogfight their way to safety. After that, Fizzwidget absent-mindedly boasts about his new commercial that he just filmed for Megacorp's arms factory, and he hangs up. He just hangs up on us. So Ratchet and Clank go there hoping to find him. They, of course, don't find him, instead receiving a very lucky transmission from Angela on another random
Angela Cross. She sounds British too, but like she doesn't have a British accent.
We ever hear for her for most of this game now.
I don't know, maybe it's because they were planning on just throwing her away after this game or something, so they didn't really think about it.
A rabid man-eating monster, and has started airing commercials to sell it to the public as the Proto-Pet. So Ratchet and Clank rush to meet Fizzwidget in Silver City, where the latter is giving away free Proto-Pets to the public, only to be arrested by Thugs for Less because Megacorp outbid Angela's thug retainer and hired the thugs to watch over their increasingly, let's call him, I think the scientific term is, cuckoo president. Again, this is the main story path. It's just incredibly haphazardly strung together by this point, and you can start to tell that Insomniac was beginning to rush. Part of my theory as to
Beginning
why the narrative
to. It's
starts
been
to
that
sort
way
of
from the
stretch at
start.
seams involves frequent rewrites to two of our main characters, Fizzwidget, who we'll get to later, and more importantly here, Angela Cross herself. If you're wondering why we're so quickly expected to just trust a character that, remember, needlessly murdered her former co-workers, it's because this was the final pass of several attempts to adjust her character and make her a bit more likable. Apparently, every previous version of Angela just never felt right, and even this one to me still doesn't feel great. When time came to begin writing the next Ratchet and Clank game, Angela was quietly dropped out of this fear that they would run into
Her name
similar
should have been
issues with
just
the character yet again.
Woman.
Parts of the Ratchet fanbase did not take that well, and the character has been a source of, frankly, really dumb controversy ever since, including internet forum debates that persisted for years about whether she was even a Lombax or not, complaints about why she didn't have a tail when it was always pretty clear to me that her lack of a tail is why she's so clumsy, and a whole other slew of things. It's to the point that in 2018,
Maybe she just
Ratchet
has
and
it
Clank
tucked into her
Artbook,
pants.
The studio straight up
Who knows?
apologizes to the fanbase about Angela. Thankfully, this chunk of the game, meandering as it might be narratively, is probably the strongest string of levels to play in the entire game. That stealth path at the testing facility is a really neat twist on players' expectations of what that gameplay would
If her
be
name was
at
a
this
woman,
point in
I'd
the
have to
game,
review
similar
this
to
game to
section
talk
in
about the
Ratchet
social
1 that does the same sort of
commentary.
thing, except here you actually have health and stronger weapons, so if you do want to go in guns blazing, you're less likely to die. This section, however, does end with probably the most excessive sequence of padding in any Ratchet game that I can think of. Because this monitor is broken, Ratchet uses a new...
Wait, just now you think it's padding? It's been padding since fucking Fizzwidget left him in the desert.
Spider gadget that he found earlier to follow this repair bot through a beautiful, conceptually awesome section, only for the robot to just kind of leave and let you fix the monitor yourself, and then when you teleport back, the TV bribes you before it'll play the cutscene.
Now, let's get the
Oh, this
good
is such a
of that
good
experiment.
cutscene too.
What the?
If you wish to progress in the game, it costs as little as $1 a month over at
That's-
patreon.com.
That's really clever, actually.
I think I see the problem. That's it. This galaxy
That's
blows.
actually really...
The
I
glider item is only used
really
3
like
times
that
in
joke.
the entirety
That's
of
really
Going
clever.
Commando. Once here,
Props
once
to
when
the
you
Gold
obtain
Bolt
it,
for
and
being
one
so
more time
based.
near the end of the game. On the bright side, it doesn't overstay its welcome this way, but on the not so bright side, it actually still kind of does. The last glider section in particular can be pretty tough on your first couple playthroughs. In fact, Insomniac apparently received some very angry hate mail from an infuriated parent about that very section. Visually, the glider areas are just incredibly cool changes of pace and scenery from the main gameplay, but since so much as a scrape will kill you, you don't really get to appreciate them as much while you're playing, as you'll be too busy focusing on controlling your momentum, not pulling up too quickly because you'll...
That must explain why Angela never returns in the series since. Also, I'm back. Welcome back, Breeze. I think they just needed... I think they just wanted her out. I mean, they were going with the last Lombax in the universe narrative.
You'll lose all momentum and die, but also not swinging down too quickly and building too much speed up and then also dying. Plus, if you're a completionist, this section contains a health upgrade vial in the meanest spot possible. I remember this being one of the first things that I had to Google for
Yeah, fuck
any
that
video game
health thing.
ever, because the game expects
That's
you to
dumb.
swing up with precision so perfect that you'll think it's just not possible, perfectly hug these
Yeah.
corners and walls as you
This
do
is
a 180
ridiculous.
and
This
inch
part
yourself
right
up with
here is
just the
so
right swing
ridiculous.
so that you can grab the health upgrade and then probably immediately die afterwards. I remember back in 2003, this wasn't even the recommended way to do this online. I figured that out
Based
myself.
Ratchet not
Instead,
recognizing Angela
some
as a
players
member of his
suggested
race.
that
Yeah.
you do the entire glider
It's because of the
section and then
tail,
somehow
duh.
spin around and do the whole thing
Also,
in
she's
reverse
tall as
just
fuck.
to get that one little health upgrade. No thanks. The second path here on this planet was for at least a few years used within the studio as the shining example of how to design a fun Ratchet and Clank level, as it's got a great combination of challenging and satisfying enemy placements, while still making ample use of gadgets like the swing shot and dynamo, and even sneaking in a platinum bolt that requires unique use of one of the weapons. That weapon is the Spider-Bot glove, which you actually can't buy until the next planet afterwards. The Spider-Bot is a spiritual successor to the Visibomb, throwing out a little remote-controlled spider that can damage enemies by exploding, and can also press switches tucked away in corners, behind walls, or in vents which Ratchet couldn't otherwise reach. Outside of using it for collectibles, it's not all that useful for most playstyles, but variety is always
The
appreciated.
Spider-Bot glove
The only weapon
sucks
we
to
unlock
upgrade.
for purchase here on this planet is a standard rocket launcher, but it's here, roughly halfway into this game, that we find the first armor vendor in Going
I
Commando
don't like the
as
glider
well,
nanotech,
allowing
but
us
I feel as if people overhate it. I never struggled as much as a lot of people say. Well, it's really hard to do it the first time, that's for sure. It gets easier when you know how to do it.
to reduce Ratchet's incoming damage with new choices of armor. It's at this point in Going Commando that money starts to get a little bit tight, as you'll have several increasingly expensive weapons to choose from, and the Spider-Bot, which is worth like 50 cents in a used napkin, and also now some incredibly expensive armor upgrades. If you went right to the weapons vendor and grabbed either a rocket launcher or another weapon you were behind on before you saw this fancy new armor vendor, well, you're out of luck for the time being. Thankfully, the other 3 times in this game that we find armor vendors, you'll discover that you can buy a later suit of armor without having to buy the prior ones first. So, I usually skip the first upgrade or two.
Glider feels
because
more
why
like
would I
a
blow
prototype of
25,000
sorts, the
bolts on
robo-wings in
33%
Tools of
damage
Destruction.
reduction when I can just
Yeah,
wait and cut
or,
my damage in half?
well,
or
maybe even
more.
the...
At the end of this combat path,
the-
we return to the spherical world gameplay introduced earlier, but this time
what's it
as
called?
Giant
It's
Clank,
not.
because
It's
in
like
case
the
you forgot, Clank can turn into a giant
rocket-powered. It's kind of like the robot wings, isn't it? Well, not quite, but it's like the Clank thing. I mean, why have both?
robot. It's pretty cool. Of the 3 times we see spherical worlds in Going Commando, 2 of them are these giant Clank boss fights.
Right. They have
First, we fight the
actually,
thugs
they
for
actually
less
do
leader
have
here,
spherical
in the process
worlds
destroying a
in the
city
Clank
so
sections.
hard that the Man of Steel himself
For
would
some
be
reason
proud.
forgot
and
about that.
later we can fight an optional flying saucer boss to obtain the Mapper, highlighting secret areas on the world map. As I said in the Ratchet and Clank 1 retrospective, I've never been one for the Giant Clank gameplay beyond the initial, wow, this is awesome, I had back when I was, I don't know, 8? Giant Clank gameplay on a spherical world, though? No, it's still kind of just here. Like, it's incredibly cool that it exists, but I would rather have seen some more consequential
Indeed.
use of the globe gimmick in proper Ratchet
I mean,
gameplay,
the globe
since
gimmick
we
is
only
just
really
in the
fight a
way,
handful of
really,
enemies
because
during
you
that
can't
first
really
introduction
see
to
that
these
far ahead
spherical
of you.
worlds. We would have to wait another year to see these spherical worlds reach their logical conclusion in a full, traditional Ratchet level. After beating the Thug Leader again, we get to refill our rapidly depleting wallets a little bit, as, interestingly, the game throws all of its maxi games at us in rapid succession
The
yet again
UFO
at
fight
this
is
point in the
horrible.
game. Down the main story route, we've got space combat challenges at the disposal facility, and here on the planet Joba, we have both the completely
Like, the
optional
Giant Clank
second
fights
set
are
of hoverbike
boring
races,
at best.
and a whole second arena where we obtain 2 new
I
gadgets.
think.
The gravity boots, which allow us to scale magnetic pathways on walls and ceilings, and the Infiltrator, that second gadget that allows us to open doors, which I mentioned earlier. And on the way to that arena, we also obtain the Levitator from that shady Rhino salesman from the first game, except now he's really tall for some reason. This
Yeah.
gadget allows you to gain a ton of altitude and cross vast distances, provided that your very limited fuel doesn't run out at least. Outside of the Levitator needing fuel, this thing only has a marginally different core function from the glider, with both of them acting as situational
Like the
flight-based
UFO
tools.
fight, when the UFO reaches, I think it's half its health, it just goes into one spot on the map and then just starts firing off this force field that damages you. So either you have to just fire rockets at it, or you have to jump on top of it, and it takes way too long.
That require perfection thanks to one-hit deaths. Since both the Levitator and the glider are only used a handful of
Yeah, the Levitator. This Levitator also feels like a prototype of sorts, prototype of the jetpack they would introduce as Nexus. Yeah, but that's common, right? They just kind of work on the early ideas and make them better in later games, which it's fine. Going Commando is back to 5 points. Damn.
times each, there's little
What
reason
can
why we
save this
needed
game?
multiple half-baked gadgets other than for variety's sake. Oddly enough, both even act as prototypes for greatly improved gadgets that are introduced much later on in this franchise. I don't even think I would mind having both
you
if they
mentioned
didn't
this.
make you pay for the levitator. At least the glider was free, but I hope this thing's worth like 20,000 bolts to you. Actually, I hope you even had 20,000 bolts, because there's a decent chance that you might not if you bought either the Spider Bot or this planet's other new weapon, the fantastic Plasma.
Yeah, the levitator isn't
Or again, if you bought
the
any
worst.
of the other weapons that you
I do
might
kinda
be
like
behind
it.
on. There's a good
I like
chance
it better
that
than
you'd
the
skip
glider,
a
at
few
least.
guns by this point, since there are more planets that introduce 2 weapons in this game than there are that only introduce 1. This is part of why the game tosses a bunch of side challenges at you in rapid succession here, because Insomniac clearly wasn't sure yet how to balance things like weapon costs, how many bolts you earn per level, experience earned from defeating enemies, how quickly
I
the
wonder
weapon
if that
should be
has
made
anything to
obsolete,
do with
and
the
all of that boring
10-month
stuff that we as players never think about unless it's
development
negatively
time.
affecting us. Hell, at this point in the series, every type of enemy was still being programmed on a level-by-level basis rather than
Yeah, the
adding
plasma
more
coil is
global
amazing
level,
until
even
it's
recurring ones
suddenly
like the
not.
thugs for less grunts that
And it
function
takes like
identically
3
from mission
shots to
mission.
kill a single
Really,
enemy.
That's true for everything in this game, from enemies to teleporters. All of what you see was put together individually, even if that meant copying and pasting the code again and again and again. Just about the only things that weren't done this way are, oddly enough, the explosions, because every explosion in Going Commando is a permutation of one single explosion effect, with the parameters able to be easily modified and repurposed quickly. Since levels would often be assigned to specific programmers, designers, and artists, and made from scratch in 5-week batches, there wasn't enough of a focus at the very outset on doing a little bit of work ahead of time to save everybody a lot of time later. On one hand, this leads to those little moments like the thugs posing as mannequins or playing rock, paper, scissors before they're alerted, that little extra bit of love that goes in when a developer truly makes something their own. But on the other, so much work was being done to fine-tune this game at a micro level that it was perhaps a little bit too late once everybody stepped back and realized, oh, yeah, we've got 2 gadgets that open doors, and we've got 2 flying gadgets, and we really aren't using any of these gadgets much at all, and wait, why are there 2 wrench upgrades when we're trying to get people to stop using the wrench? It can almost feel like there were too many cooks in the kitchen at times, even if that led to some of those more charming individual
probably
moments
does know
that might
a
not
lot
sneak into
about
a more
explosions.
optimized development structure. For
But
example,
like,
the
to be
Megacorp
fair, there's
Armory
only
features
one
a
explosion
robot
to know a
Fizzwitcher
lot about
guiding
in this
tourists
game,
through the
so,
company's history,
you know.
showcasing some of its early rocket prototypes. Not only can Ratchet relentlessly kill these tourists again and again and again, hundreds of times over, to the point that the help desk tells you it's alerting the authorities, players can also damage
Oh,
and
come on,
destroy
show some
each
footage of
these
it, dude.
rockets,
It's
which
so
have
funny.
different effects. A few of them crumple and just kind of explode, while one of them will lift off for just a second before crashing back down, and the final one is a successful and complete liftoff going all the way into space until it crashes back down later in the level and kills one of the more difficult enemies. That last one I never noticed until this most recent set of playthroughs. It's amazing how many new things you can catch each time you play these games. Nobody wrote one of these into the game's script or anything, this was just a designer having a fun time at work. Although, now that I mention the script, I should point out that in the HD collection version of Going Commando, the Fizzwidget tour guide actually glitches out and doesn't say anything where he would have said flavor dialogue during each stop on this tour. That's one of a good number of smaller bugs exclusive to this HD collection, the most noteworthy being Ratchet's helmet during cutscenes being a bit larger than it should be and seemingly floating above his head. I'll talk in more detail about why the HD collection runs into so many smaller issues when we get to Ratchet and Clank 3, as that game tends to get the brunt of it.
Spoiler alert, it's because of locating errors, or rather, they would store certain parts of the game on certain parts of the disk, and that's really hard to port over, which is also why emulation had trouble with Ratchet and Clank games.
The worst that we get here is the helmet bug and an otherwise completely playable game, at least on PS3. The Vita versions have their own fair share of larger issues, including strafing being locked to what feels like one
Plus the
specific
multiplayer.
spot on the top right side of the handheld's back touchpad, which in my experience means
Yeah.
that you're just not going to strafe in that version, which also means probably don't play that version, honestly. At the end of the main path at the armory is Angela returning by way of a conveniently placed TV, like I mentioned earlier, and this scene also features what I'm certain has to be the most subtle Final Fantasy reference I have ever seen. Ratchet suddenly gets super serious talking about the dangers of the Protopet completely out of nowhere, and James Arnold Taylor delivers a line right out of his performance in Final Fantasy X.
This could be our last chance.
This may be our last chance.
There is no chance in hell that was unintentional. This planet also features
I
an
don't
even
know.
more optional tertiary
Might
path where we meet a Captain
very
Quark
well be.
superfan, to whom we can later trade a Captain Quark statue in exchange for
Should
an
use
increased
the source code like the Jack collection. Yeah, well, probably.
pickup range.
I think that was maybe programmed the same way because of the loading stuff.
Bolts. After that, we'll never see this guy again, definitely.
Wow, they used the same set of words. That isn't at all uncommon in serious moments like that. No, not at all.
I promise. Never. The
Yeah, I
Silver
really
City
like
level
that frame.
right before Ratchet and Clank get arrested is one of my favorite levels in the entire Ratchet and Clank franchise. Just a constant barrage of
What?
combat
This
encounters
level?
against thugs for less, which probably should have been assigned now that I think about it for Ratchet and Clank to turn back around. It's got the best levitator section in the entire game as you fly through
There are 2 levitator sections in the game, aren't there?
moving traffic.
Maybe
There's
3.
an awesome grind rail through a construction
Okay,
site.
yeah,
Fights
this is
where
a
you're
pretty
running
awesome
down
level,
the
but
side
like
of a
the
building
main
fighting
path
enemies
is
while using
yeah.
gravity boots. Enemies that use
It's like these comments I keep seeing where this guy said Jedi Fallen Order will start a new genre of games. Story-focused experiences. What? Someone said that? Then the other guy says that Metal Gear Solid 5 was the first ever story game. Huh. Oh, that's really funny.
their gravity boots to rush you across a spiral
Oh, where Ratchet's head is shoved a bit. Yeah.
magnet track.
Some
This dude
weird
breaking
bugs.
the gravity boots and ascending to space, and a
Sometimes
secret teleporter that
in
only
the
works
PlayStation
at
3 version.
exactly 3 a.m. The level just doesn't let up from start to finish, and the subsequent jailbreak level holds that pace as Ratchet and Clank split up and make their way out of the prison ship.
No, it
the
does
very
not
same
hold
ship
that pace through
Ratchet
the Clank
broke into
sections.
at the start of going Commando. This is the sort of eureka moment for Clank gameplay for me, at least up until this point in the series. The gameplay isn't any different from the previous instances of Clank gameplay, but alternating between Clank's sections and the solo Ratchet sections that follow gives just the right feeling of forward momentum that Clank's levels usually tend to halt. Instead, the pace halting here is performed by some levitator sections above rising and falling lava, where we can meet the plumber, who's apparently the only plumber in the universe. Why is he so far out of his own galaxy?
Now maybe he's just the
And
best
we run
plumber
into
in the
Angela's
universe.
convenient TV placement yet again.
Hey, who's that?
Meow?
Oh, wait a minute.
With Angela captured, the duo chases the Thugs for Less fleet and powers their way through the gang's base of operations. Usually this Thugs for Less planet is considered the biggest difficulty spike in the game, and rightfully so, but man, I just...
Seriously, it's BS. Originally was sold for 4,000 yen. Then when they stopped making them, the price is climbed up and up. Yeah, that's supply and demand.
love going through
Basic
it.
economy.
Fighting hordes and hordes of Thugs for Less goons, tanks, and choppers, watching pieces of their armor flying off as I damage them, watching the goons use the flaming carcasses of the tanks that I just destroyed as cover, and getting ambushed again and again. It's exactly the kick the game needed right as it was starting to slog again not that long prior. It's a good thing, too, that this is one of the few planets with
I
an armor
normally
vendor in
feel
case
like
you
this
wanna
part
upgrade, and
maybe
it's
has
placed right
too much
before
of a
the hardest
kick
part
to
of the
it.
level, too. Of course, if you've purchased the shield charger weapon, you may not need that armor, as this bubble shield will allow you to take a good number of extra hits before it breaks, and then before you would take more damage. For players that do struggle, though, this will probably be the first time in Going Commando that the game's under-the-hood difficulty tuning system starts working. See, across the entire Ratchet and Clank franchise, there's a pretty secret system in place that will give you a break if you die a few consecutive times. perhaps it'll spawn 1 or 2 fewer enemies, or it'll give them a bit less health and a few more bolts, or your weapons will start packing a bit more of a punch or gain experience a little faster. Sometimes an extra health crate will spawn next to a nearby stack of crates. Likewise, if you're just blowing through the levels and not having any trouble at all, the game will try to rubber band itself to keep you just challenged enough that you're progressing, but still being forced to use all the different weapons and experience all of the game's feedback loops in simultaneous synergy. It's subtle enough that I don't believe anybody noticed it for almost a decade until former Insomniacs Mike Stout and Tony Garcia revealed this existed in 2011 during their developer Let's Plays of Ratchets 2 and 3. There are many other examples of this sort of nudging for the benefit of the player, both in Going Commando and beyond. Ammo crates, to name one of
Look
these,
at this
don't
bullshit,
decide
dude.
which ammunition is
Like,
contained within
it's
until
so
the
hard to
moment
lock
you
onto
break
that
them, at which point
that
the game gives you
chopper.
some combination of either
So
ammo
you
for
kind
the
of just
weapon
have to
for which you're
rely
most
on
optimal,
auto-homing weapons?
and or the weapon you've been using most recently.
I mean, look at this!
For the regular crates, all of the crates and enemies in every level tend to add up to give you a specific total of bolts per level, and if you miss a stack of crates, the game will automatically add those bolts
Yeah,
to later
we're
stacks
about to
make
hit
sure that you're
that
never too
boss.
far behind where the game wants you to be, and the game determines in real time what will be the most satisfying quantity of bolts to pick up for that value. It's far more satisfying if the game throws 100 pennies at you instead of 4 quarters after all. It's amazing how many little tricks are
Well, yeah,
built
but
into
it's a
these
bitch
games
to pick
keep
them all
you
up.
perfectly hooked all the way through, and you'd never think about any of them until you first hear about them. Once you know they exist, though, the games shine even brighter in that new light. The final encounter against the thug leader at the end of this level, though, could have used a bit more light on it.
He's being so kind by phrasing it like that.
Dude's got another, even bigger giant mech somehow, and we're in for a city-wide fight against this seemingly unstoppable behemoth. In terms of scale, this fight is an incredible game of cat
No,
and mouse as you flee
it
through
really
the
isn't.
streets and onto rooftops, avoiding the mech's laser attacks, dodging as he throws entire spaceships at you, the works. The way the game wants you to play this fight, though, sucks. There are a couple dozen turrets mounted across these rooftops, which control simultaneously too loosely and too stiffly somehow, and once you enter a turret, the thug leader will fire homing missiles at you. Half the time you're in these turrets, you can't even hit the giant mech directly because you're focusing on shooting the homing attacks out of the air.
Yeah, this is
And the
horrible.
turrets do such a tiny amount of damage, and he breaks them so quickly and forces you to move back around the city, that this turns into the world's sleepiest war of attrition. I much, much, much prefer my method, which I call using the bouncer.
Yep.
With the fully upgraded heavy bouncer, you can take down more than half of the mech's health just by shooting at its cankle.
And it's so
a
easy
lot
to
more
avoid
fun,
his attacks
and
too.
it's
Like,
more
he can
reason why
just
the
stomp
bouncer
you,
is
but
just
they didn't program that
After
in.
Ratchet checks on Clank, who's been on his back the whole time, and almost forgets to save Angela, the person he was supposed to be saving, she decides she doesn't like being corporeal and quickly sends us to the next planet, where
minus
she
5
contacts us
points
from
already.
yet another convenient TV. It's actually impressive how much literal screen time she gets compared to how little we see her in person. This next planet, Smolg, begins the weakest act of the game, as Going Commando starts to slump to the finish thanks to crunch in part due to the game's earlier
No,
overload.
dude, the game has slumped towards the ending since the halfway point. No, since the first third was finished. Like, since the second third? No. The second fourth. No, the first. Yeah, since the second fourth. Like 3/4 of this game is just straight up non-existent in terms of story almost.
Loading of innovations. As Megacorp's main distribution facility, some parts of this level are really neat in scope, like the vast gaps between ships forcing you to use the levitator to fly off into the distance, but in general, this level just kinda sucks thanks to the time constraint.
And you said, I guess it's good, bro? It makes the robot boss less painful. I'm gonna add 11 points for that. The ultimate act of good. Is she a Lombax? Yes, she is supposed to be a Lombax.
The dynamo puzzles aren't really fun. The levitator section also isn't exactly what I would call fun, since it's just throttling with the X button and moving
My
forward.
man, that I corrected myself. I said 3/4. Math no good. Okay?
Mutant enemies can get pretty tanky with how much damage they absorb, and the
Words
drab color
hard.
palette is thematically appropriate, but it doesn't make it any less bleh to see. What did I just say there? Did I say bleh? An hour and fucking 20 minutes into this video, and I just ran out of words to say, apparently. Oh, whatever. And then at the end, the game makes you pay 40,000 goddamn bolts to watch a cutscene. Please stop.
Yeah, that's
my family
way
needs
too
to
much.
eat. Did he just? This motherfucker just ate my money.
I always
What are you,
say,
some kind
I'm
of
not a
goddamn
math
vending
magician.
machine at a grocery store? Fuck you. The next planet, the icy
Dude's gotta
tundra on
eat.
Grelbin, is one of the most infamous in the franchise, thanks to the Yeti enemies that'll quickly swarm and overrun the player.
You can't
This
make
is the
him
second of the
amputate
game's
himself. So,
wide-open
yeah.
crystal collecting worlds, although
That's
at
fair.
first only a small lower level is accessible, not the entire thing. The Yetis were intended to act as a smaller swarming enemy, similar to the bugs that appear in the desert, but because this level was so horrendously behind schedule and the original developers didn't have the time to finish it, control was given at the last minute to programmer Tony Garcia, who only had 3
Props
days
to Tony,
code
though,
the
because,
entire thing. So across 3 straight
for what
days,
it's
and
worth,
presumably on just about 0 sleep,
he did a
threw away
bang-up
all of the
job.
work that was done already, rather
I
than
still
piece together
maintain
whatever the
that they
previous
shouldn't have
programmer was
included
trying
this
to do,
level,
and
but
as an aside, as somebody with programming
yeah,
experience,
this is
I've
impressive.
done exactly that before myself. Interpreting somebody else's code is about as bad as learning a new language sometimes. And he coded in just those 3 days everything you see in this level from scratch. And naturally, this led to some balancing issues with the Yetis. Namely, so many of them pop out at once that it slows down the game. Their attacks come out incredibly quickly and have little cooldown before they can attack again. They have way too much health, and I believe they're one of the...
I think Tony said that they're supposed to have like kind of a wind-up time of half a second, but they actually only have like 0.1 seconds, I think. It was something he said in the developer Let's Play.
few enemies
But
in
it's
the
like
game
ridiculous.
that
It
cause
has
touch damage.
the least amount
The
of
level
wind-up
got
of
so
any
many
enemy in the
complaints,
entire
not just from
game.
fans, but from current
Like,
and
to the
future
point where their
Insomniac
attacks are
developers
almost
that
instant.
Garcia was eventually given an award for how bad it is, and seemingly to this day, Insomniac still gives out the Snow Beast Award after most projects, the dubious honor going to whoever was responsible for the worst thing that shipped as a part of each game. That sounds far meaner than I think it's meant to be. Tony Garcia himself considers that a badge of honor. What these previous 2 planets share is that each of them, along with the next planet Damosel, contain one of the 3 pieces needed to construct our final gadget in the game, the Hypnomatic. Damosel is another awesome city planet, a fight against both the protopets that are reproducing en masse because they reproduce asexually by vomiting. Yep, these Furbies are just reverse Kirby too, and the robot exterminators that are programmed to kill anything fuzzy, including, well, Ratchet. There's really not another level in the franchise that has as much clear utility as this one, that feels like an actual place that could exist. You start the level by fighting your way down a regular city street with apartments on both sides of you, with citizens fleeing around you, before battling through a park, through a bank, through grocery stores with aisles filled with protopet boxes.
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
much
by the way, they were
as-
shipping these living
what a
creatures in
grocery
sealed
store.
cereal boxes. The grind rail track that leads to the final Hypnomatic part pushes you across a series of levitating train tracks, and the trains themselves are being derailed because of the protopets' attacks. I love
But these Yetis are awful, and it's poorly designed with that dreadful glider section, so 3 points deducted. I would give 6, but I'm gonna half it because, again, only 3 days. Yeah.
everything about this planet's atmosphere, even if I do wish the protopets would stop puking for 1 goddamn second so I could kill them all.
Then don't use the
Oh, also,
sheep
more Jack and
array.
Daxter. Once you have
Yeah,
the
that's the
Hypnomatic
best
put together,
item,
by the way, you have to pay to put it
thing
together,
in the
which
game.
of
I
course you
like
fucking do
the
after
best
getting all 3
item
parts.
cutscene.
You use it a grand
Best way you
total
get
of
an item.
3 times.
God.
Once as the tutorial right here, once when you revisit Grelbin to access the secondary path, and once on the final planet in place of the Clank section that was cut for time. This means that all the work you did across the entirety of this game's 3rd act was effectively just padding. Again, you're starting to get a picture of why the story is one of my issues with this game. The Hypnomatic isn't even all that cool of a gadget, it just lets you take control of one specific
I find
type
it
of
weird
robot,
that he
and
calls
then you
this the
fight
perfect
past more
sequel
of
when
this same
the
type of
story
robot
is
switch somewhere.
such
and your
a...
health bar as these things is also a timer. If you hit 0 before switching to another robot
It
or completing
misses
your objective, the bot dies and you start
as much
over.
as it does.
Thrilling. In my opinion,
Because
it's
if it
not
was a
worth the
perfect
work that went
sequel,
in, both for the developers
it would
and
be
for
better?
us as players, especially when 2 of the 3 planets required to get this thing are kind of slobs. But once Ratchet and Clank can clear out the robots and the proto-pets in front of Angela's home, we're in the home stretch. She gives Clank her old Megacorp ID card to get into Megacorp's headquarters, and off we go. If this feels a bit anticlimactic so far, it's because it is. Good observation. While this final planet uses just about every gadget and mechanic introduced in the game, besides the levitator and the glider and Clank, and acts as a really strong climax mechanically, there's really not much urgency narratively.
Channel feels like Mount Salt Factory. Well, yeah.
Before landing, but there just wasn't enough time left.
They have the
this
same
late in the
setup, right?
project, so they were rushing to the finish line.
Like the
After duel
skeletons
blasts their
of
way
the
to
videos
Megacorp's
feel
front
very
door,
similar.
Angela shows up and uses the ID card
Yeah,
that
the
she gave them
structure.
anyway, when the whole point was
What
that
I
she
meant
could
to
get in
say,
without it,
again,
but they
words hard.
couldn't.
Help.
Okay. Before they get inside, though, Clank's secret admirer Infobot, who we've seen a couple times throughout the game,
Oh, dude, you're gonna get
stops
a
them and
huge
reveals
positive
the big
right
twist.
in a couple of seconds.
Steve McQuark. Indeed.
It's
God
Captain
damn it,
Quark
I
that's been
love
behind
this
the
cutscene.
Protopet menace this entire time. For the entirety of Going Commando, Quark has been disguised as Fizzwidget. That's why he gets all those big words wrong, because he's trying to impersonate somebody who's smart. He's been sending Ratchet and Clank on tangents and giving them the wrong password as a way of trying to get them out of the picture. He manufactured the Protopet Crisis to frame Ratchet as payback for ruining his career in the first game, and he's planning on using this opportunity to springboard back into the limelight. But since he's a bumbling idiot, he messes it up. Quark takes the device that Angela had brought in that would reverse
I don't know, he
hostility
did
of
pretty
both the
well for a
original
while
Protopet
there, and then he put the
Protopet,
batteries
if you
in
will,
backwards.
And every other Protopet in the galaxy, except he puts the batteries in backwards. So instead, it turns the Furby into a giant, angrier Furby. Ladies and gentlemen, our final boss. If this all feels like a very random 11th hour twist, it's because it was. Insomniac realized partway into development
Quark
that they
is
were
great.
really missing Quark and the humor he brought
In
to the
1
table,
and 2.
so they wrote him into the game and added the behind the hero documentary.
But then
clips
they
as a
kind
way
of
keeping
overuse
him in
him
the player's mind
in
until the big
all of the
reveal.
rest of the games.
It's actually a pretty solid effort.
Actually,
but it doesn't
I
exactly
don't know, maybe
stick the
not.
landing when we're fighting a
Maybe
giant
that's just how
chicken
it
McNugget
feels.
as the final boss.
But at the very
especially
least
since
in 3,
this boss, in response to
he's
the
way
first game's
too,
final boss being
present.
so brutally difficult, is a pushover of a chicken nugget. It's such a bad final boss that I genuinely don't recall seeing that many of its attacks during dozens and dozens of playthroughs of this game in the past, because it's that easy to kill that most of its attacks don't even have time to come out before I beat him. Like, I didn't even know until my most recent run that the tractor beam bomb returned in this fight, one of the few times a gadget is used in a combat scenario in the entire franchise. In pursuit of avoiding one extreme, they accidentally
What's a big
collided
positive?
with the other. Once Ratchet and
Angela
Clank defeat
saying
the
what the
Protopet,
fuck?
They flip the battery and reverse the effect, turning every Protopet docile instantly and saving the galaxy in one fell swoop. Angela finds
Just
the,
the
real
whole
Fizzwidget tied
Quark,
up in a supply
or
closet. Quark is taken
the whole
away, and in a
Quark being
beautiful
revealed to
spin
be
on the first
Fizzwidget
game's
cutscene
ending,
is just
we've
great.
got a
Like
damaged
one of the
robot
greatest
face. This time
cutscenes
it's
in
not
any of the
Clank,
games.
but his new girlfriend. This is the clearest do-over moment for Ratchet in the entire game, where instead of joking and walking away from a friend in need like in the first game, he promises Clank that they're
Despicable Me
going to
Too,
fix
ripped
it.
off Going Commando.
There's really
Yeah,
no
yeah.
better way to show you the differences between Ratchet 1's Ratchet and Ratchet 2 Onwards Ratchet than by showing those two scenes back.
Also, gotta love how the heroes forget to take down Megacorp and just believe they're the good guys all of a sudden. Well, it was Quark behind the entire thing, right? And they did make that video about the Protopet being a failed experiment. I don't know. I mean, and they did actually try to fix it. It's just Quark impersonated Fizzwidget and got Angela kicked off of the project. But like, I think Megacorp could have probably have been destroyed, like just for the good of what that would do. Yeah, Megacorp was still horrible before Quark, but then again, isn't Gadgetron also pretty bad? It's realistic. Once Bobby Kotick is out of the picture, there's no reason to take down Blade. Exactly! I mean, come on, what are they gonna do? Make a bad Diablo game? Their HQ looks so ominous. Maybe this widget was originally meant to be the final... Maybe. They end up becoming the victims of an attack by the Blarg. Yeah. Going Commando redeemed itself at the end. Yeah, it's not a bad game.
From a couple post-credit scenes, that's the end
It's just
of Ratchet and Clank Going
really
Commando. As weak as the story may
annoyingly
be at times, and as much as it
rushed
slumps to the finish, there's no question that Going Commando is an incredible achievement of a game, and that the few shortcomings it has are an Icarus situation.
I think it's giving it too much credit. I mean, there was a conscious decision to get this game out, right? And it's like, I don't know, it's a good game, but there's just so many things, so many small things, some big things that just doesn't work or are superfluous. So I don't know, even calling it the perfect sequel too, it doesn't sit quite right with me.
Where they flew too fast and too high and got a little...
And like framing it as it's like because of their huge ambitions doesn't feel genuine to me. An 8 out of 10, yeah? No, maybe I'd give it a 7.
Burned by it. But when you've only got 10 months to make a game and you choose to go this ambitious,
No, but like, you can't overlook the issues because they chose to go ambitious. They knew they were limited in time, right? So that's the underlying problem. The problem isn't that they were ambitious, it's that they didn't have time for an ambitious game. Yet they still chose to make 3 different like mini games inside the game, like the 4 even, the arena, the dogfighting, the hoverbike stuff, and what's the last thing I'm forgetting? The moons.
You can overlook most every issue. Going Commando set the standard by which every subsequent Ratchet game would follow. It's easily one of the best games on the PlayStation 2, and it's easily one of my favorite games.
Well, I can't argue with it being his favorite game, right? But one of the best games on the PlayStation 2? No. I can't stand by and let that go unpunished.
Only enhanced now that I've taken another critical look at the game and its development. And there's still even more to discuss, because these games just keep on giving even after one playthrough. Like with Ratchet 1 before it, Going Commando has a challenge mode, a New Game Plus mode where enemies are more difficult, bolts are more plentiful, and more secrets are available. In Going Commando Onward, challenge mode...
And only now, at the end of this video, I will admit my bias. Good day.
Groups of enemies without taking a hit.
Yeah, it's...
This was a way of daring players to become more and more adept at the game.
It doesn't feel like he's genuinely taking a look at the game, right? It's just kind of, hey, I love this game. Let's talk about it. So, calling it the ultimate... Did he call it the ultimate retrospective? Whatever, but like it's a retrospective and development deep dive.
You with up to a 20 times bolt multiplier. And let me tell you, once you've defeated the optional swamp monster boss and obtained the box breaker, there's nothing like performing a slam attack and seeing all of the breakable
he is
objects
gushing about it, and it's nothing wrong with that, right? But it's just like the way he presents it.
And earning tens of thousands of bolts from one move. It's just beautiful. And with all of those extra bolts, you can buy more things in challenge mode, including the final armor, the 90% game.
That's something that Luke Stevens does too, where he says the ultimate critique, And it's full of lukewarm take. Who is Luke Stevens, anyways?
Carbonox armor,
Is
as
he
well
like
as
a
the challenge mode
famous
exclusive
YouTuber?
weapons and new mega upgrades for all of the weapons you already had. Besides the Sheepinator, the Rhino 2, and the Zodiac Mark II, which is a screen-clearing instant kill weapon named after the strongest weapon in Insomniac's
And honestly,
first game,
there's
Disruptor,
only
every other weapon has a purchasable
4
mega
minutes left of the
version that
video, and
includes
he's
damage output,
talking
max
about the
ammo,
New Game
and
Plus.
other
Feels
variables.
like he's
This
kind of
includes the Gadgetron
got
weapons too, although only the Megacore weapons can
got
earn
bored.
further experience and level up one more time to a final Ultra variant. This gives you another
Because there's a lot
incentive
of things
keep
to talk
playing
about
challenge mode for another
during New
full
Game Plus.
playthrough or two, to keep seeking out the rest of the platinum bolts, to try out the game's skins, to check off the game's skill points, and to see every secret in the extras menu. There's also one challenge mode exclusive weapon in the form of the Clank Zapper, a weapon that's pretty clearly a last-minute addition based on how useless it can be, and the fact that it doesn't have a mega upgrade either.
Wait,
All
isn't
it
the
does is give
Zodiac
Clank
a
laser
New
eyes
Game
that
Plus
randomly shock an
thing,
enemy every
or
now
am
and
I
then.
mistaken?
You can't even see the ammo count either, since it's a passive
feels
weapon,
like it
so
is.
you never really know when you've run out, and you can't really rely on it whatsoever. There's also one main game weapon that I haven't mentioned up until this point because I always forget it exists: the hover bomb gun. It fires either a regular bomb that just kind of hovers forward, or if you hold circle, you
Dude,
can
the hover
control
bomb
the
gun
bomb's
is
movement at the cost
really
of you
good
not being
in
able to
certain
move it yourself.
situations.
That secondary effect is about as pointless as it sounds, but the gun does do a good amount of damage, and it's essentially a
Joseph Anderson sized. Jace Reviews asks Goldie if he could call his Jack reviews the ultimate. Why would he ask something like that? Yeah, I think you're right, Tabriz. That Zodiac is available in the first playthrough. It's just it takes a while to show up, I think. Maybe it's I think it's available during the protopet level, the city level with the protopets. Funny they named the Zodiac after the strongest weapon in the first game, and it's the worst upgrade ever.
a precursor to the motion control weapons that would appear in the PS3 Ratchet games. Going Commando's challenge mode also features a first-person mode that was clearly tossed in late as a fun bonus. You can tell it was a late addition because in first-person mode, you can infinitely jump if you just jump and throw your wrench at a
dumb
wall
to hate people.
over and over and over again in midair. Many a speedrun strategy has been discovered because of that glitch. And if you do everything, that is, if you buy and fully upgrade every weapon and find every platinum bolt, you'll unlock one of gaming's coolest completion bonuses ever, the Insomniac Museum. This was a
You
passion
can't
project
access
by
that,
designer
and I
Mike
think you
Stout,
touched
a way
on
of
it
showcasing
earlier,
cut
but you
content
can't
and
access
cool
that
development
if
secrets
you
of both
go
of the
to a
first
certain
two Ratchet games, all in its own dedicated
transporter
playable level
at
based
3
on the
a.m.
Insomniac office. There are few games that value replayability and completion and show their appreciation to those players that eat up every piece of info as well as these early Ratchet games do, and stuff like this or the full Monster Encyclopedia are why. You've been hearing Mike Stout's name quite a bit throughout
Oh
this
yeah,
video,
you can also
and it's because
glitch
Stout seems
through
to
the
greatly
ground
value
and
the stories
into
behind
the
a game's
secret room,
development.
can't you?
His
Yeah.
developer Let's Plays of Ratchet and Clank 2 and 3 have been sources of entertainment and previously unknown information both for me and thousands of others for a decade now. I still remember finding his channel back in early 2012 and feeling like I'd discovered this gold mine. He's the one pretty much solely responsible for the Insomniac Museum, which would become an on and off tradition in the series going forward, and he's been kind enough to take the time to chat with fans in the past and answer questions. Much of the research work that's gone into both this
Champion,
retrospective
exactly. You can
as well
glitch
as the
into
next
the room
two started with the
instead of
leads that he
taking the
provided,
transporter
either
or
directly
100%ing it.
or indirectly.
But like,
So I owe Mike my thanks.
you might
for
as well
that.
just
Going Commando actually sold slightly worse than the first
change
Ratchet
the clock,
game,
the
but was
system
still
clock.
an instant and
That's
overwhelming
easier.
success both critically and commercially. And it was more than clear to Sony that they had a huge
I mean,
moneymaker
it sold
with this deal.
less than the
But
first game,
where does
according
Ratchet and Clank
to
go after two best-selling games
Los
in
Angeles
2
Times,
years?
of all
What
places.
new stake can be raised after you've made a perfect sequel? Well,
It's
remember,
not.
as I said at the start of this retrospective, a perfect sequel does not make a perfect game.
Oh my god, is he
So,
about to...
The only way to go from here is up.
Is he implying that Up Your Arsenal is a perfect game? Holy shit! Holy shit! You can't be serious. Oh my god, I can't wait to watch that video now. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh no. Well, wait, huh? He outright refuses to rank any games higher or lower. Surprisingly, the entire series for him is B+ at best. What? But he keeps throwing these words around. Like he's implying that Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal is better than Going Commando. And he implies, or he straight up says, that Ratchet and Clank Going Commando is the perfect sequel. So, I guess that would also imply that he thinks 2 is better than 1 and 3 is better than 2, right? There are 2 words I really do my best not to use in my videos. Perfect and masterpiece. Yeah, because not only is that 100% subjective, nothing can be perfect. And yeah, it has lost its meaning because people will usually use it to clickbait or whatever. Anyways, that was the Golden Bolts Going Commando retrospective. Let's see here. So, surprisingly, the joystick drummer had, I don't know, a comparable video in quality while also being like 1/10 of the length regarding the first game. So I guess we will watch that. Please don't start without my permission. Yeah, he's pretty fun. He was in my chat last stream, and asked me to watch his video. So I was like, all right, I'll take a look. Why not? Ooh, right on. For some reason, YouTube is really fucky. Also doesn't like to put on the best quality automatically for some reason. It just defaults to 360p. So this, all of the videos we're watching are linked in the description, by the way. So go give them a also like the stream. It helps. Thanks, bros. But yeah, all the videos are linked in the description if you want to just click on them, like them, maybe leave a friendly comment or something. Especially with this guy, because he seems like a genuinely cool dude. And I know I'm not exactly the biggest YouTuber, but I don't know, give him some attention. Anyways, this is changes for the better equals worse headaches for the player. Ratchet and Clank Going Commando analysis by Joystick Drummer.
If you look at any list that ranks the best Ratchet and Clank games, you will see Going Commando near the top, and I can see why. When I went back to 100% this original trilogy back in 2013, Going Commando was the only one I didn't end up completing though. I went back and changed that earlier this year, and after I beat it, I couldn't figure out why I didn't 100% it back in 2013. This is definitely the most important game of the...
Hang on, he didn't 100% the Ratchet and Clank game? Heresy. Who does this guy think he is?
Original trilogy, because it introduced changes that defines what a Ratchet and Clank game is. Upgradable weapons, the ability to strafe, and a greater focus on action over platforming. But with each change for the better, there are some headaches that frustrated me along the adventure. With the list of improvements a mile long, how did these headaches turn into an obstacle that was stopping me from calling this one my favorite? Now before I get started, this video was not made to try to get you to change your opinion of the game. This is my first time replaying it in over 7 years, and I viewed it with a more critical eye this time around. Nothing I say here should make you feel bad about liking this game. I just wanted to show you the perspective I experienced while playing it this time. I want you to still love this game after this video is done, but if you can look at it with a more critical eye next time, then I can call this video successful in my eyes.
I mean, already out of the gates, this is a more enjoyable watch than the Golden Bolts video.
So a quick story recap before we get into it. Ratchet and Clank are bored, they get stolen by this guy.
I'm Abercrombie Fizzwidget.
He needs them to steal back this experiment from the masked villain, and we're on our way to another galaxy. You start the game without Clank, and
yes,
never really explained.
Yes, he didn't explain the entire story to us for no reason. Thank you.
Why he isn't with you. The only cutscene we get is of Clank getting kidnapped in your apartment, but still, no explanation on why he wasn't with Ratchet in the first place. Maybe he was getting his bolt lubed from the robot masseuse they were given for helping out Megacorp.
Getting his
I don't
bolt
know,
lubed.
but it doesn't make sense why the two were separated. What I'm trying to say is, the intro is a slog to get through. Both Ratchet 1 and Going Commando start off with very similar intros. You get the long jump and the high jump in the third world, the first couple levels of...
I think Godzilla Media, or I can't remember who exactly said it, but some people have their rose tinted glasses so tight that they just glue it in and can't remove them. Yeah, the nostalgia is always a huge factor, and it is hard to distance yourself from it at times.
Are there to show you the ropes and get you familiar with the gameplay loop, and you start to acquire many of the gadgets that you will be using throughout your entire journey. The major differences are in the design choices, and that's where I've always noticed a personal grievance I have with Going Commando's first world. You go from a bright ship in the sky to a dark ring.
I prefer Never Knows Best's take of viewing games from loop-shaped lenses. Yes. I think Golden Bolt is the perfect example of that. He has his rose-tinted lenses on way too tight and he can't take them off and see a game for what it is. Yeah, I mean, to a certain degree. Like, I think he was a bit more analytical and more critical of the game in the middle of the video, but then just during the summary, he just went all out fan gushing and didn't really acknowledge many of the problems for what they are and how they affect the game. Like, you can have nostalgia, that's fine, but sometimes people have their lens on so tight they can't see in a more critical eye. Yeah, best to wait until he gets to the future series to see how he feels about this series from that point on. Maybe. But like, every YouTube video is kind of like its own little ecosystem, right? If you're gonna analyze, or well, if you're gonna critique a video from like videos made in the future, then I don't know, you can't really ever think about videos at all, because there's always something ahead. It's really hard to separate your bias in the game sometimes. You'll either go too easy on it or go way too hard in an attempt to not come off as biased. Yeah, it's a really hard line to walk.
Rainy swamp that has green liquid stopping your forward progress at every turn. To get across it, you have to jump on these dinosaurs that absolutely lose their shit when you barely even touch them. So all you're doing is jumping from each platform to the next, but you have to wait for it to swim over to the next one before you can even progress. Now, let's compare it to the first world of the first game. In Ratchet 1, these platforms are also designed to test your patience, but you were given a controlled environment to test that out in. If you mess up on one of the platforms, you get another chance to try it out without making it feel like you've failed. If you try to rush forward or miss a jump in the swamp, you'll be swallowed alive and will have to retry the entire obstacle course. It just feels like this shouldn't have been the first world when you're playing a game as bright and beautiful as Ratchet and Clank.
He's got a point, you know? He really does have a point, which I don't think the Golden Bolt highlighted. The first couple, well, the first level, the Star Cruiser or whatever, that's a pretty good one for teaching you basic mechanics and stuff, but Uzla is just not a very beginner-friendly planet.
Hey, see if you can find anything worth watching.
In the first world, you get two brand new gadgets that were not in the first game. These are the Dynamo and the Tractor Beam. The only gadgets that were brought over from the first game were the Swing Shot and the Grind Boots. Almost every gadget is new, and most of them are used for solving both timed puzzles and environmental ones. In Ratchet 1, you use the Trespasser almost exclusively, but for this game, we have the Electrolyzer and the Infiltrator. With the Trespasser, you had all the time you needed to complete the puzzle, which only consisted of moving 3 rings and matching the lasers to the spot. You could always figure...
Hero is biased towards Joystick Drummer because he knows how chill he is. Cred Destroy, you dare to question my integrity? Insta-banned.
Figure it out with enough time, and sometimes you could just move around random bros and it would solve itself. The Electrolyzer just has you switching around panels to match up where the spark is going next, and the Infiltrator is a guided light puzzle based around a sphere. The biggest difference with the puzzles in the sequel is that they all have time limits to them. If you can't get the puzzle done fast enough or mess up an attempt, you have to start again. This is where I think the changes to the puzzles actually was a good thing for the sequel. Kind of. With the puzzles becoming time challenges now, there are a lot of...
I really like this. Not sure if you noticed, but that dude's massively different from how he was years ago. He's no longer the very same Sly Cooper realist. Now he's become a fellow Sly Cooper extremist. That is very, very well put, Tabriz. That's one of the most, one of the more fun comments we've had today.
Harder to solve.
Just because of how
the
we wrote
Infiltrator
that.
did a lot better job than the Electrolyzer. When you mess up one of these puzzles, you get kicked out and have to go back in and try again. Whereas with the Infiltrator, it keeps you in the puzzle and takes you back to the start.
I don't know. The Infiltrator is just a trial and error kind of gadget. I don't like that because when you fail, it shows you where you went when you got it wrong. But like at the end of the day, it's just trial and error. The Infiltrator is more like skill and timing based. It's probably down to personal opinion, but I like the other one much more.
It actually shows you the progress you made when returning to the start, allowing you to memorize that path forward and giving you a better chance at solving it with your next attempt. I rather enjoyed most of these puzzles, and the new gadgets added some variety to the environmental puzzles, but thank God they kept the swing shot. I think we can all agree that every game is better with a grappling hook. The best new gadget they introduced was the Terminator, which
yeah, right.
freezes or thaws water. It doesn't sound that exciting, but the instances where you have to use it are incredibly creative. When you stand on this platform, you have to figure out how to get up there. So freeze it in place, and now you can get up there. In the same section, you even scale up a waterfall once you freeze it in place.
I mean, the uses of it are cool, but it just destroys the pace of anything it's involved with.
These new gadgets were amazing additions to the gameplay, but with so many of them, I felt like I was having to constantly swap out weapons.
I just hate when YouTubers have a personal opinion about something. Like, bro, what the fuck? Why are you expressing your individuality? I know, right?
Weapons to use them. Every time I replaced a gadget in the quick select menu to try out the new weapon I just bought, it was almost a never.
Oh, but dude. He's using the Tesla claw.
inevitable that I was about to hit a puzzle that needed that exact gadget. Oh, cool, a new area to explore. Time to bust out that tractor beam again. I didn't notice this constant switching going on in the first game, but it still
it was definitely there.
felt like it happened more often than I would like it to. But hey, it's not as bad as Ocarina of Time.
Ocarina of Time is not bad.
You do so much switching in that game that I finally did something good for myself by switching to a better game.
Oh, you mean Majora's... Oh.
Now, with Ratchet and Clank, it's not exactly known for having the best stories, and this one is no exception. I'm going to be talking about spoilers briefly, so here's a timestamp for when spoilers are done, but I'm going to blow through this part because I don't want to spend too much time on it.
Ready? Go!
The protopath that the robber stole gets
Thank
rescued by
you.
Ratchet and returned to Fizzwidget. We find out that the robber is actually a Lombax, which is the same creature as Ratchet, and used to work for Megacorp. The protopath is dangerous, Ratchet and Clank are both oblivious, and the ending is very mysterious. Fizzwidget was Captain Quark all along, and he plans to be the
Minus points for not including that cutscene with the audio.
savior of this universe, since he's a disgrace in his home one. Like a buffoon, he makes the situation worse. Ratchet saves the day.
Yeah,
and
10
they
out of
all
10
live
music choice for this
happily
segment.
ever after.
100%. See, you know what? This is how you do it. You don't spend 10 to 20 minutes just summarizing the story. You just get the fucking most important points out of the way, and then maybe you place some of it in the video elsewhere where it's relevant. Perfect.
After watching all the cutscenes again, the story they told in under an hour actually was pretty good for the
No.
time constraints they had. My
Man, this is an emotional roller coaster. I'm just disagreeing and agreeing every second.
main issue with it, though, isn't about the story, but with almost all the characters. We are shown that Angela, the thief, can't stand incompetent people and will call them idiots if they mess up. But after Ratchet knows who she is, she learns patience all of a sudden. It's just these little...
That's honestly just a problem with the story and how they wrote Angela. Like, Ratchet and Clank 2 just have even a tiny part of it that's actually focused. It's just all over the place. So it's just the story being a mess, really.
Little gripes start compounding when you see them constantly, but the biggest change is to Ratchet. Ted Price, the game's producer, wanted Ratchet to sound less cocky and be nicer to Clank, and I can totally see that. He was a dick in the first game, but in the process of changing his personality, I feel like they went too far with it. For example, the black market dealer comes in and shows us again how the tongue-in-cheek humor is still there, but Ratchet isn't that edgy teenager anymore. He's now just that kid that doesn't know what to say in an awkward situation.
Put it in the slot.
Yeah, he's spot on, actually. If this was Ratchet and Clank 1, Ratchet, he'd have some kind of comment on that. Instead of just
you want modified.
standing there looking
I get it. You make
stupidly at
weapon
him.
modifications.
He just feels a little stiff compared to the first game.
If Naughty Dog made this game, there's no way that the 6-foot-tall muscle girl wouldn't be Ratchet's love interest.
He may have been a douche in Ratchet 1, but at the end,
She is kind of supposed to be his love interest, but like, that's only revealed during the last 5 seconds of the game in the last cutscene, where he's kind of like fidgeting and asking her something. I don't remember what it was. I mean, of course they had to just throw that in there, right? She's a girl after all, and he's a man.
and when he goes back to repair Clank, we get to see the character progression in his personality. He went from viewing Clank as an obstacle in his way to becoming friends with him, and that's just missing from this game. It's not a bad
It is a bad story, but yes, I'm glad someone's actually caught on to this.
story by any means. I was just personally disappointed in that tonal shift. God, I'm making it sound like this game didn't get anything right, but I'd be stupid if I said that. This game made improvements to the gameplay that have stayed consistent with the series and resulted in an overall better gaming experience. Weapon upgrades, health upgrades, strafing, armor, weapon mods, more variety in the Clank gameplay sections. The list is endless. Let's take the Lancer for example. When you see the Lancer go from this to this, you want to see what the other weapons are going to turn into. It's such a great mechanic because it promotes diversity on the battlefield and it rewards you for just playing the game. Positive feedback goes a long way with keeping the player engaged with your game. Same thing with the health upgrades. The more enemies you kill, the quicker you obtain more health. You even get wrench upgrades in this game, and you find them in the strangest of places. One's underneath a desert encased in glass, and the other just floating in front of you while you're escaping from a prison. This scene has no explanation, and it feels pretty random, but I can actually relate to it. God,
Oh, Salt has horrible Discord mods. I'm glad I'm really only part of like 2 servers, to be honest. I mean, Patrician TV Discord server and private sessions. Well, not private, but Pat's Discord is probably more than enough cringe for me to handle.
I can't wait to see what's inside. Oh my god, a new wrench! These
Oh my god, a new wrench!
RPG mechanics introduced in Going Commando have stayed ever since and have been fine-tuned with the later entries. Like strafing. With its addition, most of the new weapons were made to take full advantage of this functionality. A major chunk of the enemies are long-ranged or shoot from afar, so the introduction of strafing makes sense. There are some weapons that still work better without strafing, but there was one weapon that was designed to work like they did in the first game, and that was the lava gun. The Pyrocitor was one of my favorite guns from the first game.
Hell yeah,
and
dude.
the lava gun would have been my favorite in this one, if it wasn't for one flaw. Once you upgrade the lava gun into the meteor gun, the functionality is completely changed. Instead of a stream of lava, it now shoots tiny meteors that don't shoot very far and aren't very accurate. It functions like any other gun now, and it was extremely disappointing, but Insomniac did fix it in the third game by making it the liquid nitrogen gun.
Hell
It's
yeah.
really cool when a developer actually listens to player feedback, and you can see that they have a passion for creating the best game humanly possible.
I don't know. They did create Up Your Arsenal after all, so not a part of my feedback, that's for
That's why
sure.
I love Insomniac games so much. Speaking of the weapons in the first game, even though you're in a different galaxy, Insomniac still included some of the fan favorite weapons from the first game. And if your memory card had saved data for Ratchet and Clank 1 on it, you got those weapons for free. So wait, that means I get to use my favorite weapon, the Tesla Claw, all over again. Hell yeah. It was so nice to use some of these great weapons from the first game, and it was a real treat to finish out the planet with these familiar weapons. But after a couple of planets, you start to figure out just how underpowered these weapons are. They can't be upgraded through combat like the new ones, so they end up being almost useless once you get towards the late game. And it's not just these old ones that are useless, but a lot of the new ones as well. This finally brings us to the point of the video you've all been waiting for, and that is the one major flaw. The biggest flaw in Ratchet and Clank Going Commando that just can't be ignored is the late game difficulty spike. There are a couple specific factors that go into
not
this,
the
and those
flaw
are
I
weapon
was
effectiveness, the
thinking
cost of everything,
it was
and the
gonna be.
imbalances of the currency earned. Your weapons can only upgrade once for your first playthrough, but the weapons you start off with are extremely underpowered in the late game. With Ratchet 1, the Pyrocitor is the first gun you can buy, and it is still effective against the enemies in the late game. With Going Commando, even when these starting weapons are fully upgraded, it takes 75 shots from the Lancer
Yeah, look
and
at that.
4 atomic bombs
That's
to take these enemies out in the
bullshit.
final level. These specific enemies are scattered everywhere, so you don't really
Like
have time to
literally
empty
the
half your
shield he
ammo
has
into them
equipped right
when more
now
are
deals
constantly
more
respawning
damage to
around
these
you.
guys.
Really, the only weapon that lets you stand a chance in the late game is the Bouncer. With a good shot, you can take these guys out with only one ball, and it still damages the other enemies around them since the mini balls scatter everywhere after exploding. It has immense power when fired directly at a target, and then the AoE
Oops.
blast takes care of everything that's left. This is really the last weapon you need to effectively make it to the end, and the price tag for it reflects that. This gun costs 100,000 bolts. And that took some time to get that amount, because it seems like at every turn, the game is asking for more money from you. The way I played both games is by smashing every crate I
It's
see.
even worse in Tools of
Because I know
Destruction
every
where
bolt
enemies don't even
counts,
react to
and
big
I
old
never hit a
bombs being
currency
tossed
wall
at them.
playing that
Yeah,
way in the
it is
first
like
game.
it is like some kind of damage threshold that you need to go over in for the enemies to actually stagger by being hit. There are some enemies in 2 that also do this, like the big purple ones with saddles. And they are a fucking pain in the ass.
I did with the second one though. Right after getting the bouncer, I ran into this dinosaur that needed 40,000 bolts to give me coordinates to another level. I only had 20,000, so I went to the next world I could go to, and that was this planet, the Tundor Wastes. In this vast frozen area, you have a giant opening to run around in order to collect moonstones to get this guy to move this rock. So I started collecting, and I'm also paying attention to the bolts I'm getting from these Yetis, who are extremely aggressive and hit pretty hard. You barely get over 100 bolts for defeating these guys, and I need 20,000 to move on. I get enough.
Did Tools of Destruction steal poise from Dark Souls, or did Dark Souls steal poise from Tools of Destruction? That's an interesting question. I'm gonna have to think about that one.
Moonstones, the guy moves the rock, and then I get to an area where I really noticed a big issue with the currency. These tiny robots give you like 70 bolts tops for defeating them. They're pretty easy, so it's reasonable. But then I smashed these 2 crates and over 2,000 bolts came out. So instead of defeating enemies for currency, break the crates instead. Gotcha. It's not bad game design because it promotes exploration and makes the crates way more valuable to you. I do think the Yeti should be dropping more bolts since they are tougher to kill and they cling to you like shit to a blanket, but it's just a minor balancing problem.
Nah, Tools of Destruction stole points from Jak 2 Renegade, specifically with the spacing of checkpoints. Oh my god, the checkpoints in Jak 2 are horrendous.
I finally get enough bolts, go back and buy the
Have a
coordinates,
good prayer,
and now
champion.
I'm off to continue the story. I arrive at this new planet and just start breaking crates like normal. Okay, this one had a little less than the crates on the last world. Not a big deal. Wait, why did those crates barely have any bolts in them? Like, why? Wait, what? Why is it the same thing with those? Okay, now this shit really doesn't make sense.
No, it
Wait,
does.
What? Why do those have so much more in them?
No,
This
it really
is
does. I
the
don't think. I
biggest
think
flaw in
he's
the game to me.
revisiting the
Everything costs way too much money. And you don't
planet,
have
and
enough
when
of
you
it.
revisit a
With the random
planet in
amounts
this
of
game,
bolts you get from crates,
everything
and the
gives you
enemies
less
barely giving you
bolts,
any,
especially the
you are
crates,
almost always
unless
short
you
on
haven't destroyed them
Also, with the cost
at
that it
any
takes to
point.
kill certain enemies, you are only making a slight profit when you subtract the cost of the ammo you use to kill them with. Like, you barely get over 100 bolts for killing a Yeti, but if you have to use 2 bouncer shots at 50 bolts a shot, you're barely ahead. In a quote about the first game, Ted Price says, "By recording and charting data from the game, we were able to tune item prices, adjust challenge difficulty, and change monetary rewards. Without this exhaustive process, the game probably would have been
Damn.
unplayable." If that's the process they went through for the first game, then I know they did that with the second one. The simple fix should have been to increase the amount of bolts you get from...
I hate Jak 2. It started out fine, but I began having more and more of a miserable time as I went on. Dude, I stopped at that turret section, and if you've played Jak 2, you know what I mean. I stopped at that turret section for the longest time. I just stopped playing the game, and then never finished it for like 5 years. Until I went back, played it again. Had some trouble with the turret section, but got through it barely. But yeah, like some parts of that game is just horrible. Like we're talking playing for 10 minutes, dying, then having to do the entire thing all over again.
certain enemies, so it can help you afford things like the armor you need to stand a chance against the absolute worst level in this game.
I do think it's a pretty fun game though. Also, Jak 3 is much better.
Snovelic. It sounds like a disease that would be very painful if you
Yeah,
caught
Jak
it,
3 is
but it
better
couldn't
than
be
2.
worse than playing this level.
Or at least I
The
think
Thug's
so.
headquarters is located on
It
this
has some
planet,
fun,
and it is
fun
literally
mechanics.
the bane of my existence. The level makes sense in the context on why there would be so many enemies you would have to fight, but god damn if it isn't frustrating to do so. It's wave after wave of enemy defenses, and they're all bullet sponges if your better guns aren't upgraded yet. This is the first level where you start to notice just how underpowered the early weapons are because they're almost useless here. Let's take the Visibomb for example. It's the most powerful gun in the first game, besides the Rhino, but it's all but a pea shooter now. In Ratchet 1, it takes down a powerful tank in one shot. In Going Commando, the same weapon against the same type of enemy takes 9 shots to take it down. I had to speed up this footage because it took so long.
I like
to
how
blow it
they're
up.
basically using the
This
same
is the
examples.
hardest gauntlet you
Or
will
well,
face
at
in
least
this
for
game.
the
With ships coming down that you can't blow up
dumb
beforehand, moving lasers that you have to jump through, and electric walls filled with enemies to prevent you from running past everything. It took me 6 tries to get through to the boss fight, and I only
I mean, the
succeeded
Golden
because my health
Bolt,
upgraded
I think he
seconds
highlighted
before I was
the
about to
good
die.
part about this
It was
level
pure luck
being
that I
hard,
was
but
able to
like,
get to the boss of this
for
horde
someone
level,
who is
but
playing
I
this for the
still
first
had to
time,
dodge and weave my way
this
through
is
enemy fire.
really,
So
really
that
hard.
means the boss should be a true test of all the skills I've learned so far, right?
Prepare to
Sure,
die.
Salty. You lurk whenever you want to. Started playing Jack and Daxter with the PC ports. I've only played 1, 2, and the Daxter PSP game. That game was actually pretty okay. I haven't played that yet. I want to play it. There's a PC port?
This is the worst boss fight I've ever beaten. And yes, I did beat the Dragon God in Demon's
That was pretty
Souls.
good.
It's just so damn tedious. Having to run around for over 13 minutes, just constantly shooting this giant robot over and over again. You have to shoot the little robots he sends out, and also get out of the way when he comes to break your turret. If you get lazy, like I did, and just wanted to be done with the fight, well, you're gonna have a bad time. With the inclusion of all these new gameplay mechanics, it was really unfortunate that I found most of them to be more tedious than fun, and those include...
Dude, I am going to have to check that out. They actually... Hang on, I think I remember hearing about that, but I didn't look more into it. Dude, yeah. After this, I'm gonna go look it up. That sounds awesome.
Include the ship battles. Oh god, I can't even look at them. It just reminded me too much of the gummy ship segments in Kingdom Hearts. Ugh. I'm getting flashbacks again. This game wasn't the one to introduce ship combat, but it did make it overstay its welcome. In the first game, there are only 2 segments where you have to use the ship for combat, and they're both different. One's to shoot the ships dropping waste into the lakes of planet Pokataru, and the other to defeat Captain Quark in a space battle. Both are completely different scenarios that require you to use the ship in a unique way. They are also coming at the end of 2 levels, so you get to see an overview of the planet you just explored while flying around the ship. With Going Commando, they feel like interruptions in the gameplay loop. At certain points in the story,
they
you will
kind
be
of do.
on your way to another planet.
So how many
and you
Irish
have to do these
parties
ship
do you think
combat
are going
sections
on
to
now
clear
that
out
the
the
Queen
enemies
is dead?
trying-
About 100, and then some Australians too, I suppose.
to stop you. It's not hard, it's just uninteresting and repetitive gameplay. With the ships, you can fly around and try to look for them, or you can just fly straight and they position themselves right in front of you for you to blow them up. But it's not only small ship battles that you will have to deal with. You also can...
Dude, Salty. My birthday is on the 8th. The day the Queen died. She totally stole my spotlight.
to shoot down some giant ships like in the first game, and also defense turrets. The ships are pretty straightforward, but the defense turrets have little repair bots that come out and fix them if you destroy one. It tells you that after you blow one up. So if you've just been focusing on one, you can get caught up in a loop where you might have just one left, and then another one gets repaired right before you destroy them all. I remembered this because it wasn't my first time playing through it, so it was actually pretty easy for me to beat this time around, but I do honestly remember that I had a lot of trouble with this when I played it as a kid.
Yes, I
This
love
game
Regicide.
is by no means bad, but it's probably one that I'll never go back to now.
I usually maintain the fact that I don't like surprises,
Going
but that was a
Commando
nice
released
one, I must
year
admit.
in a week exactly after the first game, and with all the new additions added, I can't figure out how they pulled it off. The amount of stuff added into this game is astonishing, and it was still only made by a team of 80 people. That's double the size of the first game, but that didn't stop them from going above and beyond with expanding the Ratchet and Clank formula. There are two last things I want to talk about briefly, and those are the spherical worlds and the Insomniac Museum. These worlds I'm talking about are these tiny ones where you get to roam around as Giant Clank or Ratchet and destroy everything in sight. It's one of the multiple sections that break up the traditional gameplay loop, but it doesn't disrupt the pacing. They're spaced
It
out perfectly.
100% disrupts the
And you
pacing.
never get sick of them, whether
Pacing.
you're playing as
Oh,
Ratchet
pacing.
or Clank. These tiny planets weren't easy to make either, And to get the gravity just right, it took changing 50,000 lines of code to get everything working properly. The other amazing location that was added was the Insomniac Museum. There are different ways
when
of
he says
accessing
you don't
the
have to
museum,
get me
but the
anything,
footage on
you know,
screen
he
right now
really
is
wants
how
to
I
see a
got into it.
monarch
I
perish.
honestly think this is the coolest secret. put
Damn,
into
you know
any
what
game.
would have been a better
You get to
present
access a
though? Like one of
museum
the
that has all sorts of developer information about how the game
one
functions.
of the other
and you even
bad,
get
the
commentary
actual bad
directly
ones.
from the developers.
That would have been better.
It's laid out exactly like the Insomniac Games office when they were making it, and you just get to run around and explore the place. It gives you a personal look at some cut content and a bunch of other things that didn't end up making it into the final game.
Like one
This
of the
game is a
dictators,
labor
right?
Of love, and I really wish I could have ended
I mean,
up
is that
loving
really
it
too
like
much to
so
ask?
many other people. There's just too many minor annoyances to me, but I don't speak for everyone. Just because I found something annoying doesn't mean you're going to, and that's what I love about making videos like this. I try to show my perspective in a creative and informative way in hopes you might look at a piece of media I'm talking about from a different viewpoint. Like I said in the intro, I am not here to change your opinion, and I truly want to hear about why you love this game, so please let me know down in the comments. I would love to start a discussion about going Commando, and I just want to say thank you for making it to the end of this video. I'm making videos like this for every game in the Ratchet and Clank series, so if you don't
I
wanna
don't
miss them,
know if
why not
it's
subscribe?
because
Doesn't cost you anything.
his
Thank you
views
guys so much for
aligns
watching, and hopefully
more
2021
with my
is a lot
own,
better
but
than 2020.
I think I like this video better than the Golden Bolts. And I might be slightly biased because he's agreeing with me, but yeah. What should we write? What should we comment? How about just better than the that's a capitalized T. I saw a meme that showed Elizabeth at the chat that said, meets when your prime minister dies of cringe. That's a good one. Anyways, that was Joystick Drummer's video on Ratchet and Clank 2. Pretty good. Honestly. I was thinking of watching 2 other short ones before I end things off, which would be Some Call Me Johnny's video. Let's see if I can find it. But I also kind of wanted to watch the first one he did.
Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring today's video. It's hot as...
No. Raycon ain't sponsoring me, dude. So I'm not gonna give them anything.
Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring today's video. It's hot as...
Yeah. 2 of them. The first one, the first Ratchet and Clank one, and then the Ratchet and Clank on Commando one. They're pretty short and very straightforward. I watched this one earlier when it came out, I think. And they're pretty nice because they're from a newbie to the series, so it's a nice viewpoint to have, which is, for one, very rare at this point in time, but he's also a kind of prolific YouTuber, so that's also good. I'm gonna be right back. I need some more water, and also I'm gonna go to the bathroom for a spell. Oh, and also, if anyone has any other Ratchet and Clank 2 videos they would like to recommend, put them in the chat, and we'll see if we have some time, or if anyone's even up to watching more after this. If you're interested in more reviews, might also suggest guys like Junior Nitro, Mr. Jarhead, and JebTube. The latter also being a newbie when reviewing these games. JebTube, isn't that the Sonic guy? Shows how much I know, right? Yeah, hey, that is the Sonic guy. Well, at least I have Salty here to keep me company at the very least. Oop. I actually subscribed to YouTube Premium for this. Am I bad for supporting the giant corporation known as Google? Let's see. First of all, how old are his Ratchet and Clank videos? Previously I downloaded the videos, but I was like, nah, you know what? I want to at least give some ad money to the creators. Oh, these are old. Jeb's Rack videos are really old. It's also one of the first videos he made. Now, maybe not Jab, I think. Who is Junior Nitro? His Future Series ones and SAC came out around the same time Goldie did his Future Series vids. Oh. Wait, these are actually that old? Oh, right, because he did some stuff previously, didn't he? Yeah, because the trilogy Golden Bolt has recently done a remake of his Ratchet and Clank videos, I think. Because his 2016 Ratchet and Clank video came out 4 months ago. And Jeb's videos are 4 years old, according to YouTube. I can't find this Junior Nitro guy. It doesn't show up on. Doesn't show up when I search for him. At the very least.
I've been playing video.
And who's Mr. Jarhead? Is he a Ratchet YouTuber? At least his Ratchet 3 take is based. Says it's his least favorite. And yet again, he also calls Going Commando an amazing sequel. I might check these ones out. Junior Nitro 24.
Welcome to Junior Nitro.
Is this
My
the guy?
name is John. What is Junior Nitro? I'm glad you didn't ask.
Yeah, I didn't. Random thought, but have you considered uploading an April Fool's video where you only speak Swedish or Norwegian or whatever Viking language you speak natively? No. Haven't thought about it. But now that you mention it. Although I do actually have an April Fool's video in mind for next year. Although I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off. Can't find... Oh, there it is. Yeah, I might check it out. But maybe I'll just skip to if he has any on the third game. Going Commando, Up Your Arsenal. Yeah, I might skip to Up Your Arsenal and do it next time. I need to remember to do that character analysis of Uthgerd, where I talk about why she's an incel and that's why she's toxic towards men. I'm sorry, but I don't think incel women exist. I mean, they can just go out and ask for sex, can't they? And then get it? Anyways, where were we? Oh, right. Some call me Johnny.
Balls out and like to keep my workouts
See
at
if
home,
we
but
can't
since I
skip
don't
the...
want to disturb the folks in the household, I like to wear my
I like the
Raycon
intro though, so we're gonna watch that. Yeah, I mean, Salty, I feel you, man. Same, dude. Same.
Now, you want to talk about something that's been a long time coming. I'm finally tackling one of the 3 major platformers of the PlayStation 2 era. Of course, if there's other games that I'm forgetting, I am all ears to let me know about that sort of shit. But, like, growing up on the subject of action-packed platformers, more than likely you were either talking Jak and Daxter, Sly Cooper, or Ratchet and Clank. Given the immense popularity and success of the PlayStation 2, these games were always front and center on gaming magazines or commercials. Sure enough, despite never really playing these games for myself, I was more than aware of them because I saw them on TV all the damn time. And the commercials alone was almost reason enough for me to give Ratchet and Clank a shot because I thought all those weapon demonstration ads were genuinely hilarious.
Why aren't people talking more about the commercials? They're so good.
Today we're gonna test a tractor beam from Ratchet and Clank going Commando. Oh, nice, dude. Nice job, nice job.
But given my nature as a jobless high school student, one that was already content with the games I already had, not to mention my interest in these kind of games already kind of waning by the mid-2000s, as I've alluded to before, I completely missed these games at their peak, and it's only now where I'm finally deciding to deal with that. Though to be technical, I have sampled all of these games at some point in the last couple of years for either Brain Scratch or SGB, but that was just to get a sense of how the games function so that I could provide a better commentary. I didn't finish any of them because I was playing other things, and I knew at some point I was going to tackle these games properly on my channel anyway. We're starting with Ratchet and Clank for a couple of reasons. Besides the commercials, out of the three platformers of this era, it was the one that looked the most interesting to me, the one that I thought, out of those three given, I would enjoy the most. Jak and Daxter had the Naughty Dog prestige, and I was a big Crash Bandicoot fan, sure, but Jak and Daxter didn't grab my attention in a similar manner. And Sly Cooper, I'll be honest, just slipped under my radar completely. It was the one I heard the least amount of, despite that game leaving its own mark on the console. Secondly, out of those three, Ratchet and Clank was the one you guys wanted me to look at first and foremost, and I know Spyro fans might be feeling a little gypped at this point because the original creators of Ratchet and Clank was Insomniac Games, the same creators as Spyro the Dragon. And I know for...
Dude, Johnny is such a chill dude. Also, nice frame pause. I mean, he just has a certain type of charisma to him. He just seems really chill. And I just had to get that out there.
For some, it might be weird that I'm heading into Insomniac Games' second foray into the platforming scene without having any of the Spyro baggage, you could say. But I don't think that'd be really relevant when discussing the Ratchet and Clank series, and I'll try to be nice here. I'm sorry, but I've gotten a lot more requests for Ratchet and Clank than I have ever gotten for Spyro, and I am really sorry, just kind of like rubbing salt in the wound. I've always had more of an interest in Ratchet and Clank than I have for Spyro the Dragon. I honest to God gave Spyro a shot when it was first released. I played the first game, I thought it was fine, it was okay, but it wasn't enough to make me interested in future games with my attention span back then. If it didn't leave a lasting impression, I was quickly moving on to other things. All I can say is that Spyro will get his moment in the sun. That's only a matter of time, really. It's just not now. But these are always some of my favorite videos to create because I'm a total newbie here. So as always, I'm excited to see the journey and me reflecting on my experiences as I go through Ratchet and Clank's library. Not all of them, of course. I gotta keep you guys coming back somehow, but a good chunk of them for this marathon. In fact, the 4 main PS2 games will be the priority
Breaking
for this
news,
marathon.
developer moves on to new title and
I may
fans full
include the
title are
PS3
angry.
as well. I'm also going to be sticking with the
Angry.
original PlayStation 2 versions of these games.
I hate it
not
when that
use the
happens.
HD collection. Since I feel that since I'm finally going to tackle these games I've ignored for so long, I'm going to play them as originally released and take myself back to the early to mid 2000s. So let's dive into Insomniac Games' second
Dude,
foray
old
with
school
the
props,
original
too.
Ratchet and Clank.
Which is kind of funny to say out loud, isn't it? Because as I'm sure some of you know, though I'm going to assume you don't, otherwise what's the point of me even saying this shit? Ratchet and Clank was not what Insomniac Games had in mind when making their PlayStation 2.
Dude, Salty, I just remembered. You should have been here during the Golden Bolts Ratchet and Clank 1 video, because he did that, you know, the credits roll gag when something happens in game that makes it look like the main character dies. He did that 5 fucking times.
Debut. They probably figured with their success of Spyro the Dragon, with that being handed off to other developers, Insomniac wanted to try their hand at other genres, going as far as making concepts that didn't really go anywhere, even making a prototype of a game that was inspired by Zelda and Tomb Raider called Girl with a Stick, which I'm sure was a working title, but major props if that's what they were going to stick with in final production. Alas, this game would be scrapped, as outside of Insomniac Games founder Ted Price, the devs were not very
we
passionate
already
about the project, citing it as
know
one-dimensional, and Sony...
Johnny has this repetition legitimizes. Johnny has his review style is basically go over the development first and then summarize the story of the game and then talk more about the game itself, don't like the pacing. He has more butts with Ratchet and Clank 3 than credits roll in Ratchet and Clank 1. About 24 by my count. Really? Oh my god. I can't wait. I'm gonna shoot myself afterwards if that's actually the case.
Believing it wouldn't find a proper market in the current environment, recommended Insomniac Games to stick to their strengths. In early 2001, development of the first Ratchet & Clank would begin, based on a space adventure concept.
Although I
by
do
Brian
like
Hastings,
butts.
one of the earliest members of Insomniac Games, drawing inspiration from Japanese manga Spyro and Conker's Bad Fur Day. But to get a working demo out in time for presentation and funding, Insomniac would receive assistance from Naughty Dog. Yeah, when I finished the game and saw Naughty Dog listed in the special thanks, I was sort of taken aback. Okay then, not what I was expecting. In the late 90s and early 2000s, Insomniac and Naughty Dog shared the same office building, and while they acted as compatriots during the Crash and Spyro days, during the PS2 era, the two studios would sort of work together, sharing developmental notes and such, with Mark Cerny acting as a conduit between the two studios, having helped both teams with Crash and Spyro respectively in the earlier days.
It was so interesting to learn because earlier you can convince me that these two studios were like rivals to each other, like playful rivals at the very least, because I recall when Crash 3 had that Spyro the Dragon demo built into it, and I don't think they do that unless they were like true rivals against each other, but no, it turns out they were total chums and they helped each other along in the process, which clearly worked given where the studios are nowadays. And I wonder, even after like 20 some odd years, if that sense of camaraderie is still there, and if so, when are we getting that Last of Us crossover with Spider-Man, and how long before that game gets remade?
And so, after a few hurdles here and there, Insomniac would release Ratchet and Clank for the 2002 holiday season, where it was clearly a critical success with the number of games released after this is any indication, not to mention they got a full feature-length movie, but we'll get to those eventually. How does this game stack up now? Our journey begins on planet Veldin, where we see our main protagonist Ratchet tuning up his spaceship. Okay then, but enough about that. We then jump to a factory on a nearby planet where we're introduced to our second protagonist, a diminutive robotic defect that, after learning the horrible truth, is quickly hounded by security, forcing him to make a hasty retreat, crash landing near Ratchet's home back on Veldin. After managing to retrieve eventually, the two will finally meet Captain Quark, who you find out is not quite the hero Clank hoped he would be, as the washed-up super...
And if you don't like
Although I like this
cutscene, whiny, sniveling, snot-nosed
population, form a line behind me and kiss my...
We're still on? Well, turn
it off, you idiot!
He's not as goofy as, say, Dr. Neocortex, but I think the evil businessman inherently has a more sinister aura than the standard mad scientist, especially as you get older in life, so I'd say Drek still delivers the goods. The story is relatively straightforward and simplistic, but the characters and the dynamic they share make up for it, and animation-wise, this shit is great. They had plenty of experience beforehand, but Insomniac made one hell of a first impression on the PS2 with character animations and expressiveness, really the whole shebang. Environments look great. I witnessed very little in graphical pop-up. I only saw a bit of slowdown here and there when things got hectic in combat, which I was already kind of expecting, so that's fine. Characters make great use of squash and stretch, the voice acting is good, as well as the lip syncing. The only real downside is Ratchet. His facial expressions get a little weird looking. It's the only thing I would call rough around the edges, but the expressiveness is still there to help sell the character. Now, is it all good? No. Ratchet and Clank's developing relationship is a major focus, and at first Ratchet just kind of views Clank as a means to an end, right? Like, Clank wants Ratchet to help him stop Drek and his plans because it's the right thing to do. While Ratchet just repeatedly wants to make detours to get some personal gain out of this journey, putting him at odds with Clank on the occasion. Though it's mostly harmless shit, like he just wants a new hoverboard, he wants a new oxygen mask, one priority over the other, but Ratchet can also be quite the asshole to Clank, sometimes a little too much, which makes Ratchet borderline unlikable. You've likely seen this writing trope plenty of times in your life, the two characters at odds until they find common purpose and make up, but I do think they sort of overdid it with Ratchet, where even after
I agree with him,
it's very difficult to criticize a PS2 game for running and after learning that his home planet is next up on the chopping block, I don't quite buy that Ratchet has become fully selfless. There just happens to be a personal stake in the matter now, and Ratchet can't afford to be such a dick at this time. Though I ended up liking Clank more than Ratchet, as I'm sure was the intent, I still liked Ratchet enough to want to learn more about this dude in future games, because in this game, we don't know much about him. And while there is appeal in that mystery, this does lead to problems in this story, since because we don't know much of him or his upbringing, his nonchalant attitude and him being such a jerk to Clank lacks complete justification. I mean, if we're just going off...
it is justified well enough. I mean, come on.
Clank's actions in this game alone, then yeah, Ratchet has the right to be upset with their current predicament, but not to this extreme given the game's whimsical tone, and I think if just a little more time was spent on Ratchet, we could have gotten a better perspective, and maybe fully understand why he came off as this hot-headed douche. And maybe I'm alone in this part, but it's a thought that kept creeping into my head. But for a character named Ratchet, one whose main weapon is a large wrench, a character that we're introduced to with him tinkering with a spaceship, I find it very odd that he doesn't do much mechanical shit. He wields a lot of guns, and by God, he knows how to use them, but every time upgrades are involved for him or Clank, you're usually getting them from these scientists or other guys that supply Ratchet and Clank with the upgrades, and I think it would have made more sense if Ratchet did some of that shit himself. I can only recall one time where he did some sort of mechanical work, and that was just a basic-ass Fonzarelli fix, but shit, I can do that. And then there was the endgame where Ratchet takes Clank back home to fix his damaged arm. That's it, I think, though. And I'm aware this isn't that big of a deal. I just find it odd that the supposed mechanic of the game doesn't really do anything with his namesake, but maybe that's something future games will fix. That remains to be seen. Please don't spoil that in the comments. But to get back to the plot, after Ratchet and Clank have their reconciliation, they team up to finally put an end to Ultimate Supreme Executive Chairman Drek, his title not mine, and stop his schemes for good, wiping out his makeshift planet with the very weapon he was planning to use himself, the Duplanetizer. The galaxy is saved with Ratchet and Clank chilling out on the couch and watching Quark continue to sell out. Hey, we all got bills to pay. I sure as shit ain't judging by Raycons. And I want to be clear, the reason why I'm even giving these characters and plot this much thought is because I think Insomniac wanted to make something a little more delicate or interesting than your standard ABC platformer story, though Ratchet and Clank is still Saturday morning cartoon levels. But there's still enough here to make these characters memorable, make you interested in how their plot points resolve. I think it worked. This is clearly not the end point for some of these characters. It's almost as if they made this game knowing full well that sequels are sure to follow, but the story still works on its own merits. And the game itself, man, I can't believe that this game, released in 2002, is a much better Shadow the Hedgehog than the actual Shadow the Hedgehog released in 2005.
Don't you fucking disrespect my favorite game, dude.
This game ain't perfect, I got shit to complain about, but I can safely say that this right here is a good game, and honestly, one I wish I played earlier in my youth. In this game, you're jumping across different planets and orbital bases, completing the current objective given to you. It's straightforward stuff where you just have to tackle the challenge ahead. It could be time challenges on hoverboards or completing obstacle courses to prove yourself worthy of an upgrade. A lot of progression involves getting a certain item in one place and then using it to fully explore another place you previously visited. In a platformer sense, I like to think of it as every planet having multiple acts. There's always something to nab on your first visit, but when you come back with the proper item or upgrade, there's a whole new section of the planet that opens up that offers a completely different obstacle that itself rewards you with another mandatory item or something optional but beneficial, like a tool that lets you grab money from afar or a permanent upgrade to your health. I like the kind of platformers that also like take Metroidvania elements and like nicely implement them into the core design. Regarding the
What? I don't know if I'd go that far to call it a Metroidvania-esque just because you
the kind of things you end up doing in this adventure, I ended up liking most of it. I thought there was little in like bullshit, you know, like suddenly needing to learn a completely different gameplay style or going against the conventions the game sets up earlier. And don't get me wrong, this game has swimming sections, it has bits where you're on a turret shooting things out of the sky, and times where you're even on a battleship, hunting down your next target right out of a Star Fox game. But not only are these in line with the aesthetic of the game, they also control remarkably well. Yeah, I even like the handful of sections when you're in control of Clank. You can't do nearly as much as Ratchet, no weapons, no hardcore platforming outside of basic jumps, but his emphasis on puzzles and minion collecting I thought was a nice change of pace that again wasn't too
Metroid-likes.
and immensely satisfying when I'm able to sink my goons
it also
against the
has
things that were giving me
RPG
shit
elements,
earlier.
right?
And then later when you're able to upgrade Clank in these fun kaiju sections, I thought that was a
I
great
really like
logical
Metroid.
evolution of his earlier
It's not a
gameplay
Metroidvania,
that also worked
it's
as a
a
great
Metroid-like,
payoff and feeling so limited earlier.
literally
Now does this
Metroid,
all
but
get a little repetitive after a bit?
you know
Most
what I mean.
definitely. But I found that no singular area lasted more than 15-20 minutes, sometimes not even that much. So even though some areas require multiple visits, the new challenges offered and the short run length means you're not overstaying your welcome. Overall, I thought this game had a nice brisk pace with the perfect length. Whenever the game informed me that I needed a certain item for the next section and then later finding it, you know, the most primal part of my brain started making monkey noises because it means, hey, I can finish off what I started in the previous world. It was even better when my knack for exploration awarded me with things like an item that reduced shop prices, or the ability to summon these ruthless flying drones that were rare, yeah, but they took care of enemies better than I could ever hope to. My gripes are more on the technical and fundamental aspects of the game's design. This game starves you for checkpoints. Now, you don't have lives in Ratchet and Clank, and I do admire that progressiveness, especially for a title released in 2002. But in some of these areas, man, the distance you are sent back when you die is so fucking vast that it did get a bit draining. Though to somewhat circumvent this, there are these shortcuts that you open up as you explore the level so you don't have to travel as much when you have to revisit, and I like that. But I think every level could have used at least 2 or 3 more checkpoints, especially since enemies respawn whenever you die, and some are not very fun to combat on repeated visits, like these alien snappers or these crab
they don't
fuckers.
actually
Any small, nimble enemy that required more than one hit was also a big pain in my testicle. Though it's called Ratchet and Clank, it's Ratchet who does most of the heavy lifting, being able to knock around things with this massive wrench, which you can also toss like a boomerang for safe, long-range combat, or break wooden boxes and TNT crates with ease. I know Naughty Dog helped with development, but dipping your hands a little too deep into that Crash Bandicoot juice there, Insomniac. But this being a 3D action platformer, jumping on shit is also part
Ratchet and Clank was the first Souls-like? Yes,
definitely,
100%.
Ratchet's a little heavy on the turning, and the default camera speed was a little too slow, though thankfully the game gives me the option to speed it up. But other than those snags, I found Ratchet's controls to be smooth and responsive. I like his little double flip jump. I love the long jump Clank gives him later, which later evolves into a rocket jump, and the hover ability is just the icing on the cake. Quintessential 3D platforming abilities, I love to see it. And you can grind on certain rails to reach your next destination or collect some extra bolts, which act as this game's currency that you can use in these Gadgetron shops to purchase the real bread and butter of combat, guns, and lots of them. The game has a vast collection of weapons and tools at your disposal, and though yes, some are clearly better options than others, I didn't find much use for the suck cannon outside of getting out of reach bolts, which became obsolete later on, and the less I say about the Walloper the better, and the Taunter was only good for attracting some goons in very specific circumstances. I was still surprised to see that a number of other weapons still had their use, even late into the game. Like, I know the flamethrower gets dunked on a bit, unless you're playing like the PAL version of the game, but for crowd control against like smaller enemies, I couldn't think of a better option. And the blaster gun, like the machine gun you get in the beginning of the game, that still had a lot of uses. God, I love the drones, both the ones that act as a shield and take hits for you, and the little devils that scatter across the ground and blow shit up on contact. Saved my ass a bunch of times. And ammo was
and the Glove of Doom.
There's plenty of these crates scattered about that contain healthy amounts of the stuff.
Welcome back.
And you can even purchase ammo of any weapon you own in one of the many Gadgetron vendors. You can pause the game and equip weapons manually, but you can also make use of the quick select so that you can swap weapons on
It's
the
the best
fly.
weapon in the game.
But this isn't
objectively
perfect.
The
you have
best
to hold
weapon
down
in
the
the game.
triangle button and then use the analog stick or D-pad to select the slot you want, and then make the switch. I really wish I could just tap a direction on the D-pad to make the switch, which isn't a thing in this game because, strangely, this PlayStation 2 game where the DualShock controller was already an established thing since the late 90s still has the D-pad as an option for movement. Why? This makes zero sense to me. It should have been a dedicated hotkey for weapon swapping. You know what? The shoulder buttons too. R1 and R2 do the same thing. L1 and L2 do the same thing. I personally would have had like the L1 and R1 buttons as weapon swaps, like
that
in a Mega
reminds me
Man
of the
title.
two worst
I know
takes
that's
I've
just
ever
me. I
seen in my
realize
life.
that
It
may not
boggles
be
the mind.
everyone's cup of tea.
Oh,
I'm just not big on having multiple
Enlighten me.
buttons sharing one action. There's no manual lock on either, which for some weapons, some weapons are equipped with an auto lock, but it's proximity based, and you know I didn't like that shit in Shadow the Hedgehog. I sure as shit don't
why are
like
you
it here.
continuously
Look at all these bullets just
dissing
fucking whiffing.
my favorite
Some weapons
game?
have a homing function to save you the trouble, but a manual lock on would have
Shadow
been
the
ideal to
Hedgehog
help
is
mitigate
good.
the pain. Some tools also didn't need to be separate weapons, and I'm mainly talking about the story important upgrades. The swing shot to cross large gaps, which itself is great to use, the trespasser to unlock certain doors that involve you playing this laser minigame, the hydro displacer, which lets you transfer a large body of water from one area to another to access different altitudes. These are fine, they work as function, but you have to manually equip these tools every time they're needed.
Okay, so get this. Life 4 is not canon because it doesn't use the number 4. Since when did numbers determine whether or not something is non-canon? Is Doom Eternal not canon because it doesn't use numbers? Well, yeah, obviously.
And since you only really need these tools for these moments, it would have made more sense if they were context-sensitive prompts. Like, when I get to a trespasser section, just give me a prompt to take me to the minigame. When I get to a swing shot area, just give me a button to press so I can swing away. Keep things
People
snappy,
have
you
the
know what I mean?
weirdest takes
These bit
sometimes.
moments ended up making progression a little rocky because it happened pretty often. Do yourself a favor and collect as many bolts as you can when you can as well, because this game also likes to lock progression through money gates. The bolts you collect are not just for weapons and ammo, they're also needed for plot important items, and the game will just lock them behind paywalls. Now, given my playstyle where I explore every little bit that I can when possible, I never found myself short on cash, and I always had more than enough to proceed. But I still don't like the idea of the paywall, especially in a platformer.
Or not, it makes
imagine
sense
playing a Crash Bandicoot
is
game
a
that locked
completely
progression
different
because you didn't
matter.
collect enough Wumpa fruit or boxes or worse, gems. No, that'd be some dumb shit. But this game wants you to collect all those bolts, so make sure you do, otherwise you gotta grind, or worse, actually use something like that metal detector and waste time looking for a loose change on the ground, completely breaking the pace. Or I don't know, Ratchet was a dick to Clank, so maybe he had this coming.
Shadow the Hedgehog
Every
is
world
good.
also has
A
these
review
gold
is
bow
the
sets,
next-
as far
yeah,
as I'm aware,
definitely.
totally optional.
It
They're
is
only
the
needed
next
to unlock
Sonic
these
video
special
I'll
gold
make.
weapons that act as souped up versions of previous guns.
And
I ended up not getting any of these
actually
because I think I only
kinda
found
sorta
about 5
excited to
gold
play it
bolts
again
total in my
because it's been
playthrough,
so long.
and the price for some of these guns were through the roof. My God. However, it should be noted that Ratchet & Clank is meant to be played multiple times, as it does
sure
have a new Game
Gother
Plus
will,
feature
appreciate
that lets you
that.
keep your weapons and bolts previously collected, so that you can eventually unlock those ridiculously overpowered guns like the gold weapons or even the Rhino, which stands
Okay,
for
so
Rip
explain
Ya
to me
a
how
New
numbers
One,
determine
which I
whether
just
something
love.
is canon
And
or
this
not.
gun fucking rocks as well.
can't.
I couldn't help myself. I ended up
Sorry,
doing a
dude.
glitch that lets me go out of bounds and get to a spot to let me farm infinite bolts because I wanted to try this weapon out. It costs 150,000 bolts, which you're just not getting on your first playthrough by normal means. And this grinding method right here, fuck, this shit takes a while, so I ended up placing some tape on the controller and putting a weight on the circle button while I did other things around the house like Final Fantasy 14 roulettes and watching Black Lagoon. You don't need the Rhino for what it's worth. You can get something like the Tesla Claw later that's also pretty expensive even after getting the discount, but it's like a Ghostbusters Pro.
Wait, he got the
package,
Rhino
so useful
before he
late
got the
game when
Tesla
against
Claw?
the final boss. Also just realized I made
Who
an
does
Elon
that?
Musk comment earlier, and there's a weapon in this game called the Tesla Claw. Ooh. And the utility you can rock with other weapons make you more than capable for any challenge thrown at you. Sometimes even your basic wrench is more than handy. But come on, a weapon like the Rhino, everyone's got to experience it at least once, and it's ridiculous. Completely
Sonic
neuters
Adventure
any
no use
challenge the
numbers,
game might
therefore
have
it
had.
ain't canon.
But you know
Yeah,
what? That
of
was my
course.
favorite thing about the Chicago typewriter Resident Evil 4, or any game that has overpowered weapons or infinite
It's a
ammo.
pretty shit
Sometimes
take, yeah.
it's just fun to be had and blowing shit up, which Ratchet & Clank has you do a lot. Indeed, stuff like this gives Ratchet & Clank a good amount of replayability, especially if you're all about that completionist mentality. Collect all those bolts, unlock every weapon, get the gold stuff, get the Rhino, maybe even go for those hidden skill points that require you to do certain things under incredibly strict circumstances. I managed to get about 4 by complete accident, but it's something else to hunt for if you want more playtime. Maybe one day I'll do it for myself, but for my initial playthrough for this review, I didn't think it was necessary. A basic playthrough was more than enough to make me a fan.
Oh, the Golden
This
Bolt
was a good
didn't
time.
even
Obviously, I can't
mention
compare it to
skill
the other
points in
games
his
because I
Track
haven't
2
played
video,
them
did
yet.
he?
But if the first game is anything to go by, things are
think he
looking
did.
promising, so I'm going to give this a recommend. Play it on the HD collection, save yourself a couple of bucks. I got my issues as I went into, but I am very curious to see if future games will fix any of them. Where does this series peak? How long before we reach the embarrassing midlife crisis? All this and more next time when we continue the Ratchet & Clank marathon with Ratchet & Clank Balls Out, going Commando. As always, thank you all for watching. Stay safe, wash your hands, wear a mask if you decide to go outside, get vaccinated if it's possible. Give the video a like, hit subscribe for more, ring that bell.
Maybe he
out.
did mention something about it, but I can't remember. I know he mentioned it in the Ratchet and Clank 1 video. Can't remember if he did it in number 2. Okay, that was... I don't know if I'd call that enlightening. It's interesting to see someone actually use the drone device and the Globe of Doom. Because as far as I'm aware, those are pretty shit weapons and not a lot of people like them. Oh yeah, he did tell people to get vaccinated, didn't he? Wow, unsubscribed. And the second take is even worse. That was just the second worst take I've ever heard. Alright, then what's the second take? Where was I? Yeah. Also, I think... Okay, someone doesn't like the OST for Twinsanity because it sounds too much like mouths making noises. Bruh, have you never heard of a cappella? That's the entire point. Well, they probably don't know how to describe it very well, but if they don't like a cappella, then they probably wouldn't like an OST that consists of a cappella. It sure is an original idea for a video game soundtrack, though. I can't say I have any super hot opinions on Twinsanity, but just because I haven't really played any of the Crash Bandicoot games, except for 1, 2, and 3. Oh, and Wrath of Cortex, which is like objectively the best Crash Bandicoot game there is. Like usually what I'd used to do is just put on Wrath of Cortex, and at the same time I turned on my PlayStation, I'd put some eggs on, so when the game had finally loaded to the hub, my eggs were nearly hard-boiled. Dude, if you haven't been... if that's the amount of dumbfounded... Like if that's the most amount of dumbfounded you've been in your life, then you should probably just quit going on the internet right now. Because chances are, you're going to find a lot more. And it might destroy your psyche. Anyways, let's see if we can find the second one.
For sponsoring this video. You know,
yeah. Hello, Fresh. Goodbye, Fresh.
Thanks to HelloFresh for
what the hell is
sponsoring
Crash
this
for the
video.
Titans
You know,
anyways?
especially during these hot summers that only seem to be getting hotter and hotter. Maybe you don't want to go out to a restaurant. Sometimes.
And of course, the first take was made by Jay's Reviews, and the second take was made by TGX, who helped and agreed with the first point. Oh yeah, people on the internet have the worst freaking takes. It's absurd. Yeah, just go to any Discord server and you'll be shot down by extremely hot takes, both left and right. From both left and right. It's like the dumbest reviewers are the best of friends. Yeah, I guess. I don't have friends, so I wouldn't know. Who the hell is TGX? Haven't heard of that guy. And Jay's Reviews, isn't he the guy that's like really chummy with King K? Yeah, I think that's the guy. Remember when Pat had a mental breakdown watching Salt Skyrim video because the dude said design philosophy doesn't matter when saying Bethesda should copy Fallout systems for Skyrim? Oh my god, I think I was there, yeah. Oh, that was so fucking funny. Yeah, oh yeah, Jay is also chummy with Kevin. Or Goldie. What did I see on Twitter? Like, a lot of these people are like know each other and does stuff, but it never amounts to anything more than retweeting videos. Then again, I did ask Jay about that in a stream, and he said, yeah, I shouldn't have started with that, and I don't agree, and I want to cut it, but I had better points in the video. Well, alright. I mean, we're all human, right? We're not perfect. Oh yeah, I forgot we had WeDude83's reviews of the Ratchet games if you wanted more suggestions for the future. Well, still your opening statement is... Oh, that was his opening statement? Oh, yeah, that's a tough one. WeDude83. Oh wow, he has a lot of subscribers for having that name. Although I can think of more cringe names, to be honest. This guy reviewed Uno. Wow. You're not perfect. Unsubscribe. Can't even talk. You're better off just unsubscribing, yeah. I mean, where the hell is that video? There's one, and there they are. No, not the ones I were looking for. Are there anyone else I missed? Probably. I mean, it's YouTube. There are people everywhere. Although I don't think he has any pre-PS3 era games on his channel. I can't wait until my channel is big enough to tell my viewers that I'm a terrible role model. Ah yes, the staple YouTuber statement. Oh yeah, I found them. They were just really far down. They're 6 years old. I might check them out. Maybe skip straight to the Up Your Arsenal one, like I might do with the other ones you recommended. It doesn't seem very active. I guess it's because he keeps getting hacked. It's like the channel got hacked again. My channel was deleted for no reason, so I got hacked. Unlucky, dude. And TGX quit YouTube probably because of how awful his Twitch and the OC take was. But yeah, if his takes were that bad on a regular basis, maybe it's best he did quit. Maybe. Oh, by the way, I know. How about Cvit? Or however you want to pronounce that. Didn't he have a Ratchet and Clank video? Oh, yeah. Ratchet and Clank 2, a perfect sequel. Fuck off. Maybe we'll watch that too. It's just an hour. We'll see. But first, BRB. Alright. Let's see. Did that actually show up on screen? Yeah. So I got this cool... I can now use handwriting on stream, which is pretty cool. It's just I have to remember to actually enable it every time I open OBS. Because for some reason it gets unfocused or something. Wee Dude got hacked twice, apparently, in a very short time span. But it doesn't seem like he's uploading any videos currently. He's at least not very active. He takes that back, actually. Now he prefers Ratchet 1. Yeah, I follow him on Twitter, and he did say that. That's true. Yeah, it does suck. My I had a Let's Play channel a while back, probably 10 years ago now, but that got hacked and they just deleted everything. So yeah, I know what it feels like, but like I had 10 subscribers or something. I wasn't very good. Actually, I do have some of those videos on my computer. Maybe we'll, you know what would be fun? I used to do reviews too, and they are god awful. And I have a review I did of Ratchet and Clank 1. And it sucks so much ass. Maybe we'll watch that afterwards. It has some cool editing though. But yeah. That's... If you want to watch some cringe, if you want to watch some hard ass cringe, then stick around. TGX says in his about page that if people want a comeback, they ain't getting one. Move on with your lives. So yeah, safe to say he no longer has a passion for YouTube. Yep. That's just the way life is. It moves on. Anyways, let's take a look at HelloFresh.
You don't have time to do grocery shopping. HelloFresh is here to make life easier, though. You can choose from a humongous variety of meal plans from all different cultures, like burgers, exotic chicken bowls, pizzas. Trust me, there's a lot there. Assault, a crack in time's name, recurring thing for future games.
There we go.
All right, let's keep things moving along now with...
I had my first critique about how poorly designed the Shigoki in For Honor was, and it boils down to I suck at the game and I'm angry. I deleted it the moment I rewatched it. Oh, that's hilarious, dude. Well, wherever he is, I hope he is living a good life. Yeah, champion. Same here.
The second of the PS2 Ratchet and Clank titles, Ratchet and Clank Going Commando, and this will be a recurring thing for future games, innuendos galore. Ratchet and Clank Going Commando, up your arsenal, quest for booty, size matters, full frontal assault. A crack in time's name was originally Clock Blockers, which was later rejected. Ooh, okay, Clock Blockers was too much, but up your ass was just fine, then fuck out of here.
In Europe, we just went with the numbers. So I guess in the States, the Ratchet and Clank games just aren't canon at all. They're all separate titles, right? Wherever he is, whatever he's doing, I know he pays taxes. What a king. Salute.
here. They don't all have provocative titles, and I think most of the innuendos were dropped overseas, but I like to think it's only because they couldn't think of a clever pun that also worked within the game's themes. I respect the attempt at keeping the gag alive at least, and I personally can't wait for Ratchet and Clank Cocked and Loaded. 5 months before the release of the original Ratchet and Clank, Going Commando was already greenlit for development given the positive response that the first game received from play.
Are you still working on the vampire thing?
Testers. That game would also be a critical and financial hit for general consumers, so...
Louis who? Doesn't actually say. I think I know which Louis you're talking about, but I'm just a little unsure. Oh, right. I haven't kept up with Brain Scratch at all. Basically only watch Some Call Me Johnny.
Feeling further justified with this decision, likely, Sony was definitely trying to keep the momentum going with this new generation of consoles. Fans would not be waiting long for the second game, as Going Commando would hit store shelves.
Sounds like a vampire game. But yeah, I meant Gothic. Oh, I can't wait for you to butcher my heritage with God of War Ragnarok.
Just a year later for the 2003 holiday season. After the defeat of Drek, Ratchet and Clank were celebrated as heroes and got to live a good life. For a little bit anyway, as the two are now spending
some
their
fantastic
time
based
twiddling
editing
their
with his
thumbs, waiting
Gladiator
for their
review,
next
which
calling.
makes up for
And after
John's
their
take on the
latest
game
interview,
itself.
they're suddenly called to the Bogon Galaxy thanks to Amber.
So what's the general consensus about Gladiator? I like it.
Abercrombie Fizzwidget, the CEO of Megacore, essentially that galaxy's Gadgetron. Fizzwidget requests Ratchet and Clank's assistance in retrieving an experiment they were working on that was recently stolen by this mysterious thief. As a signing bonus, I guess, they'd get a new apartment and Ratchet would receive special training to make him a professional badass, even learning some dancing and origami. So just 2 weeks later, I'm assuming Megacore has the fucking hyperbolic time chamber if that's all it takes to make a capable soldier around here. Ratchet is primed and ready to seek out the missing experiment
Yeah.
and confront that mysterious thief. Okay, that's the basis.
Most seem to like it, or they just skip it altogether when it comes to the PS2 games for some unknown reason. I think Gladiator fixed a lot of the issues I currently have with the arena segments in 3. Because especially the obstacle courses are just so fucking boring. Good, champion. You're truly living up to your name by subbing to Salty Shrimp Pasta. Applause.
The rest of the story is just kind of going through the motions.
Gladiators that's a good way to put it. It's definitely kind of, it seems like what Ratchet 3 wanted to be, but they couldn't quite let go of the classic Ratchet and Clank formula. As it is now, Ratchet and Clank 3, it's all the sub-games from 2, and then they cut half the levels and replace them with arena battles and all that stuff.
That's the best way I can put it, I think.
And fucking, oh my god, the fucking battleground levels. It seems like, it's almost like they took a look at one of the Halo games and went, hey, we need to do that.
I was a little naive thinking that Insomniac had a greater scope in mind because... Okay, so it doesn't take long to confront the thief, right? You quickly learn that, maybe the thief isn't as menacing as they appear to be. You start to get the feeling that they're not that big of a threat. And then it's revealed that this thief is actually a woman named Angela Cross, former employee of Megacore, that actually wanted to keep the experiment away from the company as the creature can be duplicated to run amok across the galaxy, causing untold chaos if not handled properly. Okay, so she's not the actual bad guy, so what is it? Then we have these Thugs for Less goons, led by the thug leader that sporadically shows up, causing some problems for Ratchet on the occasion, but never enough to be more than an ass sore. It makes me wonder, Oh, what's the bigger picture here? The first game made it very clear that Drek was the head honcho, the main antagonist. Here I am a few hours in, and I'm not sure where this is all going, and I don't feel that this mystery is like deliberately played up in this case. It feels like the story is treading water until we get to an obligatory conclusion. So then you manage to get the experiment back to Fizzwidget, and there's this recurring thread where you're not sure if Fizzwidget is really a bad guy or it's just super...
The only thing you really need to know about Jedi Fallen Order is that it's one of the first story-based games ever, right?
Super incompetent, and this is on top of having to deal with the thief and then the thug leader. It's getting very muddled. Then it's revealed that Fizzwidget is actually Captain Quark in disguise, something that, in my opinion, is not so subtly hidden.
Fucking love that cutscene.
This is bad.
All right, just what the is going on?
And
Because
that is
throughout
not
the
an
game,
edit,
Ratchet and
that's
Clank
in the
do
actual
these
game.
Captain Quark documentaries, detailing the rise and fall of the superhero, and you know they wouldn't be spending so much time on these if there wasn't some sort of payoff. And with Fizzwidget acting more and more antagonistic as...
Good, I'm glad you learned that. I know some good examples of people getting too worked up about imperfections and they end up never completing anything. Hey, that used to be me.
the game proceeds, that right there I feel gives the whole thing away, and now you're just waiting for them to pull the trigger on it, which doesn't happen until the final 10 minutes of the game, and after that it ends.
Joseph Anderson
so
moment.
caught off guard when the credits rolled. Not
Has he
expecting
released his
something
Witcher
like
3
that.
video
I
yet?
don't know. If Going Commando was, say, a 3-act play, Quark being revealed as the mastermind should have been like,
look, it's Markiplier, he's secretly Captain... As if we needed any more reason to hate Captain Quark.
The end of Act 2,
Not
with
yet.
the whole other act dedicated
Has he
to the schemes.
has he released any other videos?
Commando's story. It never feels
In the
like
meantime?
we're properly building to any sort of climax. It is treading water. It's an unfocused wild goose chase that's littered with ads from Megacorp.
Like, is the guy just
You don't have ad
surviving
blocker
off of
installed.
streams?
As it is, he just kind of comes and goes with the wind, and it ends with him getting testicular torture. I'm gonna...
No, I just don't like Markiplier. It's not even anything personal, I just don't like him. He did an Elden Ring video that felt really rushed. Yeah, didn't Pat make fun of that? In the Discord ones? Pink, yeah, the pink mustache is, because whenever someone has colored body hair... Where have I heard Angela's VA, though?
I give Going Commando this, though. The humor is great. It's the best part
That's
of the
a good
game.
question.
As previously, there's a lot of characters you meet that supply the laughs, and overall, I found this game to be funnier than the first. Fizzwidget...
I mean, not liking a person for no good reason is very unhealthy. Well, it's not like I have a seething hatred for the guy, it's just... I don't care.
It drove me insane with his butchering of the English language that wore thin incredibly fast. Like, even as a bit, I thought, oh my god, it's kind of hard to make out what this guy's even saying.
But our entire galaxy is in a very precocious
I tend to
situation.
play up
I must
things
humbly
a bit
request
for
your
the
sustenance
humor of it,
on a
you
mission
know?
of dire urgitude, a mission of superfluous peril, a mission of unequivocal imperitude.
Did that make any sense?
But given who he really is, it makes sense. Quark would butcher the language just to piss Ratchet off, piss me off by extension, really helps sell the fact that Quark is a dude you just want to punch in the face. The Thug Leader was a fine character too. I love the fact that his Thugs for Less company, a band of hitmen and mercenaries, have pizza parties for good performance and practice good work ethics altogether like they're everyday workers. Outside of helping Megacorp spread the proto-pet menace for profit, working for this dude doesn't look like it'd be the worst thing in the world.
In Sector 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you're no good with numbers, find a buddy to help you. Lastly, the company picnic is this Sunday. And don't forget to bring your own juice this time. Hey! I saw that, Cletus! You just earned yourself a write-up.
Don't worry. The boss only yells because he loves us.
So the first game, right, was no stranger to mocking capitalist ideals. Some of you in the comments were even quick to point out that the very existence of the paywalls in the first game were supplementing that very notion. Okay, fair enough, I can buy that for $1. Here though, they go fucking balls to the wall ham, mocking capitalism and consumerism.
Let's get the goods on that experiment. What the?
I think I see the problem.
What?
What?
Now even the computers are charging us? That's
That's
it.
it.
This
This
galaxy,
galaxy blows.
With all these megacore ads and documentaries you watch as you progress through the story, I felt like I was watching a RoboCop spin-off. Given the franchise's love of innuendos, Ratchet and Clank would unironically try and sell me a gun called the SUX 6000. But with going Commando here, I feel the priority was put more into the Hyux than making a clear enough.
Wait, funny enough, a game series very similar to Prototype, Infamous. TGX's last 2 reviews before quitting for good was Infamous 1 and 2. Huh, funny coincidences. Salty shrimp pasta equals TGX confirmed?
Enough point A to point B story. I thought Angela Cross's could have mattered a little more in this adventure. From the beginning, it's clear that she's set up to be threatening, yet clumsy, but after her identity is revealed, her significance and screen time peter out so hard, so fast. Her previous history as a Megacore employee has some payoff, and ultimately what leads to the heroes coming out on top, but I think the logical thing to do would make her a playable character in some fashion. I feel a lot more could have been done with Angela, though it looks like she's here to stay going by the ending of the game, so maybe next time.
Watch out for that Prototype video. There's some Reddit tier cringe humor in it. Well, I know what we're watching afterwards. Ah, yes! Ah, that is
I don't hate
perfect.
the story at all, but I do find it a step back from the first game, as I find it lacks focus. At the very least, Ratchet is less of a
Dude, you weren't kidding. Lewis is a great editor.
dick this time. Honestly, it's almost a complete rewrite if you ask me, because yeah, he's still a bit of a dry smartass, but he's given more heroic qualities, isn't nearly as selfish, and really goes out of his way to care for Clank in this game. Different voice actor too, and I immediately recognized the dude as soon as he spoke. It's James Arnold Taylor, who I know as Tidus from Final Fantasy X, and no, I'm not going to play the Tidus laughing clip because you sheep lack context and are easily misinformed. Thanks for stopping by, hit that like button and subscribe. From what I understand, he's going to remain Ratchet's voice actor for the rest of the series, and I think he does a great job, though I didn't mind Mikey Kelly's acting in the first game either. I thought he did a good job there.
I rewatched it recently and I 100% would do it differently. Yeah, I have some videos like that too. Most prominently the Yoshi's Story one. I just don't feel like I did that game enough. What's it called? Anyways. Damn, that's the second time I exploded this stream. Damn, RIP, champion.
Too. Once again, the production values
Rip
across
in
the board are
pieces.
stellar. Voice acting, animations, environments, everything I complimented the first game for rings true here too. And I was shocked to see that this game supported widescreen, in 2003 no less. I mean, that was the time widescreen TVs were making their rounds for general consumers, but it wouldn't be entirely commonplace until the mid-2000s, but it was a welcome surprise. When I'm recording PlayStation 2 games, the HDMI converter I use stretches the footage to fill the screen, and I've grown to really hate that over the past decade and a half, so seeing a widescreen option available makes that less of an eyesore for me, and saves me, or my editor in this case, time in fixing the aspect ratio for review purposes. Though just a quick tidbit, I don't think it's true widescreen. It just squishes the aspect ratio so it doesn't look too weird when the picture is stretched out on the TV. I also noticed a little more slowdown during my action-packed romps, but again, I was expecting that, and it didn't help in my case that I was keen on using the very explosive weapons for my
To be
playthrough.
honest, I wouldn't remake my videos because
didn't
that's
really think the
admitting
plot was
defeat.
as good as it could have been.
Yeah, it does
Commando,
look a bit stretched.
Video game. This is such a marked improvement
I
over the last
believe
game.
the PlayStation 3
And let's keep in
versions
mind
have
that I already
true
thought the first game
widescreen, but
was a solid
don't quote me
adventure,
on that.
something that I think anyone could enjoy. Structurally, the game continues to follow the formula from last time. It may be a different galaxy, but you're still planning
Also, he's factually wrong about the widescreen support in the game. It's one of those kinds of widescreen that crops the top and bottom parts of the screen. Oh, yeah, right. And it just moves the HUD. That's such a weird way to do it. Like, you might as well just not include any widescreen option if that's how you're gonna do it.
across many different locales that present a different challenge outside of shooting shit until the cows come home, like air gliding, and later on where you can just straight up levitate for a few seconds in certain areas. This was really fun to do. I love the challenges this came with, one of them being very reminiscent of the jetpack levels of Crash 2, but this levitate thing controls much better for one thing, and secondly, the jetpack has numbed all sensation in my soul, and Ratchet and Clank couldn't hurt me even if it tried. But there's also plenty of puzzle solving scenarios too, like using this crane to move objects and clear a pathway. You can maybe grab another robot and have them commit mutiny, or later on you can get get this mind control device and really get them to cause some mutiny. They really ramped up the platforming for this one too, and that is not at all a complaint. I love me a good platformer, as you know. Going Commando doing aces with this. Very linear, yet streamlined design too. Like, there's a couple of snags I'll get into later, but I found no level in this game to be taxing just to travel in. Recording sessions were breezing by, and I didn't find myself getting exhausted. And I love it when sequels don't entirely neglect all the progression you made in the last game and pay respect to it, because Ratchet and Clank from the start have access to some equipment he had before, like the O2 mask for underwater breathing, the enhanced long jump and hovering abilities, and the underwater depth
I
boosters
see
for
it
easy
now.
swimming. If you have a Ratchet and Clank save file in the same memory card,
Oh god,
you can even unlock some of that game's
yeah,
weapons
that
in
is
this old
weird.
Gadgetron shop. They're not very good
Especially
compared to the stuff you
in the
get later,
cutscenes.
but having something like the Tesla Claw available early on did make the smaller threats much easier to manage. But Going Commando's new arsenal of weapons, man, it fucking blows the previous game's selection out of the park, if you ask me, and some now even have a manual lock-on. You gotta buy the upgrade for that first, yeah, and I hope in future games it's just embedded into the guns automatically, but this is a start. It really came in handy because now all my bullets were hitting the targets they're supposed to hit. This is great. I want to stress I did not get to test all the weapons available, at least not until post-game where I had the extra balls to spare and I was curious, and all I can say is that I'm really glad I didn't invest in that lava gun, but I still had my fun with the decent chunk of weapons I did invest in, and I was able to find my comfort zone in no time at all. Hell, for me it started as early.
It's fine if you're not used to the superior way it's supposed to look, right? I mean, the cutscenes look really weird because they are framed in very specific ways. But like normal gameplay, it's fine.
It's the first few weapons you get, the Lancer and the Gravity Bomb. As they were, one was like an improved blaster from the first game, and the Gravity Bomb was a more destructive bomb glove. The Blitz Gun, this game's shotgun, say less. Loved this weapon early on, great for crowd control. But then I saw that in this game, weapons evolve after you use them enough times, upgrading to much more powerful and destructive weapons. And my face when I learned
it looks
about
blurry
this
and muddy
was
because this is
nothing short of
original
orgasmic.
PS2 footage.
Okay then, getting some RPG elements in my Ratchet and Clank. I love to see it. This
And it's
incentivizes weapon use,
basically
even if at
being
first it doesn't
stretched
seem
out
too
on
handy,
a,
though that still
1080p
wasn't enough to make me
monitor
respect a lot
right
of it.
now,
You
if
still
you're
have to
watching in
purchase
full
new
screen.
weapons and all that, and depending on your playstyle, some might be better than others, but
But
that's the
yeah,
joy
it
of
probably looks a
experimentation.
bit
Having
more
weapons
muddy
level up
because
only
of,
highlights the kind
the
of fun you
changes
can
we've
have,
done.
as long as you have a sense of curiosity. One weapon I'm glad that I
Yeah,
stuck
he
with
is
was the
playing.
Seeker gun.
Well,
At first,
the base shotgun is good. The upgraded one is horrible. Also, notice how he doesn't strafe whatsoever in any of this footage.
was content with it just
He
being
doesn't?
a long-range option for early game progression.
Yeah, I guess
and the
he's,
way it auto-homed in on targets mean I
he's
didn't
just
have to
played
bother
one,
being too
right?
accurate with it. But once it upgraded
they do
to the
make,
HK-22
people,
where it fired 3 rounds at once, it was my top
you
pick for
tell
some of the larger
people
goons
via
and
the
boss
help desk
fights against
system
the
that
Mega Pete, who
you
spends
can't
most of his
strafe?
fights circling the arena in midair like the prick he is. But I'm sure there are also other weapons ideal for this encounter. Again, the beauty of experimentation, something I think the Ratchet and Clank series does well in highlighting so far from what I've played. But once I got the bolts to unlock the Bouncer, and later the Plasma Coil, that was all she wrote. Those became my main weapons. And they weren't cheap. Both cost over 100,000 bolts from what I remember, which isn't too far off from how much the Rhino cost in the first game. But Going Commando showers you in bolts from basic level progression and the different challenges offered to you in the game's battle arenas, or hover bike races and starship battles. Going Commando gives you so much opportunity to earn a ton of bolts if you just put a little time into it, and a lot of times I did just that, sometimes against my better judgment. The desert planet. You need to collect 10 of these purple crystals to repair your ship, but once I saw the size of the level map and also saw that there
feels
were
like
more
Ratchet
than
and
10
Clank
crystals to
2
collect, I said to
isn't
myself, okay,
that
I am
different of a
positive
game compared
there's
to
about
one
100
where
of these
you
things, and I
have
think
to
collecting
use the
them will
strafing.
give me something
In
other than a
certain
skill
parts,
point. Like,
you
this is too
definitely
much
do,
work
but, like,
for it to just be an achievement, I thought. So
the
I
difference between
coned
1
the
and
whole
2
fucking
isn't
thing
as
as soon
huge
as I
as it
could,
is
which I
between
would
1 and 3,
not
because if you
recommend
don't
doing, by
strafe
the
in
way,
3,
until
you're
you get the
basically
mapper and charge
dead.
boots later in the game. The mapper pinpointing the crystal's exact locations on the map, with the charge boots
responding to criticism in the follow-up video instead of in the comments? Based?
It's allowing you to fast travel on the ground. I really should have waited for these looking back, but you know what? I'm not too ass hurt about that.
Wait, huh? What did he say?
Looking back, but you know what? I really should. With the charge boots allowing you to fast travel.
Oh,
on
the
the
charge
ground,
boots. I thought he meant the Gadgetron
should have
weapons.
waited for these looking back, but you know what? I'm not too ass hurt about that. Because once I did collect the last crystal and saw the payout I received when I delivered them, Straight into the bouncer it went, and I felt so fucking invincible afterwards. It's such a good weapon that only gets better after you level it up, or when you modify with the platinum bolts you collect. This game's equivalent of the gold bolts from last time. I find it funny that the basic currency of going commando are gold bolts, and the platinum bolts, which is the same color as the basic currency from the first.
Something no one has mentioned yet, and I'm kind of surprised they haven't. No one have like gone deep into the platinum bolt issue, which is that a lot of the upgrades are locked behind them, but well, it's not that much of an issue. But if you want to unlock everything, all the mods for the weapons, there are some platinum bolts that are just basically BS. And also the fact that they lock the lock-on mod behind them, like behind hidden collectibles, is kind of meh.
First game are considered rare here. If only Ratchet had the hindsight, could have made a killing. When there was an opportunity to earn.
It's like that Salt Factory Mass Effect 2 video where he justifies his plot synopsis at the very end of the video. What? I mean, the acid mod for the mini nuke and bouncer is amazing, and the shock mod for the lancer is quite good. Yeah, all the mods are pretty good. I'm much more of a fan of how they did it in Ratchet and Clank 3, which is one of the only good things I have to say about the game, where they gradually unlock as you level up the weapon. It feels like a very organic way to do it, instead of finding hidden collectibles. What does trading the Quark action figure to the fanboy do again? I forgot. It gives you the bolt grabber, I believe. Because defeating the... I always get these mixed up. But defeating that optional boss on planet Uzla gives you the box breaker. And trading in the figurine gives you the bolt grabber. The armor magnetizer, yes. That's what it's called.
Earn more bolts, I gladly spent the time to go after them because, well, I wanted more money, of course, but I also found the extra challenges fun and rewarding in their own way. The arena challenges were the best part of the game for me, gameplay-wise. Like, I did as many of these challenges.
I think I went a couple of years before I even realized that Nerd was there. Like, he's in a really hard-to-spot place. And it's also an optional route. No? Yes? Yeah, it's on the chicken gun route, which is optional, I'm pretty sure.
As I possibly could as soon as they were available. They were a lot of fun to do. I figured it'd be the smart thing to do to have a money buffer for ammo, armor.
Seems redundant. 2016 combined the box breaker and the armor magnetizer into one item. Ratchet and Clank 3 did that, actually.
Upgrades, and I figured the paywalls from last time would be back, and yeah,
but
they sure are.
Brace
yourselves, they're much larger than the first game. But considering this game gives you so many ways to earn bolts, these ended up not being a big deal at all. Leveling also applies to your health bar too. The more enemies you kill, the larger your maximum HP gets. That is seriously great, and by the second half of the game you'll be glad you did this, because some of these fuckers, even with these added armor upgrades you can purchase later, they still hit your ass like freight trains, or in the Yetis from Planet Grelbin's case, hit like freight trains that also come in groups of 5 and 6. I've heard horror stories about these creatures from friends before, and I can say that those stories were no joke. These guys suck. Apparently these enemies were so disliked by fans and Insomniac staff themselves that they made an in-house reward called the Snow Beast Award, given to the person who developed the worst thing about the game that they worked on. It's considered a badge of honor, so I have to wonder if anybody in Insomniac with future games deliberately made something horrible just to get this thing on their shelf. But since we're on the subject of things I didn't like, Going Commando didn't fix all my complaints I had before, and even introduce some new hiccups. To get these out of the way really quick, the D-pad is still used as a second means of movement and not a dedicated hot swap for weapons, so you still gotta hold one button down and scroll through the wheel with the analog stick. Though I like that the game now momentarily freezes as you make your selection, so you don't have to worry about getting in a real-time tizzy when you're deciding your best course of action. This game went and made some tools context sensitive. When it's time to use them, you just hit the proper button to use it lickety-split, like this game's Electrolyzer and the Infiltrator. And my compliments, this is the kind of change I wanted to see. It frees up inventory slots for other things. things. But this was only done selectively. Items like the returning swing shot or the dynamo, which creates holographic platforms in specific areas, and the Therminator, essentially this game's Hydro Displacer, are still separate items that need to be equipped first before they could be used for their momentary purpose. In fact, if I were to compare, I found myself pausing the game and fiddling with the inventory more times in going Commando than I did in the first game, given how often you needed to use these tools to progress through the game. So if you want my advice, dedicate 4 slots of your weapon wheel to tools and leave the rest for your weapons.
If you want my advice, just do all weapons. Who cares about the gadgets? Just pause the game, spend the 2 extra clicks or whatever you need to find them, the 1 time, the 2 times you need them in the level, and just have the ease of access for your weapons on the weapon wheel.
You're still pausing a lot, but it's less of a hassle. I know it may seem strange that this is such an issue for me, because when you get down to it, what is so different here than, say, managing your inventory and equipment in a Zelda game? I think it has to do with the game's sense of flow, its pacing. Ratchet and Clank is far more adrenaline-filled than the slower, methodical Zelda title, so I think in Zelda's case, it's easier to absorb, where Ratchet and Clank, where I want to keep things moving,
being
it
shot
can feel
at,
more
and he's
intrusive.
insisting on doing the puzzle.
Similar inventory complaints for Link's Awakening DX and the Game Boy, so I guess even in Zelda's case, it's case by case. Now, we're talking only mere seconds of time, but it adds up. It's basically the same complaint I had as last time, so again, I have to wonder, how will future games tackle this, if at all? The mini games you end up playing when using the Electrolyzer and Infiltrator are not the most exciting thing either. The Infiltrator game, where you're basically playing connect the dots, is just trial and error. You will solve it eventually, just brute forcing it, so...
Seems a little redundant to give advice to a game this old. Like, the criticism is valid, but it comes way too late to be presented in this way. Yeah, I think so too.
I didn't really like the Electrolyzer game at all, and suddenly the mini games I played in
Insomniac
kind of Spider-Man
style.
are beginning to make more sense to me. Until you get used.
I like what the future games did and just made the same as the Electrolyzer and just make them usable when interacting with the machines. You can use them for instead having to manually select them. Yeah. That's nice. You still have to, like in 3, you still have to equip the laser gadget thing and some other stuff, though. It feels like they went a bit more easy on that.
To it feels overwhelming trying to keep track of all the incoming lines and making sure you switch the gates in time, otherwise you got to start the whole thing over. I found it best to blur my eyes when looking at the screen.
Basically, whenever I play this minigame, I just fix my eyes in the middle and keep track of all the dots around. So I literally don't move my eyes at all. I just rely on my side vision.
Because if I tried to focus on one light at a time, I would end up losing everything. So that's my advice for this. Blur your eyes, you'll look like an asshole, but you'll be an asshole who gets results. The Clank sections are back and are still pretty fun. It's about more of the same from before, with even a couple more bots introduced that put a spin on how you solve certain mechanics, like building bridges or smacking things with a hammer. I feel these were not utilized to their fullest potential though. One robot I think is used only once, this lifter robot. Maybe they just didn't know what to do with that one, or maybe they felt under time restraints. I don't know. Maybe the game's challenge mode does more with these things. The kaiju sections are also back, more explosive and chaotic this go around too. I won't lie though, winning these felt like a crapshoot.
I mean, fair enough. We can still criticize an old piece of media as a movie from 1970, free of criticism because it's over 50. No, his point was that it's too late in the video to bring it up for it to have any effect on your criticism of the game.
You get bombarded so easily in these. Rockets, goons, your massive frame makes you an easy target. A part of me wished Clank had the same mobility as Ratchet while you're doing this shit, because besides tanking hits, I don't know how the hell you're supposed to mitigate all the shit that's thrown at you at once.
You're supposed to punch them.
Stuff like the Thug Leader's Brigade. I did like how the best strategy against the UFOs was essentially Goomba stomping them. I felt like I really accomplished something figuring that one out for myself. A few times you'll also be doing these starships.
That was
similar
really
to the space battles in the first game, but on a larger scale. Still very Star Fox, but I didn't find these very fun. Your ship isn't very good early on without getting a few upgrades, which you don't have access to until later on. You got your basic laser gun, which is fine, and you have a stack of missiles that wipe out smaller ships in one strike once you get a clear lock on, which takes a little too long without upgrades if you ask me. Your ship is also not equipped with the best defenses in the beginning. Outside of the shield you may or may not get from pickups scattered across the map, you can do a barrel roll, which I think is about it. And that itself means diddly dick when you're constantly getting hounded from behind. It's kind of a similar issue I have with the Clank sections. You get swarmed with laser barrages very easily in some missions, and then you end up getting flustered, and then you find yourself smacking into some wall, which instantly kills you. The control is also a little too
smacked
sensitive.
into that wall
the worst
because
thing
you
to do within
boosted into
dogfights
it.
and other missions, like say the race against Ace Bunyan, where you have to meticulously fly through these rings and all that, not very good. And my eventual win didn't feel graceful at all.
Yeah, those races can be tough if you're not very familiar with the controls.
And once I purchased like the faster lock-on for missiles, these became a little more bearable, enough where I was able to comfortably...
I'm disappointed Giant Clank never returns after size matters, and no, the full frontal assault skin doesn't count.
Complete some of the optional challenges for
really
bolts, but I would still consider these the low point of going Commando.
I never
right
liked
besides
the Giant
this
Clank
dickhead,
sections.
the final encounter against the thug leader on planet Snivlack. I don't know who thought giving this asshole so much health was a good idea, but I hope they got a Snow Beast award for their troubles.
No, they didn't, because the Snow Beast award went to Tony. Fun fact, the guy was supposed to have even more HP.
It took me 15 fucking minutes to finish this guy. Fucking love bullet sponges, man. I used the turrets on the rooftops, a few points I used my other weapons, but this guy's health was just not... What is going on there?
And why was it supposed to have more HP? I can't remember if there was if they said why. I think it was just a side note during their Let's Play, but it was like, yeah. Oh, we already talked about that? Well, I'm getting old, alright?
I legit wondered, am I doing something wrong? Is it supposed to take this long? When
I'm role-playing as a TIE Fighter pilot.
Post about him on my Twitter and seeing all you guys react negatively to the guy, it was then that I knew, oh no, this is just how this boss was designed.
Wait.
Seeing all you guys react...
I think I replied to that tweet, but he didn't...
negatively to the guy, it was then that I knew, oh no, this is just how this boss was designed. Although a few of you have also made me aware of the quick kill with the Sheepinator, so next time I'll be sure to do that instead.
You can fucking turn him into a sheep?
Ass. I really hope this isn't a recurring thing. The actual final boss wasn't nearly as taxing.
That's funny.
But looking back, this thing should have been the last boss, because this giant fuzzy testicle with teeth was too easy by comparison. You got me. So yeah, this game's got a few snags, and the story didn't really land for me, but my experience with going Commando was still super great. God, that sounds so weird out of context. The weapons are better, the leveling system for them and your health was a great addition to combat that was already fun to start. The game has an excellent blend of action and honest-to-God platforming, complete with a myriad of different challenges that control well and are never overbearing. The sheer selection of weapons gives you so many options to consider for the next obstacle. This game feels so rewarding to play, so rewarding to progress through, and knowing that there's an extra challenge mode.
He really isn't strafing at all,
Plus,
is he?
I know there's more to tackle for future revisits, and you can bet your ass I'll be coming back to this one. This has become one of my favorite platformers on the PlayStation 2. Granted, I haven't played many of those, to be fair, but given my past experiences with platformers across the board, going Commando is a real winner.
Yeah, you can if you load the model, but not the cutscene. It just takes a minute to turn him into a sheep, and then once you enter the fight, he instantly explodes. But what about Angela? God, I wish she'd turn into a sheep too.
High recommend from me. So, okay, will it get even better next time? We shall find
I need to watch more speedruns of this game.
Out with Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal, or Ratchet and Clank 3, as it's called in Europe, you fucking cowards. But as always, thank you all for watching.
Just robots?
Stay safe, wash your hands, wear a mask if you decide to go outside, get vaccinated if it's possible. Give this video a like, hit subscribe, ring the bell, bake at 350 degrees until golden brown, poke with a fork to ensure...
Ugh. Alright. Another okay video, I guess. I mean, Johnny's videos aren't deep dives, really. And they never are. I mean, there's 4 weapons that make it less painful. The Sheepinator, the Bouncer, the Rhino 2, and the Tetra Bomb gun. Yeah, the Tetra Bomb's pretty good against it, too. He's really gonna tell you to get vaxxed after every video, huh? Probably. Okay, now do Jay's review of Rack 2.
Well, folks, we're finally getting around to the...
Blah, 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 blah. Where are you at, dude? But he's like a Sonic guy with funny thumbnails. Oh. What made Ratchet and Clank so great? I thought the corona pandemic was over. He started out as a PlayStation mascot fan, though. Huh. His very first reviews being of Jack, Ratchet, and Sly. Really? Well, he's been around for a few years, hasn't he? Yeah. Oh, yeah, look at that. Those are some like a beginning YouTuber thumbnails. He was under 20 at the time. Yeah, well, it's just kind of charming, actually. And somehow he reviewed the entire Jak and Daxter collection in 5 minutes. That's impressive. Let's see. Let's see. Where are you? Further up. Oh, dude, Salty. The funniest fucking thing are pseudo influencers, or like people who have a small following on Twitter, either because they're kind of popular on YouTube or because of something else, just going around and just clout chasing like hell. And you kind of know, you kind of get that it's just because it's a cool opinion to have, right? But the thing is, right, Champion, that people in general doesn't like being told what to do. That's like kind of the basis of most of that, it would seem. It's like, it's very much like a belief that you know better than someone else. When really the only person who knows yourself is yourself. No, yeah, but Champion, you're just one individual. We are all individuals. But that's fine. What was I doing? Right, how long is this video? Oh my god. The perfect sequel again? Really? Well, let's take a look. Hey dude, what's up? Let's do a 1080p. Why does YouTube keep defaulting to 360p for some reason? I told you Jay's reviews made the same mistake of the Golden Bolt and called Up Your Arsenal a perfect game. Dude, you came in at like the worst time. People are arguing about the politics of vaccinations.
That was the opening of Insomniac Games' Ratchet and Clank 2 Going Commando. My first exposure to the company and the series, and they already had a memorable moment and the game hasn't even started yet.
My opinions are always mistakes, so are everybody's, don't worry. Yeah, I'm of the same mindset, to be honest.
In case you were unaware, this video on Ratchet and Clank 2 follows up upon the video I did last week on the first Ratchet.
Yeah guys, we summoned the Golden Bolt. Congratulations. Everyone should just pat themselves nicely on the shoulder and let's carry on.
Clank. If you haven't seen that, it's highly recommended. For the people who backed me on Patreon, they got to see this video several weeks ago now. For as low as $1, you can become one of those people and get access to my video on Ratchet and Clank 3 right now, or wait until it drops next week. Your choice. Just as a heads up, I'm almost always going to refer to this game as Ratchet and Clank 2 or Ratchet 2 during...
Who's to... Oh, really? Damn. I can't believe you ratted me out, Tabriz.
...in this video for simplicity's sake. I always thought the title was Ratchet and Clank 2 Going Commando. The logo is shaped like a 2, or at least that's how I see it anyway. Clearly the Europeans didn't think the title was funny, so overseas it's just Ratchet and Clank 2 Locked and Loaded or Ratchet and Clank 2, so let's just call it Ratchet 2, and then that'll be that. Ratchet and Clank 2 is one of my favorite games of all time, and that always adds a certain amount of pressure when doing a review on it. You want to do that game justice, and you want to make a video that will stand the test of time, and not be something you'd hate looking back in a year or so. Seriously, you could set your watch to this effect. I've reviewed Ratchet and Clank 2 before, but I don't really count that stuff. I mean, it's so old, unlike how I make videos now, that in my mind it doesn't really count as one of my reviewing my favorite things videos, because back in the day, it was just nice to be able to make videos at all, let alone good ones. I mean, in the Ratchet and Clank 2 video, it was June, so that obviously meant the temperature was up. And I started making videos in the winter, so how was I supposed to know that the air conditioner would be 100% audible in the voiceover?
The upgrades make an addition to the weapon's abilities, like better lock-on, or a bigger blast radius. You can upgrade your health with experience as well by killing enemies with any weapon.
See, that's so hilariously bad that I just look back and chuckle. But back to the game. It's interesting to note that most of my favorite games tend to be sequels to original games. Most likely because in these games you can see developers taking things that worked well and making them even better and more refined. And even then, games that I really like that aren't numbered 2 are still building upon well-established ideas. I don't talk about Ratchet 2 as much as, say, Sly 2 or Mega Man X, but I still never hesitate to think of it when asked about my favorite games of all time. This game's a textbook case of the effect I just mentioned. Ratchet 1 was a pretty damn good game, but as I discussed in the last video, there are several issues I have with it that a good sequel could expand upon, like the controls and difficulty balancing and the writing.
Goldie, you still here? Did you talk about the strafing in your Ratchet and Clank 1 video? I don't remember you doing it, but I might be mistaken. Whomst? No, I get comments like, you know what? That's actually a valid strategy. You just leave out one thing that you know people will latch onto, and then you get a bunch of comments. Whoops.
The critics at the time, without the aid of hindsight, said that the arsenal of weapons made Ratchet 1 stand out from the crowd of 3D platformers and that the next generation visuals and animations were fantastic. But criticism was given towards the writing and the unlikable characters. I would not go that far, but still. My point is that Ratchet 1 was a hit, financially and critically, so it was clear that another one needed to be made. They had a lot of confidence in this brand, as the sequel actually began development before the first one came out. And for the sequel, the franchise got a makeover in Japan. Adaptability for different regions is a...
Those eyebrows. I mean... how can you not, right?
Sign of strength when it comes to designing mascot characters, if you ask me. The first game in Japan just showed Ratchet and Clank standing in the sky, but now we have this new art style for the games that I think looks fantastic. I don't like Japanese Ratchet's giant eyebrows, but the art looks great.
You fucking kidding me, dude? You serious? This is heresy.
Something Ratchet and Clank has over both Sly Cooper and Jak and Daxter is that the developers knew where to take the series from Game 1 to Game 2. The PS2 era was interesting because of the fact...
I was gonna say, I don't think I got around to watching Jay's Ratchet vids, so this is a good reminder to do it. Didn't want to poison the well or accidentally plagiarize. Yeah, that's always a thing that could happen. Especially when you're in the middle of making something.
The mascot platformer was starting to lose market dominance when compared to more mature games with larger worlds. Something I'm sure these companies struggled with because back in the 90s, a colorful mascot basically meant your game had an audience of some kind, whether it was good or not. Jak 1 was a collectathon, a genre that was falling out of style, and the first Sly Cooper was a point A to point B platformer like Crash on PS1, which was also falling out of style. The sequels to those games completely changed directions, going for open world gameplay. But for Ratchet, they stuck to their guns and honed in on what made the first game good to begin with. They were first able to up their game in the presentation. Visually speaking, I'd say Ratchet 2 is about on par with the first one. While this one doesn't have as many awe-inspiring, next-gen tech demonstrating locales, it still looks quite good, crafting unique looks for each stage in a game that heavily revolves around corporate and urban settings. Once more, I'm not looking at the version of the HD collection because it's even worse than Ratchet 1. If you were to play Ratchet 1 in the HD collection, even if you had a PS2 copy to play, I wouldn't fault you too much, but for the sequels, this collection is awful. You can start with how rough and uneven the HUD of Ratchet 2 now looks. You can talk about how the 16:9 pre-rendered videos cleaning up poorly and being squished down to 4:3 for no reason. You could mention Clank's eyes not aligning with his head.
No, see, the reason is that they are pre-rendered.
Head in the title screen. But the only reason I need to never touch this garbage again is this. Your eyes do not deceive you. Ratchet wears a helmet throughout Ratchet 2 and Ratchet 3, and on the HD collection, somehow the model of the helmet, like, doubled in size and now just floats around Ratchet's head. This is in every cutscene for the entire game. It looks so bad. Of course, there is one benefit to playing the game on the HD collection from a presentation standpoint. I'm guessing a large source of the problems from 6th-gen remasters come from many...
Yeah, it's mostly visual. The game itself is fine, although... wasn't there something... I know in the Ratchet and Clank 3, the music has a tendency to loop poorly. Also, to kill it now, I'm not gonna spend time defending videos I made a year ago as part of a 90 video series, but the goal was to reach new viewers as equally as people that had played the game. Yeah, no, I'm not expecting you to defend anything. At least I'm not. Old videos are old. Opinions change with time. I think that's something everyone would understand. Yeah, we did watch Golden Bolt's video earlier.
Of the original games being 4:3, putting it in widescreen means stuff you wouldn't see before is now on screen. Some 6th-gen games did have 16:9 modes, however many of them are, for lack of a better term, faux widescreen. The image will look like this and...
Champion has a tendency to seem a bit Or, well, he claims it at least himself. Seem a bit passive-aggressive.
4:3, but turn on 16:9 and it'll look like this. It achieves a widescreen image by cropping the image to fill the screen to a degree to where it doesn't harm gameplay. The Jak and Daxter HD collection just leaves it at the faux widescreen angle because all three games already had the faux widescreen setting, and doing it over would take more time and money.
Actually,
something I'd imagine these devs
with,
didn't have to spend.
Post.
For Ratchet and Sly, they basically had no choice. For Sly, all three games were 4:3, so they had to give all three real widescreen, where it takes the 4:3 image and shows the rest of it. For Ratchet, the first game has no widescreen mode, faux or otherwise, so they couldn't just do what Jak did. They had to give every game a true widescreen view, which is nice, but like I said, those other problems are just too awful to ignore. When playing it on PS2, I do leave it on widescreen simply because I believe that was the intended experience. After all, in Ratchet 2, it's the default setting, and I don't feel like you lose much in screen real estate with the widescreen mode. The cutscenes...
Now, there's no need for violence. We're not Ratchet and Clank realists. Well, you are right.
They're all built for 16:9, would be letterboxed otherwise. Two things that make me think 16:9 has a slight edge over the 4:3 display. What is a more objective technical improvement is that this game is one of the few PS2 games that support progressive scan, or 480p resolution, which gives the game a cleaner and less jittery image than it would have been possible if you were to...
Okay, but I don't see how this is relevant enough to spend the first 7 minutes talking about.
Played in 480i.
Well,
props to the game as well. It's one of the few games where the 480p option is just in the menu.
Well, it's actually just from 420 to 7
when the system's booting up. But moving on from the technical side of things and focusing more on the brand, you open the box and see that the manual is, once again, not your typical booklet. It's a pamphlet where it contains all the game mechanics and such, but written like the company, Megacorp, is trying to sell you on how good the wrench is or how great the map works. Containing little ads for in-game things like Slim Cognito's shop and Thugs
this is
for
the
Less.
first time someone's actually mentioned the
kind
manual.
of humor that worked really well on Ratchet 1, leading into the premise of the game. Ratchet and Clank are being interviewed by a documentary series called Behind the Hero about their lives after having defeated Chairman Drek. And it's been pretty boring, actually.
Yesterday, I flushed out my radiator core.
Here we get to listen to Ratchet's new voice.
We're still pretty busy, but in a more, domestic sense.
Like I said, critics just didn't enjoy Ratchet as a character in the first game, so they wanted to make the character...
Critics are stupid.
...more likable, more down-to-earth. He still has an edge to him. I mean, this guy has no problem going to illegal weapon mod stores and using a lethal arsenal against his enemies, but he's just a neutral guy at the end of the day. He cares about his friends, can have a laugh, and is someone you can enjoy the screen time of now. James Arnold Taylor plays...
Okay, so we didn't watch Jay's previous video, the Ratchet and Clank 1. So I don't know what he thinks about Ratchet in that one, but like, I don't know. He's normal in this, I guess, but yeah, it just seemed really like neutered almost. Oops.
Ratchet in this game, and he fits great for this description. It's no surprise that he stuck around for every game after this. He just is Ratchet. No disrespect to Mikey Kelly, who voices Ratchet in the first game, as he did what the script demanded in that game, it just wasn't a super likable direction. When I was a kid and first got to Ratchet 1, I was really taken aback by Ratchet's voice, and then that was made even worse with the Clank arguments. It was just not something I was expecting to see from what I had gotten used to in the other 3 games that I had played. Having said that, Ratchet 1 is still canon, obviously, so the story benefits from that. Ratchet and Clank might be best friends with no conflict surrounding that in this game, but the arc they went through in Ratchet 1 was still a thing, so it's a relationship that feels earned. Anyway, things are...
I love when people get mad about that. The sudden change in Ratchet's personality, you mean? Like they took a hard right, left? They turned one way, at least. He was a bit critical towards Ratchet in Ratchet 1, but not nearly as much as most fans were, especially knowing what the 2016 reboot movie would opt for. Oh my god, please don't remind me of that.
They're dull for the duo until they're beamed onto a ship by the CEO of Megacorp from the Bogon Galaxy, Abercrombie Fizzwidget. Mr. Fizzwidget needs the duo to infiltrate the headquarters of a thief that stole one of Megacorp's top research projects, and Ratchet dives in immediately.
which is pretty close to his old review where he liked it fully in the first game while not being as much of a fan of it not being there in 2016. Yeah, but 2016 made so many changes to the overall story and the characters. Like, it's not the first game anymore. Like, story-wise, it's just a completely different thing.
While Clank instead takes a job working for Megacorp, meaning that you'll spend the first several levels completely without Clank by your side, so you can't have the benefits like the Helipack, the Thruster Pack, and the Hydro Pack at the start of the game. Instead, it's just Ratchet and his basic mechanics. This gives you time to get to grips with how Ratchet handles now because it is eons better than the first game. I'm serious, it's the kind of mechanical improvement you can feel within seconds of playing the game. Handling Ratchet was my biggest problem with the first game, and here they fix it with what amounts to a short list, but a list of things that are absolutely essential. First, the controls are far more responsive. By that I mean you no longer skid before coming to a stop when moving the analog stick. His turns are much smoother than in Ratchet 1, and the double jump continues the forward momentum you had from the first jump. And most importantly, by holding down the L2 button while fighting enemies, Ratchet can now strafe around them. If you don't know what that means, I'm saying that when this button is pressed, moving...
Where's the Giga Chat emote? I don't know. Where did you see it last?
The stick left, right, or backwards will see Ratchet move in that direction, but the character is still facing forward, allowing Ratchet to shoot his enemies while dodging their attacks. His inability to do that was the other fundamental issue with controlling Ratchet in the first game. This game fixes the flaws with that game's strafing since access to it and getting out of it is as simple as pressing a button and you can dodge while doing it. Another improvement to the combat mechanics would be how the quick select ring for your weapons pauses the action of the game so you can stop and think about what weapon to use next instead of needing on-the-fly decision making. See what I mean? This is a small list of changes, but they completely change how you...
Oh wait, I realized what happened. Comment bot got me on a few chats. Oh really? Goddamn bots. It was referring to me hamming up Ratchet being a jerk. Yeah, you might have gone a bit too hard on that, I think. Now let's see if I can find the comments. Oh no. Tabriz had shared the part 1 stream, and I usually enjoy the comments that dig into me hamming up overstating Ratchet 1 being a dick. It was the same thing, I just used a dirty word. Yeah, I don't get it why it doesn't show up. For some reason, I'm using the pop-out chat URL to display on stream, and that's the one I'm currently watching. So for some reason, it's automatically set to top chat, not live chat, so it censors certain comments that they think are spam, which is really, really annoying. It happens sometimes. YouTube's chatbot has a stricter safety net. Yeah.
Approach the game. Platforming.
Well, I'm not really familiar with any other chatbots.
Jumping. Basic movement.
But I believe you.
To work with. Combat. This is also great because the dodge mechanics work in your favor this time around. It's not perfect, though. You can go into a first-person view and aim at your foes in the air, but you still can't...
Hey, I mean, I played Deadlocked on PS3. It doesn't mean I'd recommend it. You do you, lol. Oh, right. You're talking to Champion. Don't diss Deadlocked. It's a good game. It's objectively the... Okay, I can't actually say that.
Can't move in this mode, which just becomes really annoying at certain intervals. The lock-on works well enough in most cases, but take the Mechapede boss fight, for example, and my first time doing it for this playthrough lasted a couple minutes because I could not reliably aim upwards. Also, the fact that shooting is still on the circle button makes it awkward to control the camera and shoot, meaning that the claw grip is still a thing in this game. But the addition of strafing as well as better weapon and enemy design makes it so that these issues don't hamper my ability to enjoy playing Ratchet 2. Better combat mechanics warrant a discussion about the weapons you'll use to tear the enemies apart, with Ratchet and Clank 2 setting the precedent for the series that it's exciting to go into a new Ratchet and experiment with the weapons they have to offer. Here, we see the artists approach science fiction from a completely different angle than they did in the first game. Here in the Bogon...
Oh, really? I haven't played the PS3 version at all, so I wouldn't know. I only played the PS2 version back when that was the thing. But like I do seem to remember I'd heard that it's not good. But like, is it worse than Up Your Arsenal? It's objectively a game, yeah. Oh god. Might have to find my PlayStation 2 then. Or at worst case, emulate it.
Galaxy, the weapons are done by Megacorp, and they do everything the exact opposite from Gadgetron in the first game. Here, the weapon design is far more futuristic and sleek. Compare something like the Pyrocitor from Ratchet 1 to the Lava Gun from Ratchet 2. A gun with some kind of fiery core that is contained well enough to spew a consistent...
Every model twitches in every cutscene? Well, that's just funny, right?
stream of flames that clear waves of small enemies more effectively than the Pyrocitor. Or the Lancer, which has a more compact design than the Blaster, while also showing an exposed bit of the core energy it gets its shots from. Seeing different weapon designs is one thing, but the other important thing about getting new weapons is playing around with them. The first game's Blaster and this game's Lancer are the same type of weapon, you know, fast projectiles, but they feel completely different to use, with the Lancer having a higher rate of fire and different sound effects. In general, the weapons in this game are several notches above Ratchet 1 in power. The Bomb Glove in Ratchet 1 was...
Wait, is that even a valid comparison to make?
useful, but then you have a weapon with the range and impact of the Gravity Bomb in Ratchet 2. Not every weapon has a direct analog from Ratchet 1, but that's not really needed for you to feel just how much more powerful the weapons are. They can speak for themselves, like the Chopper. Discs that you toss as they tear into enemies and ricochet off the walls and continue attacking the enemies. Then there's other great weapons like the Mini Turret Glove, where you can toss out a couple at a time as they pop out and start blasting the enemies, doing chip damage while you attack with the bigger weapons. I also love using the Synthoids, 4 bots that follow you and attack enemies. Not with the same strength as the Sand Mouse gadget from Ratchet 1, but these guys are weapons that you...
Deadlocked HD did tears at the seams because it was a rushed port, and the PS3 collection didn't work on Deadlocked, when Deadlock's original game was so changed from the base of 1 to 3 engine-wise. Well, a rushed port, keeping in the spirit of 2 and 3, I guess.
You can use on the fly, and not something you need to find in stages with a gizmo you got from a side quest. The Blitz Gun is a shotgun-type weapon that obliterates crowds of enemies with these delicious sound effects. The Seeker Gun fires...
The Blitz Gun is such a good weapon too, so it's a shame it gets completely ruined when you upgrade it.
It's a homing device that upon finding an enemy will just fly right into them, doing massive damage.
Gotta love Sony deciding to release the collection 2 months early in Europe. Yeah, it's just... I don't know, whenever... Especially like the PlayStation 2 games, when it comes to Ratchet and Clank, it just, everything seems rushed. Like 2 was rushed, like the 10-month development time, it's ridiculous. And then 3, which is like, what does it have? Sure, Tabriz, you take your time.
Pulse Rifle's a sniper-type weapon that allows you to zoom in on the enemies and hit them with greater precision. But the single greatest weapon in the game is the Bouncer. This is a bomb-type weapon that upon exploding will separate into a bunch of tinier bombs that continue to explode into your enemies. This thing clears everything from small enemies to large enemies and boss fights. I will die on the hill of it being one of the best weapons in the series. But I think almost every weapon in this game is really powerful and useful. Listing them all will be redundant, because you get the point. This is one of the franchise's best weapon lineups because they're punchy and useful in their own right. But the fun doesn't have to stop.
Yeah, that's essentially the undertone of the whole video series I did. All of the industry praises Insomniac as the crunch-free studio, but most Ratchet and Clank games were heavily crunched. Yeah, it's really, really weird. I don't think... Are there even crunch-free studios? What was he saying? Yeah, it's the best weapon lineup. He's got a point. Although, it seems like... I know you mentioned this, Goldie. About the weapons gradually getting less and less powerful compared to the health of the enemies. So it feels like they made 2 sets of each type of weapon. where when the Lancer isn't effective anymore, you have the horrible upgraded lava gun to take its place. Insomniac genuinely seems to be crunch-free now, and they wanted to be for years, but stuff kept getting in the way. I don't die on Opinion Hills, I live on Truth Mountains. Ah yes, the Truth Mountain Hermit salty shrimp pasta. Spidey into the Rift were the first full runs where no Insomniacs I could find that had still talked about crunch being even remotely there. Well, at least they're getting it together, right? It seems like Insomniac, after being acquired by Sony, has gotten a bit more leeway in like terms of time restraints, right? Even PS4 wasn't crunched. Apparently it was just, well, time's up. You guys gave us this budget. See ya. Yeah, that sounds like that game. Crack in time is where it all broke. That's where they clearly said no more. Huh. Fitting. Very fitting. You know?
Stop with the weapons in their base form. This game introduces RPG mechanics into the series, as killing enemies consistently will upgrade your maximum health. Something you're definitely encouraged to do. I mean, doing it has this screen nuke effect, and who doesn't...
Is he saying that you're encouraged to kill enemies?
Don't want to see everything fall before you like so. But for the weapons,
But again, I can't dig too much into what the studio says after a certain point. I stopped getting email responses eventually. Yeah, I guess Insomniac used to be like the cool guys, right? Then they got acquired by Sony and they grew a lot bigger.
Using that weapon will build up a gauge under the ammo count that when at max capacity will upgrade the...
I mean, could you honestly see Insomniac including something like the Insomniac Museum right now?
Weapon, like giving it more ammo, a faster rate of fire, a larger blast radius, upped damage, basically everything you could imagine that could make these weapons even more fun to use. Some upgrades just change the function of a weapon, and I don't really like those as much. Upgrades take a lot of time to get, so when the lava gun goes from being a long-range attack into a close-range magma blaster, it's kind of a letdown. Because it's not without use, it's just not the same weapon as it was before. But anyway, by the third stage...
I have to say though, using the lock-on mod for the magma, whatever it's called, weirdly enough changes the entire dynamic of the weapon, where it's suddenly a heavy Lancer clone, which not only shoots faster, but also further. And that it's just really odd. I wasn't emailing them directly, I meant the employees. So many post-2009 folks still work there, so they were never gonna reply, but I got a lot of devs on the record up until then. And that's really cool. I think crunch is only an issue if it's mandatory. Voluntary OT and crunch for a few weeks is fine. That's just not how it's done. Yeah, I mean, even if it's even if someone says it's like, oh, it's voluntary crunch, you can work a bit overtime if you want to, it's like heavily implied that you need to stay.
I've gotten to grips with these mechanics, and so that's when the story starts to ramp up. The mysterious thief hires a group called Thugs for Less that will attack Ratchet in the coming stages. The thief also captures Clank on the planet Andako, and Ratchet comes to his rescue as the two team up to fight back. This being where the player gets Clank back, as you can freely pick between the Helipack and the Thruster Pack. I'm pretty sure there's no advantage either way, because in this game they removed the mid-air dash from Ratchet 1, strafing is limited to it, and so on. So now it's just an aesthetic preference. As Ratchet and Clank explore the galaxy for the thief and the stolen experiment, that's when they start to realize that things are a bit off in the Bogon galaxy. The first sign of this is when you reach the planet Barlow. The shot at the start of this stage is striking as the whole level is set on the remains of a Gadgetron facility. Megacorp has such a fierce grip over the galaxy's economy that Gadgetron, the leading innovator from the Solana Galaxy in Ratchet 1, has been completely run out of business. This level allows players to buy some Gadgetron weapons from the only remaining store. If you have a Ratchet 1 save file, you can get whatever weapons you had on that file for free. These weapons are basically here just to show you how weak they are compared to the new ones. I mean...
yeah, basically.
The Tesla Claw, the Visibomb gun, these are weapons we used to tear everything to pieces one game ago, and they're all basically novelties now.
Yeah, I consider the threat of being fired making it involuntary. It's like dialogue options in Fallout 4, you don't really have a choice. Exactly.
That's just how much more powerful the stuff made by Megacorp is. Megacorp's weapons also can be leveled up when the ones from Gadgetron still can't.
Yes, he's using the bomb glove, which is like objectively the best weapon in Ratchet and Clank 1.
Running their competitors out of business in the Bogon Galaxy isn't where Megacorp stopped, though. They run this galaxy in every single aspect. In general, I think Ratchet 2 is where the series became more overt in regards to comedy being one of its defining characteristics, with fourth wall breaking gags.
Too late again.
We always seem to be a bit late. Why is that?
Or just physical humor.
Better add 6 crates of nitroglycerin
this is one of my favorite cutscenes in the game. It's so good.
And I need it delivered.
Or the returning NPC conversations where Ratchet and Clank react to this cast of absolute morons on every planet.
Get lost before I flatten your robot into a hubcap.
I don't think it's necessarily that it started relying more on humor. I just think they had so little time that didn't have a chance to write a coherent story. So they just put in a bunch of jokes and hope no one would notice.
Touch him, and it's Plasma City!
Oh gosh, you didn't have to yell.
And some funny references for those who would get it.
Sorry.
But a lot of that humor is still very satirical. Like I said about Ratchet 1, knowing common TV, celebrity, and cultural conventions allows something like a company called Thugs for Less to be funny. It's the traditional presentation you'd expect with a service provider, paired with the idea that this company sells goons to any villain in need is really funny. Or this guy, Slim Cognito. He sells you illegal weapon mods and ship parts, and he has this commercial where he says,
"So next time you're in the market for some legally ambiguous refashioning, remember the name. Slim Cognitos. The only inspections we pass are yours."
One of my favorite NPCs in the series is the New Age Mystic. This guy is the perfect parody of the hipster archetype. He claims to be above material.
I hope Jay comes in so I can talk to him man to man. Hope he doesn't come in because it sounds like it would be very cringy, to be honest.
Material possessions, but the only way to get his help is to sell him crystals you find in the areas he's in. And the dry cynicism from Ratchet makes it really entertaining.
Hello? We've got more moonstones.
No, you have not.
What?
Existence is a lie. Sensations are illusions. Possessions are merely visions.
All right, I've got an illusion of some moonstones.
Well, fair enough, dude. This pathetic. Well, come on.
I'll trade it for a vision of that hypnomatic part.
See, even the Golden Bolt can vouch for him. That means he's got to be cool.
You have learned much, young one.
Like I said, Ratchet 2's humor is very much steeped in satire, but there are some points where you think that it's a little more like social commentary outright than just...
It is straight up social commentary, isn't it? Like, it's supposed to highlight the greed of the corporations and consumerism and all that. It's like half the point of everything costing bolts to progress, right?
Just jokes. Ratchet and Clank finally catch the thief who talks like this.
You've lost, Megacorp. Take your imperialistic eco-fascism.
I'm gonna guess it was when he was like 6. Yeah, he's like super young too, isn't he?
To another dimension.
This person is stealing this experiment for a reason, we just don't know what that is. When Ratchet gets the experiment back, they bring it back to Fizzwidget, who leaves them behind, stranded on a desert planet. The thief confronts them and they find out that she's a woman named Angela who's trying to save the galaxy from Megacorp's greed. The experiment is supposed to be a pet that Megacorp...
That happens when you're 16 and make videos that did a few 100,000 views out. Oh, damn. Yeah, that would kind of ruin you, wouldn't it? Like, not Disney Channel child actor ruin, but like, it would do something to you. Yeah, he was probably still 16 then. He's still 16 now. Yeah, I mean, come on, age doesn't change, right?
Corp can sell to the consumers called the Proto-Pet, and since it
actually, he's 14 now. He's Benjamin Button. Oh, so that's where the J in his name comes from.
Produces asexually and in mass quantities, they can make a quick buck with little work. The reason Angela tried to steal it was because she was one of the leading scientists at Megacorp trying to fix the Proto-Pet's flaws, like eating people. But FizzWidget pushed up the release date with no concern for the quality, and now Megacorp's going to release a killer into the homes of millions. From this point on, what's interesting about Ratchet 2 is that there isn't really a central antagonist. The villain is Megacorp as a company, one that has a monopoly over everything in the galaxy, from fashion to weapons to TV. I mean, everything in the entire Bogon galaxy revolves around Megacorp. This is shown in the map of the galaxy seen on the level select. Megacorp's HQ, the final level, is literally the center of the galaxy and all other planets orbit around it. That's genius. As I was saying, Megacorp is the villain of the game. In Ratchet 1, Gadgetron didn't really care about what happened as long as they got paid.
I mean, are they really evil? They did set in place a program to try and salvage the Proto-Pet. I mean, they do want to sell it to people, but I don't think they wanted it to eat them also. Why do so many videos point out how the Proto-Pet reproduces? I'm genuinely curious. Is this a big plot point? It feeds more into the mechanics of Planet... what's it called? Where you actually face off with the small ones. And somewhat during the Megacorp one, the final level. It's more like a fun tidbit, I guess. Oh wait, the bot will get that again. Anyway, I've got to run. Nice chatting, folks. Keep up the good work. I need somebody to take the crap at Ratchet comments away from my channel sooner or later. Don't worry, dude. I got this. Nice of you to stop by. Pasted with PG words. Take care. Bye.
I mean, they didn't care about direct invading their home planet on Kalibo 3. They made the weapons after all. But they weren't a villainous force in Ratchet 1 by any...
Yeah, but they were like overly... they were like sure they were gonna repel that. Like in the next 5 minutes, right?
Stretch the imagination. In this game, you quickly realize that the propaganda parodies you watch in this game are supposed to be funny, but the point is that people are completely snowed by it. Showing that what is on screen can be overt nonsense, but the right presentation and framing can convince people of anything. Like this ad where Megacorp proves to the galaxy how great forest leveling is and the beauty of slave labor.
Megacorp Manufacturing and Mining, a tireless drum major leading the galaxy on its march of progress. Come tour our desert mining facility and see why our most precious product is our history. When we first arrived, we found a planet completely overrun by rainforest. To better accommodate the local wildlife, we transformed this impassable jungle into an easily navigable desert.
Okay, yeah, they're kind of shitty. Never mind. I just now seem to remember all these, but like, it's almost like they started this incentive under the leadership of fake FizzWidgets, like with Quark, right? That's the kind of how it seems in game, but then again, how do you well, Terra transforming is, they're probably technologically advanced to do that in a couple of months, right? I do not understand why the helmet thing ruins the PS3 version for him and makes him call it garbage. He never wants to play again. It is extremely minor. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a kind of a dumb point. Like, it's a very dumb reason to make for not wanting to play that version.
Manufacturing and mining. Our march continues.
Alright, I gotta focus on work. Have a good rest of your stream, dude. Thanks for stopping by, Salty. I'm probably gonna end off after this video anyways, because it seems like I'm just ending up repeating myself at this point. But, yeah, thanks for stopping by.
to the tune of progress and profitability.
And have fun with work,
Call
yeah.
Investor Relations today.
If you can.
Desert levels are nothing new in video games, but when you play this one, it has the context of being a former rainforest that got leveled so Megacorp could mine crystals with slave labor. Like, that's insane. But whenever this ad was made, they framed it as making people richer, so I'm sure the Boganites just didn't think of the real implications of what they were being sold. Like I just said, Angela's motivation is an act of rebellion against Megacorp trying to release a product before it's finished, something I'm sure many game devs wished they could do. So now she and...
Okay, so even if Megacorp is kind of this evil big corporation that uses slave labor and turns rainforests into deserts, the Protopet initiative was made under Quark's leadership.
Ratchet and Clank are teaming up so they can stop the Protopet menace. What's interesting about all of this is how it ties into the gameplay.
Or, well, at least the decision to release it before it was finished.
Because by the midpoint of the story, you know Megacorp's a fucked up company, but working for them has some undeniably great perks. I mean, we've already talked about them being a monopoly, and that leads to them producing weapons that are of much higher quality than the ones from the first game.
Yeah, Shrimp's
this
a cool guy.
translates into the game mechanics in several other ways. Bolts are still the main currency of Ratchet 2, but this is a resource that is far less scarce than it was in Ratchet 1. I mean, seriously, the highest paywall in this game is 40,000 bolts. 10,000 bolts more than the most expensive weapon in Ratchet 1's shop.
Well, you can't compare that. Simply because you get so many more bolts in Rack 2 than in 1.
The Tesla Claw. You'll be showered in bolts this time around, and because of that, everything's more expensive at Megacorp.
Wait, did you say 10,000 more than the Tesla Claw?
The method of getting bolts stayed consistent with Ratchet 1, and this would have been a chore. But Ratchet 2 made a fundamental improvement here as well. You can participate in what the manual calls maxi games. I see what they did there. The first of these are the arenas. Megacorp runs 2 gladiator shows where contestants can enter and battle hordes of enemies. These are great for 2 reasons. First of which being that it gives you time to use your weapons and level them up, while also rewarding you with bolts for completing challenges. There are also 2 hoverbike tournaments that the player can enter. Hoverboard races existed in Ratchet 1, but I never bothered mentioning it because it didn't really factor into the game mechanics at all.
I never bothered
I did all the races because they
I
reward you with bolts and you need those to buy weapons and progress.
Probably not.
Doing the basic races is fun, but each extra race gets more challenging with having to dodge enemy attacks and master boosting off of ramps to get shortcuts. There will also be times where Ratchet must fight against an army of enemies in his ship, and you guessed it, they reward you for bolts for completing more challenges in these levels too. I loved these ship segments. I thought the controls were easy to get to grips with and the ship handled really well. Going to Slim Cognito's shack and buying upgrades like mines, torpedoes, and increased shield capacity completely changed the difficulty of these segments, and it's worth it because, again, the bolt reward is high. There are also 2 planets full of crystals to find and sell to the New Age Mystic, where you earn thousands of bolts for collecting them all. Paywalls are still a thing in Ratchet 2, but I don't think these are ever annoying because I'm showering myself with bolts for the whole game. And since I'm no longer afraid of running out of bolts and not being able to make progress, I actually want to buy weapons, something you basically have to do in this game. I praised Ratchet 1's weapons for being useful all game long. Here, that is basically the exact opposite, but that's not really a flaw. In this game, weapons you find in the shop will be useful for a while, but once you reach the point where the shop has a bunch of new ones, the ones you already have won't be as good. What I mean by this is that the Lancer in its upgraded form is the go-to early game weapon, but by the end you might as well be firing a pea shooter because the enemies toughen up by the end, so you need to spend your large amount of bolts on some new weapons like the plasma coil or the bouncer. It sounds kind of annoying, but all these things combine to make an engaging gameplay loop. You just have to play ball with the game's mechanics to get the most out of it. If you try to stick with the early game weapons for the whole game, you're probably going to get wrecked, but if you experiment with the weapons, you'll find that this game is endlessly satisfying. You're incentivized to interact with the game's mechanics. Since you need bolts, you might as well play the maxi games. And why not? I mean, the arenas directly allow you to increase your max health and power of your weapons just by playing it. It's a cycle of rewarding game design. It doesn't stop once the game is over, either. Ratchet 1 had a New Game Plus mode, but I didn't really see the need to play it because the golden weapon upgrades just costed more bolts than I could get. But in Ratchet 2, there is definitely a reason to play it, as the shop now has versions of your weapons that are leveled up to a 3rd stage, and when you buy them, you can upgrade them up to a 4th stage, something I did with the bouncer as soon as I could. There's a bolt multiplier which makes getting them easier. You'll be rewarded with more bolts for the maxi games than you were in the normal playthrough, like the Mystic giving you 10,000 bolts per crystal instead of 1,000, meaning you can now afford things like the new armors that buff Ratchet's defense and the game-breaking Rhino 2. This thing costs 1 million bolts, but you can afford it in New Game Plus and still have 200,000 bolts to spare, and it's worth every single one as the Rhino 2 tears through every...
Yeah, if you have 1,200,000 bolts, you have 200 bolts to spare, but like, you have to get up there first, right?
Everything with more efficiency.
Did he mean after doing the no? But that doesn't give you that much, right?
Efficiency than the first one ever did. New Game Plus also gives you various extras, one of those being the first-person mode. They turned the first-person camera into a fully playable mode, and while the platforming isn't great, the shooting sure is. With FPS mode turned on, you can aim upwards while moving and shoot with
doesn't seem like Jay has that
row
much
on the planet no tag,
left
but the other
say
one
that
with
I
this laser
haven't heard.
redirection thing is just trial and error and really breaks the pace of the game. Then there's one of the worst bosses in the entire franchise, Ratchet and Clank against the thug leader on the planet Snivlik. What you have to do is sit in these turrets and blast his machine, and it takes all day, but none. These episodes you see throughout the game detail the fact that after Ratchet 1, Quark tried selling fake Gadgetron products, something we saw him do at the end of that game. He got arrested for it, but escaped jail to the Bogon Galaxy, where he took over Megacorp and pushed up the release date of the Protopet so that would unleash a disaster that he could solve as Captain Quark, rebuilding his image as a hero, and now he's going to blame Ratchet, Clank, and Angela for what happened. But of course, the beast escapes and Ratchet and Clank stop it. The ultimate irony is that Ratchet and Clank are remembered as heroes once again just by being heroic instead of coming up with a big scheme like Captain Quark does. Really his lowest point as a character. But the final boss is actually pretty lame.
Well, you say that, but Ratchet and Clank 3 exists,
there really isn't even
and
that much to say because
it's kind of
it goes
implied
down
that he
really
had
easy.
sex with
the build
that
up and the
monkey's
intrigue surrounding
sister.
Megacorp was really well done,
So,
but I think the ending is pretty rushed. Angela finds the real Fizzwidget, who was tied in a broom closet for months while Quark was impersonating him. Credit due to the writers, they immediately distinguished Fizzwidget from Quark, as Quark did this weird thing when he was pretending to be Fizzwidget where he got all his words wrong.
But it's steeped in hysterics. I've offloaded the condiments to your naval computer.
But the real
Damn, I actually thought I was threading new ground when I talked about how Quark is mispronouncing the words because he's stupid, but everyone seems to realize this.
Widget is well spoken in his one scene.
Gentlemen, you have my most profound gratitude.
But I think this resolution to the story was just too easy. Quark is down, the Protopet menace is stopped, the end. What goes completely unresolved is the fact that Megacorp was established as a fucked up company that ruled the galaxy, but that's just kind of dropped at the end because I guess the real Fizzwidget is a nice guy. All's well that ends well. But even after saying that list of negatives, every time I finish it, I sit back and think, Ratchet and Clank 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. This is not a game without flaws, but goddamn, this game is just incredibly engaging to play. This is the perfect sequel. It takes everything from Ratchet 1 and does most, if not all of it, better. They saw the strengths of Ratchet and Clank as a brand and zeroed in on all those things, making the series even stronger than it was before. When I play this game, I never want to put the controller down. It's fantastic. I said that about Ratchet 1, but that was in spite of the massive issues I have while playing that game. Here, the issues I do have don't stop me from saying this is my favorite game in the series. Like I said at the start, this isn't at the top of my list of favorite games, but that's okay. That's not a bad thing because whenever I do play it again, I'm happy to see that a game from my childhood holds up so well, now almost 20 years after it originally released, as I always find new ways to enjoy it. When you're a kid, the real meat and potatoes of the satire goes over your head.
Yeah, he's pretty much done. Anyways, at this point, I'm just repeating myself, so I think we're gonna end it off there. Thank you to everyone who joined the stream today. I really appreciate it. It's been fun chatting with you guys for the last, holy shit, 5.5 hours almost. I know most of you already left, but shout out to Breeze who ratted me out to the Golden Bolt. I can't wait for this to have severe consequences. Fast forward to me being cancelled on Twitter or something. No, but really, thank you a lot. It means a lot for a small channel to be at least noticed by the bigger guys, right? So I know I didn't thank you in the moment, but if you're still here, hope you hear it. If you're not, I also hope you hear it. Yeah. I will be back, and we will probably watch watch some Ratchet and Clank 3 videos. That will be the last work stream until I'm done with that chapter. But it won't be next weekend because I'm out traveling. Anyways, I hope you all join me next time also. It's been a blast. Thanks, guys, and see you later.